And my god, we're live.
Oh my god.
I know. Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm, we're, I'm playing Sunless Sea with Taho. And I'm bad at this game, just so you're aware. Uh, I don't know, maybe I should give it an introduction. So, like, there's a web game. There's a web game, feels like ages ago, called Fall in London, and had a really great story, and these people at what was it, Fail Better Games? I don't know. I forget
I
who
think
they are.
so.
Yeah, they had a really cool story where the city of London in like the start of the industrial era got basically stolen from the surface and dragged into a monstrous cavern under the ground where there's a sprawling sea called the Undersea, or the Underzee, because people just call it the Z, because why not? And yeah, there's a there's a lot of weird stuff in it. Like hell is next door, for example. That's a big one. No one in Fallen London can actually die. That's another one. Though if they get too old, they have to go to the tomb colony because their bodies start to disintegrate. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And the monetary system kind of like went all up went up on its head. Basically, a bunch of shadowy figures called the Masters established a market, and they started trading in anything from small secrets to love stories, and all of that is legal tender. So, needless to say, Fallen London is weird. Just, a bit. But, there is, well, no, that's pretty much it. But we're not playing in Fallen London very much. We are playing a Zailor who goes to Z, and we're going to have a boat. And as you can see on this little book here, we're uh, we're starting our adventure as a Z captain. So allow me to read it out. Who were you? Now you're a captain. Now you belong to the Undersea. But who were you before? And we have several options here. And Tao, I believe you said that Iron and Hearts were not a good choice to start out with.
They are a suboptimal choice. So, if they appeal to you, it's not like it's going to cripple your character or anything silly like that.
Yeah, like not a lot of this does a lot. I guess I should maybe explain like all the stats we have, huh? Uh, for as much as I remember them, we have uh, we have Iron, which is basically just your ability to fight. There's Mirrors, which is basically your ability to uh, it's a perception check, more or less. It also helps with combat slightly. There's Veils, which is good at stealth and other skullduggery things. Pages is just your knowledge, and Hearts is your ability to not die and also inspire people. So, you know, five stats, all kind of wrapped up in weirdness. But yeah, I'm kind of waffling between mirrors and pages, if I'm gonna be honest, because I like the idea of having some knowledge and also being able to spot things. So, poet or natural philosopher, both of them are just like really great choices if you're going to be a hardened Z captain going out on a boat to dodge monsters and you know keep your sailors from dying, right?
True.
It's not true at all.
I mean, well, pages are the veils are the most. Well, you said between mirrors and pages. Pages are XP gain basically,
Hmm.
and mirrors are more likely to come into play immediately.
It's hard to say. Mm, I don't know. Maybe I'll go with the poet. Just absolutely the least qualified person in the universe. Educated and articulate, you seek a sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long vanished father had a rich patron, it seems. Gives you a bonus to pages, the skill of trickery and knowledge. Sure, you were a poet. Let's just go. All right. A wise soul. Experience? You have intuition! And your friend, the sly navigator. He's a little vague, but he probably knows what he's doing. Maybe you'll find someone better eventually. And what they're talking about is this. Up here is these are our officers, and up here is me. You can't see it, but there's a portrait up here, but, you know, I'm in front of it because that's where I'm playing. Hello. Waves. And Taho's over there. He's first mate, but, you know, I had to make his own character portrait. Anyway, so we have a small quest to talk to the Sly Navigator, and we have a whole bunch of things that happened. So we started, you were a struggling poet, now you're a Z captain. That's kind of like just a status we have. Your a stranger quality is gone because now we have like a character. It's, everything is like everything is an item in this game. It's weird, you'll see. But anyway, we gain 20 echoes, which is the currency of the game, more or less. Only good in London and ports that are allied to London. We've also got we also gain 25 pages, which is quite a substantial boost. Sly Navigator and Someone in London requires my services, which is a thing that happens when you come back to London, I think. Anyway, before we get into any,
So, quick logistics issue. The So I can't the streaming from your screen has kind of worked itself.
oh good,
So I've just gone to the Twitch stream and muted it. And it's working fine.
yeah,
So what I'm saying is you can stop streaming over Discord, but I might be, a second or two delayed
it's
on
fair.
stuff happening.
Uh, like I don't know, it's working fine on my end.
Well, on my end, it's basically like it's broken.
I see.
It's just like a mess of pixels.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, but it's not like it's a big delay.
I suppose it's not like I set it to have an actual delay. Like, well, well, yay tech issues, hooray. Anyway, it's not like I mean, I'm gonna narrate everything anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's just a second or two of delay. No
Yeah.
big.
So anyway, uh, now we have the option to choose an ambition, which is, basically like sort of the plot thread we will be going through, more or less. you know, it's fallen on kind of like Sunless Sea has its own kind of plot, more or less, but this is like what you're trying to do. There is like an end to the game. If it's a little a little obtuse. But if I had to like choose three words that describe this game succinctly, a little obtuse may be those three. Anyway, so what ambition should we go for? We've got your father's bones. Your father was lost at sea, you never knew him, but you've often dreamed of him. Find and return his remains to London for a decent burial. Alternately, immortality. A little different. Eternal life sounds like something you'd enjoy, and it said the presbyter, the ruler of the elder continent, has lived forever. So that's a, hey, what if we go find the secret of immortality? Wouldn't that be cool? Or we can have fulfillment. Gather 100 tales, learn all you can of the Z, write a masterpiece, and retire, where you just, like, you don't really have an ambition except for that, you want to get out there. You basically just want to write a huge epic poem or a story, Everybody would be like, ah, tale for the ages, truly. And then there's wealth. Just what if we just got a mansion and servants and fine clothes and just lived like a king? Also, there's a private kingdom. Like, we can't actually choose that, but they're just letting us know that it is an option. And we could, like, eventually go to that thing, I think. Because, like,
I've heard tales of it far to the east.
mm, so yeah, lots of options. And, like, private kingdom sounds fun. Utopia, perhaps. Perhaps. Maybe, like, I'll like to go with that, but what's my tertiary goal here? My father's bones, immortality, fulfillment, wealth. I like full disclosure. I've I played this with Taho once before, because I tried playing it on my own, and again, I was bad at it because it was very frustrating to find myself anywhere in the sea, and everything felt awful. Because I was like, oh god, all my supplies are running out, and I don't know where to go, and I'm just gonna die like 5 yalms offshore. But I'm hoping my first mate will see me through that little hurdle. Right, 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 first mate, Tao.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you sound very sure of that.
Yep.
All right. Well, uh, I would like to lean on Private Kingdom, but let's. Ah, gosh, it's hard to choose. Father's Bones is tempting, but it feels like that's something with a definite end. Wealth sounds like I'm just trying to be a greedy jerk, and fulfillment, I don't know. It's all okay. Maybe it's wealth. Maybe I just, at first I'm just going out there because I'm tired of living in squalor and I want to have a mansion and a servants and fine clothes. And then at one point during my travels, I'm just like, hey, what if I didn't just have wealth? What if I also had power and my own private kingdom? Wouldn't that be pretty sick? So I think I'm gonna choose wealth. Unless you have any objections, Tao.
I have no objections.
Alright, then I will click it. Alright, beyond the dreams. The Untersea is full of riches, death, and darkness too, but it's worth the gamble. So, to win, gather a substantial retirement fund, upgrade your lodgings to a mansion, and retire. So now we have a new objective, ambition. Ambition quality is retire to a life of luxury, which sounds lovely. Ah, yes, and finally, the last scrap of paperwork. Captain, irregularity with the Harbour Master's office. They wish to know what term of address you prefer ashore. This will determine what people call your captain, but the captain's gender is ultimately up to you, so I can be called a madam, a sir, a citizen, my lord, my lady, or captain. So, the choice doesn't really matter, it's just what we're being called. I think I'll either go
Up
with.
to you.
Thank you. I think I'll either go with citizen or captain. Just because citizen, I see the word egalitarian, and I immediately like, oh, that's nice. Or just captain, because I'm a captain. Why not both? .jpg. So I'll go with captain, because captain will do perfectly well ashore as well as at sea. Thank you. Captain it is. Last piece of advice: explore, take chances. The captain will probably die, but each captain passes lessons on to the next. So yeah, there is in fact a legacy system, and they sort of just expect you to be killed on your first go around, which I feel is a little rude, because why would you, give us a backstory and expect us to just immediately die? Like, what the heck, bruh? Is my feeling. But anyway, I get to choose a portrait. You're never going to see it because I'm in front of it. You can't see it, but it's there. But yeah, and now we're here in fallen London, deep, dark, and marvelous. All voyages start here. This is where successful voyages end. And now we have a bunch of stuff we can do. Uh, Little notifications pop up here on the lower right, like things that you should probably do before going. So I can visit Greater London. We can go to our lodgings. We can check the advice for captain's manual, which is sort of the tutorial. The much lamented Madame de Moix found a watery grave long, long ago. Probably your end will be no better, but if you read this book of invaluable advice, your chances will improve. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that is mostly just tutorials, right, Taho?
Yeah, but the most useful aspect is that you can sell it for 50 echoes.
Also true. It's like, oh, you're a veteran captain, require no more advice? Very well then, sell it for 50 echoes. And I was like, well, yeah, who needs advice, right? Or maybe I could just, read it a bit. Give a brief overview. Legacies, future captain can inherit some skills, officer, equipment, and money. So yeah, sometimes as long as your, boat doesn't sink, maybe the boat will pop back up and you can start with a new captain with the same boat and stuff like that. Maybe some of your crew even lives. Wouldn't that be cool? Blah blah blah. You can spend secrets on improving your abilities and echo on equipments and parts. Uh, and you can find other officers in London's. That's a big thing, is spending secrets to improve your abilities. Uh, like, God, I want to max out my stats because I'm a bit of a completionist. But you basically never get enough secrets to do that. Uh, Anyway, also on exploration, spend off, blah, blah, blah. There's also mercy, because unforgiving mode is how the game's meant to be played. One autosave updated whenever you reach port and wiped on death. If you're getting frustrated or want a more leisurely exploration, you can switch to merciful mode, where saving or loading manually will permanently switch your character to merciful mode. Will remove the Invictus token. Completing a game with the Invictus token intact is a badge of honor. So this is like, oh, it's Iron Man. It's defaulted to Iron Man mode, but we can swap to merciful mode if we want to save and not deal with that, which I might do. This is a very, 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 very long game. And yeah, kind of feels like I would prefer to I feel like I would like to save and load if something goes particularly bad. So that's what we're going to do. Alright, it's telling us to leave port, but not right now. We're in London. Alright, so captains. Finding places to explore. Blah, blah, blah. We can send out a scout, which is adorable. If you press Z, a Z-Bat will leave and tell you where the nearest undiscovered island is. And uh, that's convenient because the Undersea, uh, actually in universe lore, the Undersea, is constantly shifting itself around. so maps become uh, completely useless really quickly. I don't think it actually ever like shifts while you're playing, granted, but it is a very good reason for why the map is always different when you play a new game. And yeah, my map will be different from everybody else's map, more or less. There are some things that are
Yeah.
always further out, and some things that are always close by. Like Vendor Blight and Hell are always pretty darn close, as well as the Carnelian Canal, whatever it's called. Not Carnelian Canal, the route to the surface. So yeah, that's everything. Let's sell the book. We got 50 echoes, and now I no longer have any advice, and we're just on our own. Taho, first mate Taho. I assume I should be clicking
Alright.
on all my stuff, right?
Well, so you got submarine tutorial. You can ignore that if you want.
Yeah, this will happen like eventually. Like we do have the submarine expansion, which yeah, we don't have a submarine yet, but there is a way we could get a submarine. And if I assume if we click the go button here, we'll we'll get a little tutorial and tiny bit of guidance on how to make our ship into a submarine, which we'll definitely want to do because that's like doubles the size of the game pretty much.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just click it, and it says, "Hey, if you travel to the southern coast and follow it east to Port Carnelian, there you'll learn how to convert your ship into a submarine. Make sure you're prepared for the journey, and they ain't just whistling Dixie there." So we're gonna say, "Hey, we get it. We're good. Let's go." Uh, I'm also gonna go to my lodgings because I can read the morning paper. And I think this is just free to do every time you return in to London after like a day passes or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes. Our lodgings. The unexpurgated Gazette, the magazine formerly known as the London Magazine, the spiteful trumpeter news, and you can now read the news, and we get news from home. The Echo Bazaar, that enigmatic marketplace, has increased its tax on love stories. The traitor empress has forbidden singing in the street outside her palace. The anarchists of the Calendar Council have been inexplicably dynamited a drinking fountain, and the Ministry of Public Decency has located and destroyed a nest of gallblighter wasps. So now we have some recent news, which can come in handy. So anyway, now we have a bunch of options that we can't do at all. Like, if we had a study, we could, like, start making items. Like, if we were going on the path of, like, oh, I'm trying to create an epic story, this is where we would create it. But we need at the very least a townhouse and not a, whatever this is. I think it's like a single room above a tavern. Ah, yes, here it is. Rest in a room above the blind helmsman. You don't have the echoes to go out roistering, best stay at home. So, yeah, you can always you can spend a bit of money to rest uh, at your room, which is currently a room above the Blind Helmsman. The Blind Helmsman, I believe, is a tavern where sailors come to drink, punch each other until they pass out, and tell horrible stories about the Z. So we're not exactly in a great spot. But yeah, uh, resting costs a bunch of money because you need to you know have food and stuff. But it also reduces your terror. Did I mention terror at all? Terror's a nightmare mechanic. If anytime you're out in Z and see something scary or run with your lights off, your terror goes up, and like that's fine for the most part. But once it gets past like what was it, 50, like bad things start to happen. And if it hits 100, really bad things start to happen. And once you hit 50, terror kind of starts to like snowball on itself. You get all these events that cause you more terror. And so it's kind of a quick climb to 100 at that point. So this is something you want to avoid. Speaking of things we're going to avoid, we have two other things. We can purchase an elegant townhouse if we have an absolute truckload of echoes, or we can retire, but it's like, well, we don't have nearly good enough lodgings for that. We don't want to spend our entire lives resting in a ramshackle apartment above the blind helms, and so we're just not going to do anything but read the paper. We've done it. We've read the paper. So we go back to London. And yeah, we have a few things we can do in London. A lot of things we can do in London. We can hire more crew. We don't really need to right now. I don't know if you noticed up here, but we have a crew meter. We have 8 out of 10 Zailers. 10 is the maximum amount we can have. Zailers can be gained or lost through various things. Usually when you gain them, you just, hire them for money. And if you lose them, it's, well, Yenderzy is a cruel and unforgiving place sometimes. Sometimes your sailors just, things happen. It's fine, don't worry about it. Anyway, the point is, you have a maximum amount of sailors you can have on any one ship. And if you ever fall below half, your ship does not run nearly as well. It runs at like half capacity. And I think if you run out, you're just like, I don't think you're dead in the water, but you go like incredibly slow.
Yeah, so below 50% crew, you get speed reductions down to being really slow at 0.
Fun. So yeah, that's something we don't want to have happen. Anyway, we have a passenger thing. Someone on the docks wants to board your ship. So it says, apparently, a this quest says, agree to carry the unsettled salvager to Venderblight. She visits Wolfstack every day in the Z-stained rags begging for passage, and no captain will look her in the eye. So we can just ignore this if we want to, but we can also agree to take this person, I think, north to Venderblight, and presumably that will give us some sort of reward. They will join they will join like a crew, I think, like either as cargo or as a crew member. I don't know, I forget. But anyway, this poor soul has no one to help them, so like, why not help them, right? Right, Taho?
Oh, yeah, help them.
Okay, yeah. So we're just going to agree. She says, welcome to board. She embraces you. I'd kiss you, Captain, but my beloved is prone to jealousy. We were parted, but the ancient captains at Venderblight will know where she is. So now we are bound for Venderblight, and we no longer have the summon London requires their services uh, item attribute. Everything's an attribute. Like, basically, if we go through these tabs, we've got a whole bunch of stuff. This is our hold. This is where this is what our ship is, where our weapons are, where our engine is, and we have all of our cargo. Like, we have some curiosities. These don't take up cargo space, but we have some recent news from London, which can be helpful somewhere. We've also got fuel, which makes the ship go, very useful. Supplies, where we eat those to not die. And I also have a Soothe Copper Longbox, because I got a little bonus from having played Fallen London at some point in the past. Uh, we have uh, we have 50, we have 40 cargo slots, so we can't carry a ton of stuff, which is a shame because I would love to carry a ton of stuff because I would love to have an absolutely ridiculous amount of fuel and supplies as well as some cargo space to deliver goods to sell to make money because I want money. And anyway, we also have a journal. You know, everything, everything that is us is kind of just here. our lodgings, our past, our ambition, and anything else we have. So, like, for example, you welcomed aboard a passenger that we just did. We are, the Z's are mostly safe. We have a person who wants to go to Venderblight, and we have knowledge about the undersea and submarines. That's all there. Our officers are here. We can talk to them from here. I could talk to the Sly Navigator from here, I think, if I wanted to, or do I have to click on another portrait? Oh yeah, right-click to speak on the officer. So I could talk to them at any time, and, you know, I may just do that, like, hey bro, the Z, Captain, look at it out there. It's not our friend, don't forget that. So I can't do a whole lot here. Uh, you can talk to, I can talk to him to improve my mirrors ability if I had some secrets and my mirrors was not at 50, because all of your officers are kind of like a way to increase your stats. And yeah, you can also like proposition them. You can get married in this game. I don't think I will be propositioning the Sly Navigator, but I can ask him what are you looking for at Z? So let's ask him. We got an autosave there. The Z is enough. But now that you mention it, I've always had a desire to see the Frost Found, the place where the Z rises to become a castle, a place where questions and riddles do battle for truth. He sighs dreamily, but he's watching you carefully. Yes, the Frost Found. The Frost Found can be found in the very north of the Z, which is super duper dangerous. So we're probably not going to fulfill his ambition anytime soon. I don't think.
It's not super dangerous. I mean, you do have to dodge the living icebergs.
Yeah, that's what I
Not
was.
too hard.
That's why I was referring to being super dangerous. You know, the living icebergs that will absolutely super duper trash us at this stage of the game. I don't know. I consider it dangerous. What can I say? So anyway, we can hire on crew. Uh, we could also offer passage to a tomb colonist, because we don't have a tomb colonist on board. Uh, I mean, we already have a mission to go to Venderblight, so I don't see any reason I wouldn't just click offer passage to a tomb colonist. Uh, they take up some cargo space, but we have plenty, so, like, there's no reason not to, right, Taho?
Yeah, well, we're going north to Venderblight.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. So yeah, tomb colonists, for a little bit of backstory, when you get too old and fall in London, you start to, like, you know, decay, except that you can't die because no one can die and fall in London. So, because you look like a walking corpse, people consider it to be very polite if you would please wrap yourself in bandages and maybe move to the tomb colonies where people who are, you know, dying can just can retire, so to speak. Anyway, it's oddly difficult to die and fall in London, but when a Londoner is too tatty and wretched to live, they wrap themselves in bandages and take ship for the tomb colonies. Your crew cart these ones aboard in padded coffins, and they'll sleep there until their journey is done. So now they're in their hold and they're going to Venderblight. They think they take up like one cargo space. Very easy, and that'll be a lovely place to visit, except not really. Alright. There's also a dry dock if we want to swap out equipment, but I don't think we have the funds for that. Hi, Infinidave. Nice to have you. Playing Sunless Sea. Anyway, we can also accept a Blemigan Gallivantier. I think this is a mascot.
It is. You can. You should also talk to the admiral.
Yeah, I was gonna do that next. Yes, this is the actual stream now. This is not a test stream, please ignore. Actually playing Sunless Sea is the actual series now. But yeah, let's go to the Admiral Survey Office. And yeah, this is where we this is where we get the basically the bulk of our fuel. as I recall from our last playthrough. Uh, if whenever you go to a port, you can get a small port report from them, and the Admiralty will be happy to take those off your hands for a little money and some fuel, which can keep you afloat for a very long time. And yeah, the Admiralty's picket fleets and intelligence networks are long gone, but the survey office pays Z captains a small sum for recent information. Getting money is pain. Yes. Yes, yes, it is. I should maybe move the chat box up a bit because the tutorial's kind of covering it. But anyway, we can ask him a few things like, is there anything in particular you need? We can basically get a mission. I forget if that's just a thing we want to do.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then we will ask if they have a mission that they need us to do. So they say, this port, if you speak to our agent there in return, we'll see you're rewarded. So, they say they want strategic information from the Iron and Misery Company funging station somewhere not far from home waters. So we have apps, so we don't have basically any idea where that is, but uh, we know it's somewhat nearby, so that'll take quite a bit of exploring to get at first, more or less. And also, we can ask to speak to a higher authority. I don't remember what this does at all.
Talk to the admiral.
Yeah, I mean, is there any point? I don't.
And there's no point. You sell him stuff.
Right. So yeah, we don't have any reports or anything, any missions to turn in, so we have nothing else. So we go back out onto the foggy street and turn our collar up. And we're starting to run out of things to do in Fallen London. We have nobody waiting for us. We have to wait a day for, us to have anything else in port. And we can always accept the Blemmigan Gallivantier. Right now we have a mascot, the comatose ferret. He just kind of lies across your desk like a scarf. He doesn't do much, but I think you can play with him, and he helps relieve some of your terror, which is cute. So I don't know. I kind of want to keep him, though. We do. I know the Blemmigan has a bit of a weird quest to him, right?
Spread the Blemmigans.
Yeah, that's weird, but so's the rest of the game. I don't know. I want to keep the ferret, but what do you think, Taho? Should we spread the Blemmigans? Should we just take him on board and be like, hey, let's have him gallivant around the entirety of the Undersea?
Yeah, just take him.
Okay. A polite bow. You extend your hand and the Blemmigan leaps on. Its tendrils entwine with your fingers, and it chitters quietly. It meets your gaze and bobs its dome in greeting. It's very small. Is it old enough for naval service? You're pretty sure its mustache has been drawn on in pen. It's attempting to look older. And as you approach your ship's gangplank, the creature flutes and vibrates with apparent happiness. The boatswain winces as you bring it aboard. And now we have a Blenheim Gallivantier. And I guess if we go to our officer tab, we can swap out mascots. So our adorable little comatose ferret will give us +1 to hearts. But our Blumbering Gallivantier will give us +3 to mirrors and +2 to pages, which is already quite a bit better. So, I don't know. Seems no reason I wouldn't swap, except that I really like the ferret because he's cute. Look how cute he is.
The mushroom's cute too.
The mushroom is kind of cute. He does have a mushroom. He does have a mustache that he has drawn on his face with marker. Anyway, we can entertain our Blemmigan if we really want to, but I don't feel the need to. And I think that's pretty much all we can do in London right now. like, I guess I could like check the dry dock to see if we can get anything. Oh yes, there's also the shops. I nearly forgot because it's a tab and not a thing you click and fall in London. But yeah, unsurprisingly, you can buy fuel and supplies at port, most of which you will, need. And you can also buy other stuff like, better guns, which are great. You can also get some torpedo nets to stop torpedoes from cratering your hull, which I hear is convenient. You can also buy other stuff like a Ratus Faber assistant, who's good at repairing the ship while it's on sea. Also, these guys have some pretty nifty aft weapons and a whole bunch of really good, uh, whole bunch of really good engines and spotlights. Uh, we could also, if we wanted to, buy Foxfire candles here. There is like you do have the ability to like buy and trade things like an actual merchant ship.
Yeah, can't you buy you can buy mushroom wine.
We
That's what
can.
you should buy.
Oh yeah, because it's a Venderblight doesn't get mushroom wine, so like it sells pretty well in Venderblight, right?
Well, you're making a few echoes per item. It's but it's a safe bet.
Hmm. Yeah. So yes, as Taho says, you can buy things in Fallen London and sell them on at other ports, and you'd basically just be a merchant ship, and that is a good, decent way to get money. It does, however, require you to like, you know, carry around a lot of stuff, and it's not always a favorable exchange. So, there's that. I might actually want to, like, open up a log. Can I, like, is there an in-game journal? I forget. Like, could I,
I
like,
don't think so.
yeah, like, it's definitely one of my gripes with the game is that I would love to have a journal I could write in. That would be nice. So, like, I could, write down how much, you know, how much all of these goods cost in what port. So like if I wanted to play a trading kind of game, I could just, do that in game and not have to open up like Notepad. But yeah, I'm gonna real quick do that. So mushroom wine, it's 21 echoes in London. Prisoner's honey is also a pretty good uh, thing to buy and sell, but a lot of these are like illegal. I'm relatively sure. Doesn't say it's illegal, but like you're not allowed to traffic in human souls or prisoner honey. Prisoner honey is like it's a hallucinogenic drug, sort of. But well, it's more than that. Let's just say that. And so yeah, we've got crates of human souls. We've got spider silk, which is extraordinarily expensive. We're probably not going to be trading in the expensive stuff, but the mushroom wine, as Taho mentioned, is a safe bet. So let's just maybe buy 10 of them. Well, we can't because we can't possibly afford that many, but we can buy a bunch. I don't know, should we just spend all we've got?
Yeah.
Alright. So we'll buy a bunch of mushroom wine. That's about all we can afford. Got 5 casks of mushroom wine. Hopefully we can sell it for more than 21 echoes elsewhere. And I mean, we have enough fuel to get us to Venderblight and back, and enough supplies too as well. So, yeah. I mean,
Maybe time to leave port.
maybe time to leave port. Yeah. It makes me a little nervous to do that, because Leaving port is where the danger is, but it's also where the entire game is, so I guess I'll have to.
Yeah, we are 45 minutes into the video.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of explaining to do. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Uh, how do I go forward?
W.
I'm hitting W though.
You haven't launched.
Oh right, you have to click launch, right? Because you're in dock. Hey, Albarzo. We do have space for more sailors, though I would not
No, you
recommend
don't want.
it.
Yeah, you don't want to full up on crew.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, WASD to move, W to reach max speed. I forget if max speed is like more fuel efficient or less fuel efficient.
There, I'm pretty sure.
What was that?
Neither.
Neither. Okay,
They're equally fuel efficient.
fair enough. Doesn't mean you can't uh, turn very sharply. Granted. All right, off we go, and we can visit Hunter's Keep immediately because it's literally just off port. I don't think there's a lot there, but I mean, there's really no reason not to. You're just gonna sit in the hold. Hey, we gotta have cargo space for that. Oh, that circle of light is a port. Go there for stories. Heck yeah. You never got far in this game since I keep getting broke. Yeah, the start of this game is like a cliff. It's not fun, but if you can get past the giant cliff that is the difficulty level of this starting out the game, it's pretty cool. Anyway, we have docked at Hunter's Keep, a quiet isle with a grand old house, a hump of dark rock swathed in mist like 100 other undersea islands. So what can we do here? Well, I believe this is a house of like 3 sisters. Yes, you stand on the dock as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the faintest trace of lavender. Here's a grand house, windows aglow, lawns impossibly green and flush in the false starlight with raked gravel paths. So we can do like several things here. We haven't made acquaintances with anyone living here. We also don't have a port report, so we could reconnoiter the island. Plunging cliffs, soft green lawns, a well tucked away in the folds of the grounds. Anything else? We could just walk around and get a feeling for how this place is doing. Sea's silence. Ships rarely come here, nothing changes, even the weather. The house is the heart of the isle, and the house and the sisters, but the Admiralty may be happy to know that nothing has changed at least. So we compiled a small port report on Hunter's Keep. We can turn that into the Admiral for like a tiny smattering of echoes because this is like literally like a mile offshore, maybe if that. And now we can do stuff. We can walk around the gardens just nicely, or we can go up and politely present ourselves, or we could spy on the house, which is a challenge. Uh, we have our veils quality, which is our sneakiness, gives us a 75% chance of success here. Usually, if you fail this kind of stuff, you either like rouse people's ires, get wounded, or become more terrified. I don't know. It feels polite to just go up to the front door and announce yourself, right?
Yes.
They'll have heard your ship come in. Why hide? Let's present ourselves at the house. Knock and enter. A maid with smoldering topaz eyes shows you into the parlor where 3 young women wait. A visitor, the youngest cries. The next youngest chuckles, and the eldest sighs. Do excuse the indecorum, she says. Visitors are rare. You're very welcome. I am Cynthia. The noisy one is Phoebe, and the cheerful one is Lucy. You are in good time for lunch. Will you join us? It's now we are acquainted with the sisters of Hunter's Keep. Huzzah. So yeah, now we can do stuff. We can have lunch with the sisters. Da, 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 da. Even though the feels they can be tempted out of their lair by the smell of new stories. I'm not. Why is this locked?
So that's when you don't have something way too important, you need to use this
Oh,
to
okay.
talk to them.
But we have something we're waiting in port. Gotcha. But anyway, we can talk to one of the sisters. The eldest, who is melancholy and pensive, occasionally dramatic. Lucy, the middle sister, who's sunny, restless, and prone to giggles. Or Phoebe, the soft-voiced, watchful, unpredictable sister. And we can just, have lunch with one of them. And it will be lovely and fine and totally normal. I don't know, do you have a preference, Taho?
No.
Okay,
If you have absolutely no opinion, I think the eldest sister is the optimal choice in terms of what you get.
fair enough. I mean, you know, how are we gonna present ourselves? Is the question. It's like I'm a poet. I just came out of Fallen London trying to be respectable. Maybe I should speak with the eldest as try to get you know an air of respectability. So we'll do that. Anyway, Cynthia grasps your arm and whispers to you. Her eyes are wide and blue. Her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you're sitting on a hillside above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of a murder, an axe, a net, blood on scented water. Another chop? Cynthia asked. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. So, yeah, we gained a point of terror because she told us a truly terrifying tale and scared the crap out of us. But hey, we also got a tale of terror, which can act as currency in a way. So, that's a net win. We also got a packed lunch, so we gained some supplies, we're more acquainted with the sisters, and we no longer have any hunger. So our entire crew got to join with lunch with the sisters, and we're no longer risking using a supply for another while. And we also have the god of the Z's salt attention. There's three gods of the Z, and occasionally you just get their attention, and whether or not that's a good thing is kind of an open-ended question. Anyway, now that we've talked with the sisters, we can't really do much else. I think we could trade in our news for more, but I think we're just done here, right, Tyler?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was good. We got a port report, emptied our hunger. It's good. Let's launch. Let's get back to Z and go north. We're gonna look for Vendor Blight and try to fill in the map. Most icons have keyboard shortcuts. Yes, I know. Thank you. So, if we wanted a little more direction than this, like going north, we could slow ourselves down and hit Z to send out a Z-Bat, and they'll give us a little bit of a scouting report.
You don't need to stop.
Well, they get more accurate reports if you stop. Anyway, there are no islands in the Z-Bat's range, is what our logbook says, so that didn't help us much at all. Ah, this will though. We have a little lamp, a little light, and what looks to be a sea crab. You can receive fragments when you discover places. Acquire enough of them, they will gain a secret. Use secrets to improve your skills. So yeah, if you discover new places, you get fragments. Use secrets to upgrade your stuff. Anyway, it looks like we found the Hornsman's Stag. I think this is part of Vendor Blight.
Yeah, Thunder Blight's up and to the left.
Yeah. Next to Tana Chook. And yep, there's our little glowing port. And it sure does seem like we hit Vendor Blight. We sure did. So, why not just go right in? We have many things that need us to be in Vendor Blight, so, let's go ahead and dock. Alright. The trouble with tomb colonists. You've brought this decaying immigrant north. Now what? So, days of shrooms and roses. The new tomb colonist surveys Vendor Blight, shaking her head. It won't do, she says. It won't do at all. What are you talking about? Alright, a plan. I had no idea the place would be quite so unprepossessing. Perhaps we can liven it up a little yet. If only I knew a helpful Z captain. And, now this tomb colonist wants to liven the place up, and they say, hey, if you bring 10 units of mushroom wine to Venderblight, maybe they'll have something for you. So now we've lost our tomb colonists, and what they have given us is, hey, bring us some wine. We could not afford 10 units of mushroom wine, however, which is a bit of a shame. But at some point, if we manage to get enough wine, we could, in theory, uh, provide this person with a whole bunch of wine. But for now, we can't because we're too poor and don't have enough space for it anyway. So, uh, first things first, when we get to any new port, is we get a port report. Can we here? It's just
Or Vendor Blight.
explore, yeah. Here they favor candlelight over gaslight. The shadows are swagged like cobwebs, and the tomb colonists stand still enough to be mistaken for sculptures until they laugh or cough. One building in 3 seems abandoned. So yeah, we'll go around, explore Vendor Blight. A withered garden. Dead fir trees have carpeted a little park with an old brown needles. A little group of tomb colonists stands around another lying on a bench. Unexpectedly, you find yourself reminded of physicians and midwives at a birthing couch. The colonist on the bench, he's old, withered to sticks, groans horribly, though the fir needles deaden the sound. Something moves in his chest like a sea creature surfacing or a butterfly breaching a cocoon. The other colonists spot you and close ranks around him. Stay back, Silkskin, one hisses. This is his breaking out. Your time will come. There's a kind of rapture in her voice. So that was weird. And we got another tale of terror because we've, bore witness to something horrible. And because we bore witness to something horrible, we also gain another terror. So we have 4 now. That's probably fine. Bunch of fragments so that we can get a secret, and that's all we get. I don't think we got a port report from that.
Probably another option then.
I guess it is, huh? We can we can gather gossip, which is probably the port report. Yeah,
If you mouse our little thing, it'll tell you.
yeah. Unlocked with, yes, this is unlocked with not having a port report, so let's gather gossip. Along the coast of the Undersea, it's remarkably hard to die. The decrepit and nearly dead who leave London become tomb colonists and settle here in bandaged peace. But they don't give up ties to their home or their politics. You gather a handful of complex clues, enough to keep your contacts in London interested. So we got a port report for Vendor Blight, which is lovely. We can turn that into the Admiral for fuel. And we can do more exploring. We can speak to the unsettled salvager. Isn't that the person we have in our hold or our journal? Request for passage. Dreams of a lady. One other thing I'm kind of not super into about this game is that, like, it's very easy to forget what you're doing, and there's no, like, quest log or anything like that. But I mean, we've unlocked this with Dreams of a Lady, so I mean, we can just click go. Why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, generally you want to click everything unless it has
A cost.
some sort of cost.
Yeah. Find engine captains to speak to the unsettled salvager. It shouldn't be too hard. What else have they got to do around here but Mulder? Alright. So, an assortment of decrepit sea captains gather around her, compelled by tradition, honor, or boredom. She picks her nails and closes her eyes when at last she speaks. I want to find Lady Black. The captains that can run do, and the rest shuffle away as swiftly as they're able. Only one remains behind. How long were you down there? He asks. 20 minutes, she replies. The captain puts his hand on her shoulder. Seek the house of the keel in Polythreme, he says. But if you can forget her, do. It's possible. He embraces her and departs. Huh. Well, that was cryptic, but apparently our unsettled salvager now wishes to go to Polythreme. They're not like a crewmate, are they? No.
No.
Okay, so we took them to Venderblight, now they want to go to Polythreme. That's fun. Anyway, not a lot else we can do apart from visit the first curator. And the description on that is, Z Captains, the first curator gives audience. So yeah, the first curator is responsible for the preservation of the tomb colonies. It has been here much longer than London, like all the oldest tomb colonists, but even tomb colonists dissolve in the end and the time is close. So basically the first tomb colonist is about to die? Large quotation marks around that. Anyway, let's visit him. No more light, the obsequious steward cautions you. The curator is terribly afraid of moths. He opens the door and you step into near darkness. A pair of luminous lamplighter bees buzz in a latticed ivory tube. There's no other source of light. A bandaged shape no larger than a child lies crumpled on a couch. It lifts its head with obvious effort. It takes several seconds for you to distinguish its voice from the soft buzz of the bees. So, we can either ask about the Grand Sanatorium, accept a commission, or listen to a whispered request, or just leave. So obviously we're going to listen to the whispered request. He has something he wants. See, Captain, silk skin, not much left of me. I will go into the Grand Sanatorium. Bring me colors, 7 colors. Pay well. So this is a very long-term quest, I believe. So we ask 7 colors. Cosmogon, Irigo, Pelagian. Steward has list. Find them here and there across the wide Black Z. So, yeah, that sounds weird. But it makes sense eventually, because you can find colors and catch them, I think, in a mirror box, right, Taho?
It's a big long-term quest, but there's no reason not to accept it.
Yeah, and we basically did, so listen to.
But you have to accept the commission.
Oh, right. Yeah, just listening to it isn't enough, clearly. Anyway, what's the Grand Sanatorium? Oh, Silkskin, you don't want to know. The chuckling becomes a cough. We don't die here below, not unless we go to Z. So we needed something else, somewhere to end. Also ominous, but yeah, we'll accept the commission. Thank you, this poor flesh thirsts for colors. And no more words. It collapses, rustling back onto the couch. Even the effort of speaking seems to have diminished it a little. The audience is over. As the door opens, it shrinks from the finger of light that reaches across the floor. Outside, the obsequious steward nods. The book? Yes, the book. He hands you a slim, illustrated volume. The curator is old, old as dust, and we'll all be grateful if you can do it this one last favor. So now we have The Neath Bow. It's a book for children, but one page is devoted to each of the colors of the Neath, which are found on the surface. And now we have a page for every single color in the book. Isn't that fun? Sorry, did you say 1 sec?
No, I was gonna say not found on the surface.
Ah, well, yeah, we can't go to the surface. That's crazy. Anyway, we can also go to the shop here. We can sell our mushroom rind for 23 echoes, which is a 2 echo profit from what we bought them for. I don't know if we want to sell it here.
Yeah, we want to sell it here.
Fair enough. It's not much of a profit, but it is one. So we'll just sell all we have for a very minor profit. And we can look at other stuff. We can sell our recent news for 10 echoes here, because it's worth something in the distant port because they don't know the recent news of London. We could also sell memories, editions, stores, visions of the surface, or a monstrous almanac if we wanted to, but we don't. We could also sell tomb colonists, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I think that's more or less all we get to do here.
Yeah, you do want to sell the recent news.
Yeah, but here, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess there's no reason to. It is basically 10 free echoes. Pays for a rest in London, if nothing else. And, yeah. Feels like we're tapped out in Vendor Blight, more or less. You know, unless we have 10 bottles of wine, we can't do much anything else here. So, yeah. Plenty of fuel and supplies. Uh, fuel is, like, I guess, you know, just okay when it comes to price in London, right? It's cheapest at the Iron Republic, but like this place is fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can only get fuel in London.
Yeah, but we have plenty of fuel to do a little bit of exploring at least. So like we could like dip out here a bit, see if we can't find the thing the Admiralty asked for. Yeah, if we find a port, we could buy fuel there in an emergency. It's like, yeah, it's not crazy. We have enough
Oh,
supplies to
that's fine.
last us, so yeah. Why not just launch and get ourselves a-going? There's a swarm of bats over there. That's a combat encounter, which we probably want to just avoid, at least for the moment. Hmm. Speaking of things we wanted to avoid, we've entered combat. I don't know what with, because I haven't spotted it yet. But yeah, we swapped to combat mode in this. The red arc shows the range of your deck gun. Keep the enemy in range while your crew works on a firing solution. Will happen faster if you keep the enemy in prow light. So, yeah. So let's slow ourselves down and see if we can't spot what's after us. Oh, it's a bat swarm. Hello. So yeah, we have a firing solution, and we can fire our weapon. Ow. The bats ran into us.
You can hit space to fire your weapon. FYI.
I thought it was one, because space pauses the game.
Maybe I remapped it, or I'm misremembering.
Maybe. Anyway, we killed a whole bunch of bats. Now, if we wander onto their corpse, we'll get a thing. A bat swarm defeated. Little leathery corpses lie scattered across your deck, and the rest of the swarm vanishes into the neathy dark. So we can either gather up the corpses, they're succulent with stolen blood, into the pot, which I think clears our hunger. We only have 16 hunger, so like we don't like need to feed our crew right now. I don't think, does it make supplies? I forget.
I don't know. Sometimes it makes supplies. I think the bats are unique that they only reduce your hunger.
Yeah. We could also dispose of the corpses to reduce terror, which is perfectly viable right now. I don't know, it's hard to say. Let's just dispose of them. We don't have enough hunger to justify it. Over the
You
side.
did get a supply for the bats.
Oh, maybe then I shouldn't. Their eyes are still fierce in death. Sailors sweep them overboard with the brooms, careful not to touch them. We lost 2 out of our 6 terror, which is good. Anyway, I think we're all clear. I don't see anything
Yeah.
on the horizon, so we're good. Maybe next time maybe next time the bats can go into the stew pot. There's a lamp up there, but that might just be a Z lamp. They do, like, kind of mark out routes, more or less. You know, they're never just nowhere, let's just say that. December 3rd. Stalagmites loom in the distance like the cranes of Wolfstack docks, but vaster. Vaster. The Corsair's forest. Our lookouts are watchful. Ah, we discovered Patrick's Lot. Hello. Uh, it is a lighthouse, which I think is good, right? In theory, we could toggle the lights while we're near here because we have a lighthouse.
Yes. Which, I mean, you actually, I mean, if you really, it does help with fuel. Toggle the lights when you're in light.
Yeah, I should do that more often, get used to the hotkeys. Belch of smoke goes up from the funnel. Aha! We have found a place. It's Guider's Morn. Why don't we dock here and see what's up? Welcome to Guider's Morn. Step carefully. It's a stalagmite vast as a crag, and its foot has no safe harbors. So yeah, the Corsair Citadel nestles halfway up an intricate system of winches. Halfway up, an intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the sea. Her hull creaks in protest. Grizzled sailors groan and cling to stanchions. Higher and higher. Now the undersea shimmers like glass below. Children clambering in crevices cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bowed pirate cutter. So, we can have an evening at the Errant Limpet, a drinking den by the dock cradles. It's a good place for your crew to find companionship and let off steam, but though Guider's Morn is a free part, the Corsairs prefer their own and look askance at respectable Londoners, which is us. So we could rest here to get rid of some terror, but there's a very good chance that will end badly, so maybe we don't do that. We can explore the Morn, which I believe will uh, get us something unique to Guider's Morn. We can also gather intelligence because we don't have a port report. However, Guider's Morn swarms with pirates, smugglers, and captains of uncertain allegiance. You could learn a lot here, but you need to go about it rather carefully. So, yeah, 30% chance we get a port report and that's fine, or 70% chance that we get a port report and it's not particularly fine. I'm willing to roll the dice here. What do you think, Taho?
Yes, you should roll the dice.
Okay, we'll gather intelligence. We have failed in our challenge. You and one of your more villainous-looking sailors join in a dice game. It's villainous, but you know for a fact that she tithes to charity and has a delightful singing voice. The topic turns promisingly to pillage and ambush, but your sailor is a little too forward with her questions. There's a scuffle and a stabbing. You escape, she does not. So we failed in the challenge. We have a port report, but we gained a terror, and one of our crew was stabbed and killed. Yeah. So we lost a crew member. Not super great. Not a super great outcome, but we got a port report. So there's that. Anyway, we have something awaits you at port. Every day that passes by, something new awaits you at port. We may as well explore the Morn. Surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the beast paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor with an additional throat full of lurching terror. There's a surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn, blah blah blah, we just read that. Alright, you come across a clue of Chelenite hunters engaging in heated insults with a Connacht privateer. It looks likely to end in blood. So we can side with the Conagans. We have a very poor chance of this going well. We can side with the Chelonians. We have a coin flip of this going well. Or we can raise our own flag and fight both sides. There's no way that will go well. So, yeah, looks like we got into a gang fight with a bunch of patriot nationalists. We can either join in on one side and presumably get some kind of reward for helping out, or just leave. Like, we can not involve ourselves in the upcoming knife fight, but, you know, that sounds cowardly. Maybe side with the Chelonians? I don't know. What do you think, Taho?
It, I mean, I was leaning towards discretion. But if you understand what the Chelonians, is, you go ahead, Captain.
Hmm. I mean, it's a coin flip. How bad could it possibly be, right? Right? Right?
I mean, it's probably just get someone killed.
Let's try it. Hey, you succeeded! The battle of screams and razor-tipped harpoons you and your help. The Chelonians rout the Khanate privateers. The swaggering huntress who leads them claps you on the back. Well fought for a Londoner. Come to the Carrion Sea sometime. We'll roast ye, sea serpent. She drops a saw-edged bone token into your hand and blows you a kiss. Succeeded in an iron challenge. Now we have a whalebone token as a favor. So we've got a favor from the Beast Slayers of the Chelonet. Oh, that worked out way better than it had any right to. Alright, so... Uh, another afternoon at the Air in Limpinet. Why is this something? Because there's nothing to leave. Because there's nothing that awaits us. So I think this is just some flavor text if we click on that. Last thing we can do is overhear rumors of a pirate poet. May as well. So let's just listen to it. Lies, nonsense, and glimmers. Some say she's a clay man who freed herself with the power of verse. Possible. Others insist she's the personal muse of the king with the 100 hearts. Unlikely. One claims she sails on a living ship made of the still screaming skulls of her victims. More sober voices mutter that no, that's just an Aloysius class vessel. Whatever the truth, few have fought her and survived to tell the tale, and only the bravest of captains risk the lonely parts of the sea where her flag is said to fly. So it's just a rumor of a poet pirate somewhere out there. We can also look at the shops. Fuel here is very expensive. Likewise, the supplies are also very expensive. We can sell mushroom wine here at 23, which is the same as it is in Vendor Blight. So, like, that's an option if we want to come here. Know we're coming here. We can make a 2 echo profit on every mushroom wine we bring. I'm just gonna write that down. Guiders. Morn. Wine sells for 23. And honey sells for 26. And, yes, can we buy anything? Not really. We can buy a concealed compartment, which, is a piece of equipment, and, generally that's, highly not needed, but, you know, as I mentioned, there is contraband in this game, and if you arrive in London with contraband, things go poorly unless you have a concealed apartment, but, you know, hopefully we just avoid trading contraband for at least a while. And, yeah, it feels like we can just kind of leave, huh?
Yep.
Alright, let's launch and get going. I'd like to, go slowly around these rocks for at least the moment. You can see all the bridges of Guiders Moor around here. There, it's not exactly not exactly a safe place to hang about. Oop. We have what looks to be, I don't know, the logbook is in the way. Can I, like, minimize it? No. Is that a pirate ship? It is! It's a pirate frigate! Woo, that looks like a bit of a tough fight.
Uh, they're not too hard. You just have to get behind them and then stay behind them.
Yeah, it's true. We might take a shot, but it is very possible to just beat them. Alright, let's try it. Let's just get behind them, turn our lights on, get them in a firing solution, And I believe we're in combat. Yes, we're in combat. Good, good. All right.
Do take note. There's no collision damage with enemy ships.
Oh, that's good.
Just get right on their butt.
Yep. So we get right on their butt. Oh, we are in their firing solution, unfortunately. So we're going to have to try and not. Ow. Okay, we're a little bit damaged. I'm trying to back up out of their line of sight. But you know, and try to stay behind them as best I can. We've killed several of their crew so far. Oh, come on. How is that not a hit? They're 5 feet away from us, crew. Alright. We destroyed the pirate vessel. We took a shot or two, unfortunately. But we didn't lose any crew, so that's good. Alright, the ship is ours. Let's loot and scuttle her. We'll take what we can. So, we have a cache of curiosity. So we got 2 supplies. That's great. We can use that to, you know, feed ourselves. And 2 fuel. Wonderful. That'll keep us going for a while. Oh, and we got a stout crate. What's in here? Alright. A crate of fuel. Coke. It's like coal, but more so, as the Department of Infernal Rarefications would have it. So we got some extra fuel. Lovely.
Excellent murdering, Captain.
Thank you, First Mate Taho. It's always very profitable to murder captains, or pirates. Anyway, let's us continue south. We'll stay more or less, you know, distant from the shores, and we'll see what we can find. Luminescent beasts like eyeless dolphins play in your wake. Oh, that's fun. The bonny reefs. Here the wilder airs mingle with the airs of the near reaches. Demue's Gate, named for a navigator lost above. How did his bones come below? So we are near Demue's Gate. Near the bonny reefs. We discovered Demue Island. Did we? Where is it? Ooh, that's a pirate, isn't it? An Alcacius class Corsair. They're quite a bit tougher than the pirate we fought. What do you think, First Mate Taho? Do we have a chance against them if we stay behind them?
Oh, a chance? Sure, yeah.
Chance. Okay.
I mean, like, yeah, if you just stay behind them, then it's fine. You can also, if you try to avoid getting spotted, you want to turn off your lights.
Yeah, but you know we're not right now, so why don't we just shoot them? Let's try to stay behind them. Okay, that works more or less. Oh, he's backing up. We gotta reverse as well. Oop, now he's going forward again. Let's stay behind him. He's firing signal flares at us to get a better bead on us, but you know, we have to just, if we stay out of his firing arc, we'll be more or less okay. Oy, this man's going to take a lot of shots, isn't he?
Yep.
Oh god, we got nicked. A white Z-bat, what? Is now really the time, crew? Anyway, a sailor has grown fretful and disobedient, reluctant to go on deck even in port. There's a white Z-bat watching me up there. Salt's messenger! Salt's got his eye on me. I'll never see home again. So we can ask about Zalt, but he's one of the gods of the sea. Zalt, one of the nameless gods that sailors fear. The sailor is a conscientious man. Send him to the sick bay on the pretext of a fever, or he can shoot the bat. If the bloody thing's frightening your bloody crew, you'll bloody well settle its hash. So we can shoot the bat. This angers Salt, I believe, because
I do not recommend shooting the bat.
yeah, you don't want to anger the gods for no reason. So we'll send her to the sick bay on the pretext of fever. Let's just do that. So I don't need to learn more about salt, I don't think. Anyway, the sailor is grateful, though your ship's doctor rolls a skeptical eye, and when he next goes up on deck, the railings are clear of Z-Bats, white or black, and he sets to work with a will. So we've actually lost a terror, and we learned a little something about the gods of the sea. So that's cool. Now, back to, not dying to this Corvette. Oh gosh, he's got such a good turning radius. Oop, and now he's pulled back. Up, okay. Uh, Alright. Just, he's, he's a little confused as to what he's doing in terms of how we're fighting. Alright. He's getting down there. Oh, and he's trying to flee. He's trying to flee. Crew, get a firing solution on him. There we go. Whew. That wasn't as bad as I thought at all. Obviously, we're investigating the wreckage. Alright, you steer close, shining the lamp on the debris. Captain, quick! Over there! Port side! Oh wow, we already met them, huh? It's the legendary Clay Woman Corsair. She clings tight to the last few scraps of floating debris, defeated but defiant. So, you can rescue the pirate poet, claim a bounty, throw a rope, or just, salvage your boat. Get her stuff. So do we want to continue the tale of the pirate poet, or just kill her?
I don't believe it kills her.
Anyway, let's throw her a rope. Maybe she'll have something nice to tell us. Claim a little bounty. The price of freedom. It takes 3 crewmen to pull the pirate poet from the Z's clutches, while others mutter about bringing an unfinished man, or an unfinished woman, aboard the ship. She just smirks. She carries little honor but the verses of poetry tattooed over every visible inch, and an old sword almost as chipped as she is. Fortunately, her salvaged possessions also include the jangling money purse on her belt, fat and ready to pay the traditional freedom price of her current bounty. As much as the crew could subdue her, all are relieved when she's aboard a lifeboat, rowing away through the darkness towards Geider's Morn. So, we defeated the pirate poet and we gained 400 echoes, which nearly quadruples our net worth. So, that's good. We'll signal the all clear there. Ka-ching indeed, Demi-Seraph. Ka-ching indeed. So that was definitely worth the hull damage. And let's keep going. Here's...
Yeah, Demu Island should be...
Yeah. Got Demu Island right here. And there's the port. So let's go right there. The Iron Misery Funging Station. I believe this is where we wanted to turn in our Sooth and Copper lockbox, come to think of it. So let's slow things down and dock at port. Demu Island, the fervid forest of fungus. And here's the Iron and Misery Company Funging Station. I&M has a funger operation here, felling giant bulbous shrooms for building materials and harvesting Kirali for its, quote, medicinal properties. Cool. Its desperate little outpost is something like civilization. Of pups, the affable factor. Oh, hello, Captain. Thank God for visitors. We'd go quite mad out here otherwise. Quite mad. How can we be of assistance? Alright, we can give the pass sign to him because this is where the Admiralty asks us to bring back strategic information. So we'll, seems like a great idea to do that. A strange smell. Ah, yes, yes. I have it here. The courier ship to Mount Palmerston stopped off to resupply. Tell the Admiralty. Tell them I miss my children. Tell them I can't take it here much longer. The spores, the dark. So, yeah, This guy's fine, but we got some strategic information that we will hand over to the Admiralty. They'll be very happy to have that. We can also take tea with the Factor. Poor fellow needs the company and can spare an hour away from his schedule, so why not do that? An interlude. You sit on the veranda of the Factor's house, looking over the fungal jungle, an expanse of green and sour gold. The air is thick with hovering spores. The scones are stale, but even the tea has a hint of mildew. But the Factor's good company. He shared some odd stories about the ice and roses of Irem, and the monstrosities of the Sea of Lilies, and a little restaurant in Venderblight where he enjoyed the most extraordinary seafood. Venderblight, I know. I'd never met a tomb colonist who could cook, but you must visit the place. Do you know it? He also has a load of bulgus frond carted over to your ship. He weighs away your thanks. Oh, I've eaten so much of this stuff I fear I might be transformed entirely into fungus. He leans confidently towards you. It happens, you know. But one does have to eat rather a lot of it first. So we lost some tail because he was so affable. Got a couple of fragments, which we could turn into a secret, and we got a couple of supplies. Excellent. And we've been told of an exceptionally fine restaurant in Venderblight. Lovely. No downside whatsoever. Isn't that lovely? We could also compile a port report. Of course, I&M's activities here don't seem that interesting, nevertheless you record what you can. So we tell them that, yeah, everything here remains boring. Alright. Some of the fungus says island is good to eat. We could gather supplies if we felt low. 5 will do. We can certainly get back to London with it, so it doesn't feel like I want to risk terror to gather fungal supplies if we can help it. Oh hey, the fuel is $20 here. That's actually a good price, isn't it?
I mean, we're probably gonna be heading back to London. It's not the best price.
I thought London was 20. Mayhaps I'm confused. Anyway, they have emergency supplies and fuel here if we would need it. But we don't. We've got 4 fuel. Feels like we could just head back to Fallen London from here.
Oh yeah, that's what we should do.
Yeah, just doesn't seem crazy to me. We've had a pretty good trip. We've got some port reports. We got the strategic information that the Admiralty wanted. And, yeah. I think we can get enough stuff out of it. Hello. Why are we in combat? Is there something about? Where is it? I see nothing.
Sometimes it's just on the very edges.
Yeah. Guess more accurately, I see nothing. Oop, hi. Is that a? Oh no, that's a supply ship. Next to Rowena's rocks. Anyway, I'm going to give the all clear and go into this nice supply ship, see what they have to say, if anything. Little light ship. Clear, bright beam warns the way. You can purchase fuel, but it's twice the usual price, 20 echoes. That's a little rough. If we had some recent news, we could hand it to them, but we sold that at Venderblight, so there's not a lot we can do here. We can access the shipyard, but yeah, seems like there's not a lot to do here unless we were in absolutely dire need of fuel, but we're not.
Yeah, those places are for, oh my god, I'm barely alive.
Fair. What is this place? I mean, we have the fuel to see what this is. Or is this just London? This looks an awful lot like the Iron Republic.
I mean, they're in public South London, but there's little bits and pieces just to the east of London.
Yeah. Oh, there's Mutton Island, but I don't know. It feels like we're actually a little too low on fuel to go sightseeing. Let's head back to London. Shall head there directly.
Aye, aye, Captain.
this the gate? No, this is London, isn't it? Yeah, this is London. Ah, fallen London. It's nice to return home to the port.
The crew agrees, Captain.
Yeah, I'm sure they could use some time at port. We also might need to replenish our ranks at some point. Alright, we have arrived at port, and the Ministry of Public Decency has arrived to search us for contraband. I believe we have no contraband, so, say just, yeah, we have nothing to hide.
Yes, no contraband at all, Captain.
Right?
None they'll find, at least. I mean, none.
Oh, good. We have nothing to hide, sir. Go ahead and search our ship. They leave scuff marks on the newly scrubbed decks and take great pleasure in tangling the rigging, but they find nothing more dangerous than a moldy ship's biscuit. So screw you guys. Anyway, the lights of London welcome us home. Yep, collect messages from the harbor master. All the clatter and song of the dockside. It soothes the soul. Are there messages for us? I suppose there is. Otherwise, I would just say breath of relief, where we lose a bit of terror because we finally got back to London. But apparently, the harbor master has a message. What's up? Let's see. Somebody wants to sign on. And we now have a free evening and the Rose Market bustles. Who will be there today? So we've got quite a bit of stuff now. But somebody wants to sign on. So we have an urchin tugging at her sleeve. We've got a specialist surgeon. So I assume this is the person who wanted to sign on with us. So let's go talk to him. Hello. The specialist surgeon. She's staying at a respectable boarding house near the docks, and has made it known that she is available for work. I specialize in amputations. It's easy to acquire unwanted appendages at Z. So we can employ the clattery air, and she will increase our hearts and iron, but we must spend 30 echoes on her. I mean, this is another officer.
Well worth it.
Yeah. Well worth bringing them aboard. She comes with a bag full of knives and her own personal sharpening stone. Don't touch these, and don't let anyone else touch them. We can appoint our new officer in the officer tab. So we have a new surgeon. She'll be very helpful if somebody loses a limb or gains a limb they want to lose. Wonderful. Alright. And now I'm feeling like we just go to the survey office, because we have a lot of stuff we need to turn in to the Admiralty. Alright, so first of all, the strategic information we got from the keep we visited. So it's like, yes, here's the strategic information. What's that? Indeed, I'll send you to speak to the Admiral himself. Ooh, the dark spectacled Admiral. You're ushered off into his office at the mansion's pyre, a cramped room with a vast desk. He surveys you across that desk. Ah, yes, the merchant captain of whom we hear such complicated things. And we can pass on strategic information and submit our port reports to him, and we will do that. The Admiral sits up, although he steeples his fingers and pretends calm when we present our strategic information. Invisible eyes. He's hard to read with those glances, but he reads the summary intently. Satisfactory, he says at last. Eminently satisfactory, actually. Good work. Take this for your trouble. The clerk will see you paid. We gained 150 echoes and some favor, which I believe can be turned in for some useful stuff, like free ship repairs. But yeah, 150 echoes is a lot, so we're very happy for that. And now we'll submit our port reports, because that's what they're here for. And what is the day-to-day like on further shores? Talk of Guider's Mourn, tell him about the pirate fleets. He's like, we submit that. We get 30 echoes, another favor, and a fuel. Very nice. We've been confirmed that the pirates are still there. Hunters keep. Trust the sisters are keeping well. They're citizens of her enduring majesty, notionally. So we'll give them that port report. It's a very cheap report because it's like literally a mile off of London. Get 5 echoes, but we also get a fuel, which is well worth it. Vendor Blight. Oh, what's the nearly dead been up to? Another cheap report. We get 10 echoes, but we also get a fuel, which is excellent. And Demu Gates. Talk to them about Demu's Gates. It's like, oh, yes, that guy. He's going quite mad. But we get 20 echoes and a fuel for telling them all about that. And then we can ask if they have another commission for us, which we'll, of course, accept. Absolutely.
Indeed.
Alright, so I can ask him for favors, which, if we spend 4, we can get 2 to 3 fuel. I don't know if that's good at all. And yes, we'll ask if he has a commission for us that needs our particular discretion. Let's see, this port, here and there. Speak to our agent there in return. Alright, we have information from the Empire of the Hands far to the east.
Well, that's going to be hard to get.
Yeah, the Empire of the Hands, isn't that Polythreme? Anyway, this is unfortunately very difficult strategic information to get. But yeah, we can ask him about stuff, which is basically just give us reports. And I guess that's all we got for this. More or less, right, Taho?
Nope.
Alright. Got a bunch of fuel. I'm not sure why our fuel hasn't updated up here.
It doesn't.
Oh. Why not?
It doesn't update until you're like leaving.
Fair enough. Alright, we also have a little gift from this reputable looking fellow. Very fine evening to you, Captain. What you might call Menta is very fond of adventurous sea captains and would like to offer you what you might call a dispensation on account of he's so fond of sea captains. Behind the blind bruiser on the dock stands a dray piled high with fuel and supplies. So we can accept the dispensation. Make sure you have 15 points of space in the hold or come back later. You'd be embarrassing to have to leave it on the dock. Inquire further, who is this patron, is there a catch? Or just refuse it because it sounds too good to be true. Obviously you must inquire to this patron. An airy wave. Oh, he runs a very fine and very liberal establishment just across the river, what is much patronized by sailors and men of wit and vinegar, and a public house, and there's no obligation to speak of. My patron would hope only that you might remember him kindly, and I suppose that if the opportunity should arise for you to return his kindness, then I do not imagine he would refuse your offer. So it sounds like we're sort of getting indebted to a shadowy business practitioner. And also I need some water, so I'm going to hit the tap real quick while you give me your opinion, Doe.
Okay. Yeah, he'll ask us to do some jobs for him. Just, haul some things. Things that we're not supposed to open the box to.
Fair. I mean, it sounds not super reputable.
But on the other hand, money.
Yeah, he is offering us a lot of stuff. I like stuff. So what's the worst that could happen? Let's just accept the dispensation. It's fine. We've got enough room to hold, right? Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Let's accept the dispensation. Well, my patron hopes that you find these little gifts to your liking, and he expects that perhaps someday you might choose to call him in at the Medusa's Head. Should that day come, we'll make you very welcome, give you any safe conduct what you might require. Good evening to you. He salutes and is gone. Now we're a little suspicious. We're a bit of a rapscallion. It's fine. But we gained 5 supplies and 10 fuel, which is a lot. I think that is enough for a very long trip, which is pretty sweet.
Indeed.
Alright, so let's go back to our lodgings, read the morning paper. Khanate is threatening war, they always are. London colonies and the Carnelian coasts want independence, they always do. The undersea, the paper's report has undergone another alteration. Not yet, it hasn't, you'd know. Oh, a promotional coupon for Mrs. Plenty's Provisioners for half a cask of salt herring. Huh. Can use that. And we got a free supply and lost a terror. Excellent.
Indeed.
Alright. We could rest here to reduce some terror. We'd have to spend 10 echoes on it, which seems like a fine thing to do, honestly.
Don't bother.
Yeah, we are at 11. It's not critical.
Literally, like, it's not worth it unless you have more than 50 terror.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Or if you're really near 50.
Alright, the Roser's Wharf apparently is a thing now. Caters to collectors and eccentrics, so let's go there. According to the archaic rules of the market, you can only make one trade per visit, so choose wisely. So they will buy Moves in the Great Game or Watchful Curios today, neither of which we can do.
Indeed.
So I guess we could usher in a new day, but that would take a free evening. Maybe we want to do that, maybe not. I don't know. We only get the one free evening. There's also that urchin that's tugging at our sleeve, so maybe we'll talk to him. Speak to the merchant venturer. Urchin tugs at your sleeve. Governor wants a word. Brooding figure waits at the lamplight's edge. I've need of a reliable agent. Failing that, an inventive one. Here are my requirements. What do you need, bro? An opportunity for profit. He has very specific needs, but he'll pay much better than the market rates, and he won't ask you how you came by these things. So the venture's venture, dream and a scheme. He has a request, and that quest is within our journal, apparently. So if he's made 2 requests, you can fulfill either one. So he either wants something warming. He wants 7 zoop, which is sold in Mount Palmerston. 1,000 echoed for 7 sealed skins of soup. Or something spicy. They harve it in Wither to the north along the coast. 700 echoes. So he'll pay 700 echoes for 7 Muttersalts. So I think that's just in our journal now, somewhere. Yes, it is in our journal, but it doesn't tell us what he wants, I don't oh no, here it is. 7 sins of soup or 7 packages of Muttersalt. So this is a good way to get a lot of money, depending on the market prices, I assume. So that's good. That's something we can, consider. Let's go to the shipyard. We could, in theory, look at new ships, but we don't have. Even the smallest upgrade is like 1,000 echoes or something, right?
Uh, no, the smallest upgrade is more.
Ah, so it is. Yeah, it's 2,000 echoes. Alternately, we could downgrade to the Symphilos class steam launcher. Possibly there's a reason you want to set to Z in a boat the size of a dining room table. Possibly. This is if you are so broke that you can't even afford your current steamer. So that's fun. But yeah, there's a lot. The Lambent class cutter, better hold, less of an iron bonus though. A nice Corvette. I could also get a
Got
merchant cruiser.
less of a hold.
Yeah. I think like the frigate is probably one of the best upgrades. Period. Even though it's prohibitively expensive.
I mean, the frigate is just an upgrade in every way.
Yeah.
At this level, you've basically got 2. You can go for the more combat focused, where you go for the Corvette, or you can go for the more merchant focused, where you go for the what's it called,
The
cruiser.
the cruiser, yeah. Which they're both very very costly. There's this little cutter here, which is a little less good at fighting, but has a slightly bigger hold.
Yeah. So the main benefit of the cutter, it's got a smaller hold. You can compare.
But it says that it's green. Yeah, it has 10 more than our current hull.
Oh, the hole's bigger. Yeah, I thought you said hold.
Oh. Oh, hold capacity is 30. Why is it green then?
Because it's positive.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I have to use my eyes to compare. Lame.
I'm sorry. The main benefit of the cutter is that it has a forward gun slot,
Mmm.
so you go from one gun to two.
Oh, that is nice. Yes. Forward gun, auxiliary gun, yeah, bridge and engines. Yeah. So yeah, there's the combat-focused Corvette or the merchant cruiser, both of which are well outside our price range, unfortunately. The Corvette would just be like flat better. But there's always
Yeah.
the frigate or the dreadnought, which end game ships to be sure. Is there a reason we never took a dreadnought? I forget why. It's just unnecessary.
I don't know. I mean, I've used a dreadnought. They're slow.
Yeah. So pretty much the frigate is our dream ship. But maybe we could upgrade to like the Corvette or the merchant cruiser if we get a surfeit of echoes.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Corvette or the cruiser are solid upgrades.
Yeah.
As you can see, fuel in London is 10 echoes.
It is. That is a very, very good price. Supplies are 20. I guess that's a standard price, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you almost never be able to straight up buy fuel and supplies for cheaper than London.
Hmm.
Um, there's a few places where you can get free supplies and supplies at a discount.
Like killing crabs, for example.
Indeed. So the question is, what next? We can heading north. We could do the 10 castle mushroom wine and go get mutter salter soup. Otherwise, we could go explore to the south and southeast. Just get the port reports and see what's there.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I need to block this person from chat because they are an ad bot. Goodbye. Hmm. Yeah, I'm leaning towards getting 10 mushroom wines and doing whatever it is they want to do in Vendor Blight.
Sure.
It's in the exchange, I assume. Yeah. So we buy 10 wines. It's quite a bit of echoes, but, presumably it'll pay for itself. Presumably. Uh, is there any upgrades that are reasonable to consider?
At this stage, I would not get anything.
That's fair. Engine. Yeah. There's a bunch of nice engine power upgrades to engine power, but I do like the fuel efficiency of the Serpentine.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a quest engine.
Isn't that what we have? I don't know.
No, it's not what we have.
We have an elderly steeple engine. Hmm. 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 We have a Mark II deck gun as well. Yeah, I see. Yes, that'd be lovely. I guess that's why we could only sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have room for another deck gun, and everything else feels like it's not enough of an upgrade to speak of. Although, I don't know, the Sea Worm's awfully stronger.
I would not bother with a gun upgrade right now.
Fair enough. This is why I've got you, first mate. We still have a free evening. Not sure what we can do with it. Visit the university. Provide a secret. We'd have to provide a secret and we could visit the antiquarian. I kind of feel like we don't want to do that right now.
It will let you sell a lot of stuff.
It's true.
Can't recall if it lets you sell your Tales of Terror.
Probably? Well, we do want to eventually unlock this guy, and we have 3 secrets. It's fine, probably. Anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, we gained a page too, in fact. Ah, nice. I was gonna use it to upgrade a stat anyway. Lovely. So now if we have any knowledge items, the scholar will buy them. So he buys Searing Enigmas, Dreadful Surmises, Extraordinary Implications, and that's it for now. It's a bit of a shame we don't have anything we can sell. But Extraordinary Implications would be pretty neat if we could get them. It's a very good, exchange rate. Way to get echoes. Anyway, we have a free evening. We can either use it in the Rose Market or we could just carouse in Wolfstack Docks. No danger here. We can try to enjoy ourselves. So, like, 10 echoes. Why not, right?
Sure. The captain's business. No business of the crew.
Yeah, just wanted to know. Good night out. She shanties, good companionship, warmth of a pub fire. We lost some terror, lost some echoes, but now we have recent news, and our free evening is gone. Oh well. Should we consider hiring on more crew?
Nah.
7 out of 10 is probably fine. Alright, let's go to the dry dock. Should I repair the hull?
Probably not.
It's 3 Admiralty favors.
Oh, definitely don't do that. That will completely repair your hull.
Yeah.
You can um up above there's a cheap option.
The Leadbitter and Stainrod shipyard.
Yeah, I mean, how much is that? 75 echoes? Yeah, I would hold off.
It's fair. Alright. Well, then, let's decide what we're doing. We got the mushroom wine, so we could just head up the coast of Enderblight. And then I guess we could go more north, look for that Muttersalter Zoop.
Yeah, I mean, we can Wither and Codex are guaranteed to be in the top left. And it is very nice to find out what's close by to the north.
True. Alright. Then we'll do that. Miss May, is the crew ready to launch?
Aye. And this time I suggest hugging the left coast. We might go visit the sisters, but if you hug the left coast, we can find fragments from all the little bits and pieces.
Sounds like a plan. Once we visit Hunter's Keep, catch up with the sisters, get a little report. You know, it's no reason we can't hug the left wall and see if we can find some stuff. So we could speak to the officers as well. Like, we could always, like, increase our stats. Hearts, we could increase with our surgeon. We can increase mirrors with our Sly Navigator. I'm a little tempted because that's what I like using secrets on, is upgrading stats in general.
Yeah. Yeah, I just keep like one on hand.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll talk to the Sly Navigator, gain a point of mirrors. And yeah, it's a good use of it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Hi, is that an Admiralty ship? I hope so. This close to London. Alright, we're back to Hunter's Keep. Even the sisters aren't feeling sociable, they'll be tempted in other layers by the smell of stories. We could trade in recent news to take lunch with a sister, I guess. Let's reconnoiter the island,
Yeah,
though.
I don't think that you got, so you didn't get something awaits you, because you came here very quickly.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, we got the report. It's kind of all I care about for the moment.
Okay.
Let's go to the left wall. This is definitely an Admiralty ship, because otherwise they would have tried to attack us. No, I don't want to attack. Can we stand down? What's this one? A pirate steam pinnace. That we do want to attack, especially since they're firing at us. Rude. Alright. Destroyed a pirate steam penance. Let's loot and scuttle. Sadly, there's not much on it except a cache. Let's see what's in it. Ooh. Some bolts of spider silk. I don't think that's contraband.
Gonna go to the...
Yeah. Can I tell the crew to stand down? This is a non-hostile ship.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Found Davies Bay. Okay. Giving the all clear. And here's Carissa's Point. Lovely little place. Alright. We're arriving at Venderblight. I guess we'll do, guess we'll liven up the place with some, copious amounts of alcohol.
Indeed.
Alright. So, the former passenger waits on dock. They brought friends, thirsty friends. We can either just give them the wine, or we can give them the wine and join the celebration. We only have 9 terror. I feel like we could just provide the wine and be fine with that, huh?
It's up to you, Captain. Do you want to party at the Tomb Colonists or not?
And it's, I have allergies to tomb dust, so I think I'm just gonna provide them the wine. They're a little disappointed you won't join them. So few fresh faces one size, so few faces in fact, but they show their gratitude with a sheaf of banknotes and a curious box. Oh, we got a soothing copper long box, which we'd have to deliver to Station 3 if we could ever find that. And we got 400 echoes, which is well worth the cost of the mushroom wine. Well worth the cost. Anyway, let us get a port report by gathering some gossip. Already read all that, so not gonna bother doing that. Oh, and one of the tomb colonists has taken an obvious interest in the clattery air. I mean, we should see what that's about.
Worth doing.
Yeah. Voiceless. The tomb colonist draws you a little way from the clattery air. Don't tell her you met me, he says in a hoarse rasp. Her mother cut my voice. Hoped to fix it so I wouldn't be able to look for my daughter. So I wouldn't want to, he wheezes. Didn't work. Operations never. Completely effective. Need to know my daughter's well, happy, finding enough patients, getting enough to eat, and so forth. In exchange for the simplest news, he explains himself. I'm her father, he says. Ordinary engineer, not the sort of a parent she would want. If you wish to tell the heir about this encounter, you can do so by speaking with her. So we found the heir's father. He does not want us to tell her that we met him, though. So that's a thing. We can also go to that restaurant that we got the recommendation for, if we wanted to. I think that'll reduce terror.
And the important thing is it will have good seafood.
It's true. A corkscrewed street. At the twisty tip of an odd little street, a welcoming yellow light from the glitter-littered windows of a restaurant. A sign reads, Vengeance of Jonah. A beefy tomb colonist bustles up. A gray mustache pokes impertinently out from under his bandages. Come in, come in! You found the Vengeance of Jonah, and you lost a terror. Lovely. It's a cramped little place, but much better lit than most places in the tomb colonies. Scents of dishes are multitudinous and extraordinary. Are they good? They might be. They might be good. It's difficult to tell. So we can have some food here if we want, which is rather expensive. It's 60 echoes to reduce terror, and I think at 9 I don't particularly care. With 300 echoes, we can recruit him as a cook, though. Rather expensive to get a cook at 300 echoes, but we do not have one.
It's true. On both counts. I said on both counts. He'll be here. Like, he'll stay here, so.
Yeah, there's no.
Don't have to hurry for it.
Yeah, there's no reason, not to. Anyway, let's explore Vendor Blight a bit. Got another Tale of Terror, also a little bit of terror, some fragments. I read all this, so, we witnessed somebody else opening their chest for a moth to crawl out of it, so that was cool and not disturbing at all. And, yeah, I guess this is fine. We need a lot of money to purchase the Zoop or the Mooter Salt, so I think we just launch. Hug the left side. Get going. Unless there's objections, first mate.
Nope. You're the captain.
That's why I value your input. Alright, so we're at Pickett's Bluff. Gonna squeeze through this little strait because...
Because you can.
Because I can, yeah, pretty much. When you said hug the left side, I decided to take that to full consideration. Oh hey, there's the Leifsburg. Let's turn the lights off.
Indeed. And hugging the left side was mostly for the trip from London to Vendor Blight.
Fair enough. Yeah, Leifsburg. They are very large. They will charge your ship and crush it. So we really don't want to tangle with it at all if we can help it. So we'll just go through this little archway. Not tussle around with that guy at all, ever, at any point. It seems like we've found a new port. It's Wither. So let's go right in. Compile a port report. A chilly city beside a waste of salt. All right. Let us gather some intelligence. Citizens of Wither enjoy questions, so much so that they always answer a question with another question. This can make intelligence gathering somewhat frustrating. All right. So, are you asking for any particular reason? At what time of day? Is that your hat? Might it be 6? It could be 6. Eventually, you cobble together enough implication and supposition to compose a report. Very fun. All right, and we have the ability to explore the town as well, where there's a quiet, chilly town of gray stone and closed courtyards. People are neither exactly unfriendly nor exactly hospitable. They have the irritating habit of answering a question with a question. Here and there are odd sights tucked away. So we can, just chat with them, I guess. Worst thing that could happen is a little bit of terror, right?
Yeah, I mean, exploring towns is almost always worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is always worth it. You just might get unlucky and get a bad roll. But
Fair. Fisherfolk, sailors, and a shady couple of likely pirates, and is that a drowny by the water's edge? They sit round a fire at the Z's edge, passing around a bottle of something viscously black. They're wagering on riddles. Will you join them? So we can have a pages challenge. I'm actually rather good at pages. So we have well more than a coin flip of succeeding at a simple riddle. And it only costs an echo, so I mean, it feels like why not? So we'll bet
yeah,
an
of
echo
course
on
you'll
a simple
fail
one.
because this is a page challenge that you're trying for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. And we did indeed fail. We just lost an echo and gained a few fragments. A whale's eye? No, it's city folk, he crows. City folk, pay up. So I give him an echo and I leave feeling stupid. Cool. Alright, there's also the House of the Question. Northwest of Withertown, the House of the Question stand alone. Here the initiates of the house make offerings to the 3 gods of the deep Z, and perhaps a 4th who is not a god. It's the one place in Wither where you can sometimes get a straight answer for a price. So we can gain the attention of a god here, or we can pay 100 echoes to ask about the drowned man. I don't know what that does, and that seems a little rich for my blood right now. I'd rather not defy the gods because that feels like a terrible idea. Because, as you can see, may increase iron and hearts, but you'll never be able to remove any god's curse. And, yeah, that tells us a couple of things, like, hey, the gods could curse you, and, hey, if you do this, you can never be uncursed. So, probably not, is my feeling on that. We can buy and sell fuel for Z stories. We don't have any of those right now, though. We can buy supplies for the Tales of Terror we have.
Yeah, probably worth it.
Yeah, it's a little hard to spend them on anything else. So, I mean, yeah, let's get a supply. It's fine. Certainly going to use it. And yeah, got the port report. Asked people a bunch of questions. I think we could just go. Still looking.
Codex, I believe, lies to the east, Captain.
The Codex. Straight east from here, eh?
East and north, I think.
The Odinson Straits. Oop, there's another Lifeberg that I wish to not get anywhere close to. And he's sort of in the way of where I want to go, also. But maybe that's okay. Okay, he turned
If he's
around.
not looking directly at you. you're probably fine. You also, I mean, you can supercharge the engines.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. That is, it's not always recommended.
Well, no, you use it when like a life perk's trying to murder you.
Yes. Alright. We've definitely found Codex. Just squeeze our way through the rocks here, no problem. A little snow falling.
It's cold up here.
We reach the Isle of Codex, an Isle of Answers. Codex, a desperate cave full of mute exiles and an inexplicable colony of shivering, bad-tempered monkeys. That's fun. We'll compile a port report, but no one will speak. This is a challenge. Silently forthright, the exiles see many come and fewer leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar, the meanings unclear. Even when you can understand, there are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. We now have a report on Codex that will be questionably valuable. We can buy fuels and supplies here if we're absolutely desperate. And it seems like all we can do here. We don't have the
Yeah,
ability to
let's
get a
just get the port
submarine.
report.
Yeah. But it's on our map. We got a port report. Good enough.
Yeah. And now we want to go further east.
Yes.
So if we're lucky, then we'll run into Mount Palmerston.
Just look for the volcanic smoke in the air. But what do we got here? We enter Stormbones. St. Elgis sends his fire to dance in the air. On deck, very far away, we see the great light of the Ragged Crow.
This is the giant lighthouse.
Ah. Convenient, though. Sandy has decided to come in and then immediately leave. Very nice. We've entered a fog bank. It's hard to get a firing solution, but you know, hard for other people to get a firing solution on us. So you know, good and bad. Is there a port at the Ragged Crow, or is this just something we can be next to?
There is a port captain, but not above the water.
Ah, I see. Fair enough. We shall take our leave of the Ragged Crow then.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going.
I mean, north-ish?
There's nothing to the north.
Well then, we'll not go north-ish. Well, we found the Elephas Abyss at least. And gained a secret. That's lovely. Boy. Sure is a lot of nothing out here.
The yellow light glimmers for a moment. I think that's the Chapel of Lights in the Avid Horizon.
It very well could be.
Maybe this might be Frostfound. This is Frostfound.
Oh my gosh. We've found Frostfound. Isn't this where our navigator wanted to visit?
It did.
Why though?
Well, it does hold like the secrets of lots of stuff.
Doesn't he know that we leave well enough alone? Pressed H yet. What's the H hotkey for? Anyway, we found Frostfound. Towers and ramps and galleries and stairs of ice raised and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove of so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life, but a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. There's a tireless mechanic here that we could, I guess, hire for 20 echoes? Gosh. Tireless mechanic has had enough of Frostfound. He smiles at you over his spectacles, teeth chattering. Brr, so glad to see a ship at last. Ready to offer my services. I'm an engineer, finest you'll ever hire. Treat engines like my own children. Not that I have children. Too busy. Usually busy. I mean, we don't have a mechanic, do we? You know, we don't have a chief engineer. I mean, 20 echoes for an officer? Like, we can't afford not to click that button. And he increases fuel efficiency, no less. Welcome aboard! Spot arrest, soon see to that. You there, help me with the spot arrest. There we are, our tireless mechanic. Chief engineers, increase our veils and fuel efficiencies. Never seems to sleep. I'm sure that's normal. Anyway, let's make a port report. What are the squatters up to around here? Not all are Remy or Whitethorn. There's an odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculptor, and now and then a very cold, very sad rubbery man, but for the most part, an atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. It's got a nice port report, that's lovely. So, we can either take tea with the squatters or ask them about the castle. Or we can enter Frostfound, which is a terrible idea. I don't know. No reason not to take tea with them, right?
Yeah.
Surprisingly warm welcome. We're keeping the steps for the game of truths, a helpful riddle fisher explains as she fills your cup for the third time. Every year the people of Irem and Wither meet here for, she pauses, contests, she finishes vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day someone will prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours while the tea is supplemented with their Remy liquors, pale white brim beer, and something the riddle fisher describes blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before you leave. You keep enough to spare, the riddle fisher grins. From time to time, a captain gets lost and comes up here. We always feel bad for them. So we got a supply and a fuel and lost 10 terror. Excellent. Very much excellent. Alright, and the Sly Navigator wants to see this place, too. Shall we?
Yeah.
He climbs the steps, panting eagerly. This is the Z, you see, he calls back. The Z risen to become land. Ice is the soul of the Z, and in ice we find the Z at her most exemplary, and he's off again. You leave him to examine the tower, staring up at the battlements, his breath dragon huffing. Only a few minutes later you glance back and the navigator is gone. You climb up the steps to examine the spot where you saw him last. His coat lies in the snow. His footprints end at the tower wall. You poke through his coat and find a brass telescope from the Khanate, a much-anointed chart, tobacco, and an alarming quantity of lice. But the navigator is gone. You never see him again. Okay, well, we've lost one of our officers, but we found a revelatory chart and an outlandish artifact. The dark spectacled admiral will want to see this if your favor is high enough, and the outlandish artifact, I believe we can sell to the academic at Fallen London. I'm not sure that was worth the cost of our navigator, but I mean, he wanted to see Frostfound, and I guess he saw Frostfound. Yeah.
There are other first officers, Captain. Be another.
It's true. I suppose there's nothing left for us here. Anyway, what does H do? Do you remember, Taho?
I do not.
That's the horn! Oh, that's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Alright.
Alright, actually just heading south.
I concur. Wonder if there's anything to the west, but, you know.
Oh, there is. So, to the west there will be the Chapel of Lights or Mount Palmerston. And then the other one that isn't, and then Irem.
Fair. Hello. It's the
Ah, the
Sphinx.
Salt Lions.
Oh yes, the Salt Lions, not a Sphinx. Very legally distinct from the Sphinx. Alright, we've discovered Z-Port. The Salt Lions. Obviously, we're docking here.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the best early game money makers.
I recall this. The Salt Lions, two basalt beasts, cathedral-sized. They frown eternally at each other across the black waves. The north one carries an encampment. Creeping human figures eat away at its features like rot. Picking. This is a supply dock below. The Unmakers are here to reduce the Salt Lions to rubble, one block at a time. Help them in their work by carrying the rubble back to London. If we have 20 cargo space, we can do that. But first, obviously, compile a port report. So, notes for the Admiralty. We record the activity of the Unmakers, such as they are. Right of stone and silence. So, ominous. And yeah, we can spend 200 echoes, and we can load up on bricks to send back to London, which will well more than pay for itself. Which, I mean, we have the cargo space, barely, but
yeah,
let's do it. Alright. So, we help them in their work by carrying the rubble back to London. If the stones weep, an Unmaker advises you, ignore them, unless they flood your hold, of course. Then you should probably drop them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. We now have 20 Sphinx stone. And the people at London will be very happy to take that off of our hands. And that's about all we can do here. No shops, no nothing. I guess we head out. And search the west. A wee bit.
There's nothing to the west.
Where then should we go?
You can go south and then we'll cut back west to London.
Fair enough. I could visit Guiders Moor for another port report, but last time someone died doing that, so I'm a little reluctant.
I mean, we'll visit Demo Island on the way back.
Yeah. Oh, hey, a crab. That's a little scary. They are very hard to kill without, him ramming our ship.
Ignore him.
Hmm?
But I mean, you can ignore him.
I may do that then. They're pretty good eats, but, we are also pretty good eats for him. Hello, Taho. A Zailor is praying. Six supplies, 6 fuel. We're still pretty good. We will definitely want to head back to London relatively soon, though.
Yeah. This is...
The Labyrinth of Eels.
I think this might be D place. Not be a port here.
Yeah, it does not look like there's a port. Oh, another Admiralty ship. That's nice. Another thing on the horizon. It's crab cake. It's a big crag. The heck are you? A Jellyfur. I mean,
Oh, this is Pigmont Island to our right, I believe.
oh. Ow. Rude. I guess I should have known better, though.
They do tend to do that.
Keep backing up, crew. It's not working. Oh, pair optimal.
Anyway, when they pause and get that thing, you can try and dodge if you want by going to the side.
Oh, I had no idea. A jellyfur. So the jellyfur is a young jellyfish, a lesser subspecies. Do the dreams of jellyfur become real? Anyway, it's a sad slick of goo now, dissolving into the sea. Should we scoop it up or let it disperse? Apparently we get a port report from Visage if we do.
But you won't get it.
Oh, I see. Scoop it up then?
Yeah.
Okay. Num 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 num. We'll wait and hold like a cup of dissolved moon. One day you'll eat it, or perhaps it'll eat you. Gained a supply. Lovely. All clear then. Feel like I'm pushing my luck going to pig mode here.
It's just to the right. I mean, it's like they turned the light off
Why? But there's no lights, is there?
because you're worried about your fuel.
That's true. It's a it's a worrisome
Just stay near
trade-off.
the coast, and then it's really not. You're worried way too much about your Terra Crest.
Fine. Alright, Pigmote Isle. Two houses, both alike in dignity. There's no habitation in sight, no market, only an old rotting dock. A stretch of sand thickens into damp black earth, from which sprout stunted palms? Not quite tall fungal growths with frond-like caps, as if someone had sculpted the idea of a tree from a mushroom. We can see what awaits us there. Why not? As you step onto the quay, you hear clamors, shouts, and soothings, and you can see off in the distance smoke rising from beyond the hill. Dots of fire flecking the horizon. Two tiny figures stand a little further down the quay, unmoving, as if awaiting your
Okay.
approach.
Got this, Captain. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Fair enough. The following is an extract from the popular Diary of a Sea Captain, from London to Irem and what we did there before we arrived, washed ashore on Mutton Island and subsequently serialized by the unexpurgated Gazette. The author's identity remains unknown. The Tale of Pigmote Isle, in which a delegation is made, a choice is presented. War is declared, a most singular treasure is sought by all, and a new empire is founded with tooth and claw. Chapter 1. The Delegation. The figures were rodents. To my left was a Rattus Faber, wearing goggles, a blacksmith apron, and an assortment of tools, and to my right, an unusually large guinea pig wearing a helmet and breastplate reminiscent of nothing so much as the High Middle Ages. The rat stepped forward first and bowed. Welcome, Captain, to Rat Star Island. I'm Edgar, second chief engineer to the 3rd Rat Brigade. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The rat stepped back at precisely the same moment with what appeared to be the ease of long habit, and the guinea pig scuttled forward and made a declamatory chirp. Welcome, Captain, to the island of Cavia. I am Lady Augusta Devereux, Swinch of Blackwater Swinches, Seneschal to our kingdom of Gracenaw, first of his name. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. They stand at attention, looking at me expectantly. They both seek my support. I knew I had to choose carefully. So I have either I can speak to them to see what the choices are, or I can make my choice. I speak to the chief engineer. I asked the chief engineer to elaborate, and he looked at me for a long, measured moment before speaking gruffly. We came to this island to make home for ourselves away from London. Its cats and snuffers, its rat skin suits. We came to live as citizens of our own republic. We came with our tools, our teeth, our clever hands, and we make a beautiful city by the light of the rat star that shone bright and blue on Mount Ararat. The chief engineer nods towards the distant hill. One day we braved the depths of the chicken woods, and from the top of Mount Ararat we plucked the rat star to be our light, our beacon. But the pigs of Cavy saw the light, and they lusted for it. They sent armies to rule us and steal our star. We will not permit them to take what is ours. We will resist to our last breath. Will you join us in defeating them? And we can talk to the Central. How did an armored guinea pig manage to look regal? We don't know. The Central cleared her throat with a delicacy to rival the Duchess's own before speaking. Grace Naw the King, our lord and sovereign, full 7 months had sojourned on the sea, conquered this land and won the southern main. Now no fortress against him shall remain, no city walls he left for him to gain, save the rats that squeak behind the mountain. Unlikely was the lamb of our deliverance, assured shall be our glories and their fall, when our lady's eyes restored to be to our hall. Yeah, the Central composed herself, then added, We saw truth and beauty by the light of Our Lady's eye on Mount Caveat, but the rats with their guns and their chatters and their peasants' politics stole it from us. We will subjugate them and take them back. They are a rabble. We will rule them with the steel-shod velvet of our paws. Will you join us? So now I have to make a choice. I can either side with the rats, the guinea pigs, or attempt to broker peace.
I'll be back, Captain.
Welcome back, First Mate. Obviously, I'm a peacemonger, so I want to attempt to broker peace between the Essentials and the rats. So, I clicked that button. My words helped them reach an agreement. The chief engineer and the Essential shared a look, then regarded me with a scornful amusement. Yes, smirked the chief engineer, you're obviously much cleverer than us. Oh, much, murmured the Essential. You clearly know us much better than we know ourselves. Apparently, idealism would not help here. And no matter how often I try to click broker a peace, it will not let me. Which is a bit of a shame.
Modern political commentary.
Can't close. I must make a choice. I guess I'll side with the rats. If just for the fact that, the guinea pigs apparently want to rule them with an iron fist. You made the right choice, the chief engineer says. Let me show you around. He gives us some free fuel and supplies, which is lovely. The chief engineer led me to the northern side of the island, skirting the chicken woods. We passed through a number of what can only be termed checkpoints, as fierce-eyed rats shouldered their derringers and saluted the chief engineer. Soon we come upon a small colony, smaller than some of the infestations I had encountered in London flats. Perhaps only 50 ratus faber altogether, working diligently to fortify their side of the island. The first thing I noticed was a brilliant light, beaming out from a stump of chickenwood about 6 feet high. It bathed the whole settlement in a clean blue glow and was almost too bright to look at it. By its light I could see several raised mounds of earth, suggesting shallow tunnels. An efficient fishing operation was set up by the water, and an albino rat mended nets while others stubbed sharpened sticks into the waves. Further inland was a barracks where a sergeant barked drills at a small squadron of fighters. My arrival drew attention, and several rats paused in their work to look at me curiously. Welcome to Mariana, said the chief engineer, voice warm with pride. Not much to look at now, but it will be once we've rousted the cavies. Take a stroll around while I summon the war council. With that, he vanished into one of the mounds and left me to explore. So we can visit the barracks, look at the rat star, or head down to the beach. I'll head down to the beach. There's a rat mending a net. An albino rat smiles up at me from his mending work, looking dainty and a little shy. Chickenwood floats, especially when it's dried out and sealed, so we're able to paddle out a bit and cast our nets. We come up with all sorts of things, blind fish, crabs, sometimes a chunk of broken tentacle, But the fishing would never be so good without the rat star, he beamed. I think it only draws good fish, keeps the scary ones at bay. I know the chief science officer doesn't believe it, but I do. That lights our livelihood. Guess we'll visit the barracks. Sure. I approached the drill sergeant, went so far as to salute her, which earned me a grunt of satisfaction. The sergeant dismissed her troops and offered me a bit of chickenwood jerky to gnaw on. There's more of us below ground, she explained, but not enough. The cavies are bigger and there's more of them. We're better with weapons, but we haven't got the stuff to make 'em with. Most of us came here as stowaways and brought nothing but food, tool, and the fur on our backs. We can fish, we can nibble the chickenwoods, but we can't make guns out of trees. Cavies came with their own steamer and seem to have endless supplies. We raid 'em sometimes, but there's so few of us. We can never hold on to territory gained for long, but that's of no consequence. All we want is to be left in peace to build our republic. And the rat star, she added thoughtfully. Of course we want that too. What is this rat star? It's not a star, of course, not really, but try explaining that to the others. The chief engineer doesn't want me working too hard to convince them. Says it's better for morale, but just look at it, look! She offers me her goggles, and I manage to work them over just enough of one of my eyes to see the truth of what she was studying. It was scintillac, but unlike any I'd seen before, blue as sapphire, but more brilliant. Something about the clarity of its color was tremendously soothing. Chief Science Officer tittered with pleasure as I handed her goggles back. Those of us who have been to the Cavi side of the island and live to tell of it say that there's plenty of glow there, plenty of bright in the water all around, but nothing like this. We took this from the island's center, Mount Ararat. Only it's not a mountain, of course, any more than this is a star. It's hollow, there's sweet water inside, and coral growing up all up the walls of it, but nothing that glows save this. It's ours now, no one can take it from us. I guess I finished my exploration, huh? The bells of War Council rang, and I was summoned. So you're gonna help us beat the Cavies, he said, hard edge to his voice. But how? So I can offer my strategic assistance, which is a coin flip, or take the lead, which is also basically a coin flip. I mean, I take the slightly better coin flip. Could say I have nothing to offer my advice. What do you think, First Mate?
I don't remember what nothing to offer does. So, it's up to you.
Well, let's attempt strategic assistance. Couldn't be that bad. Questing beast. I dressed up as one of me sailors in a mess of shabby cloth smeared with prisoner's honey and instructed him to roll around in the black earth of the island. Soon we had a glorious mud monster descend thrashing through the chicken woods towards the cavies. The distraction worked perfectly. The cavies diverted their force towards our makeshift beast, leaving the rats with very little opposition as they plundered the grounded ship. They returned triumphant, as did my sailor, laughing, having led the cavies at a merry chase. Within a few hours, the rats' diligence had resulted in the building of a remarkable cache of weapons, with which they successfully routed their enemy. The rats, ever egalitarian, shared their spoils in addition to the promised food and fuel. Hey, we succeeded! Hail Marina! Our Pigmote Isle quality is now vulnerable, and our civilization quality is unexceptional, but we also have conflicted. We got some parabola linen and a scintillac and 10 fuel. I don't think we have the cargo space for all this. Alright. And so now, the House of Cavi has fallen. Marina was triumphant. All that remained were the celebrations and the continuation of our voyage. How we feasted long into the night. So we can invite Heredis Faber, or intercede on behalf of the Cavies. They were crushed, defeated, and I could see their spirits broken with the light of the rat star to guide it. They needed an advocate. Or we could just, leave. So I could invite Heredis with us. I believe he's a mascot, so that won't exactly do much for us. Or I could intercede on behalf of the Cavies, or just leave. I don't want them to be sad.
God forbid.
I'll intercede. a grudging concession. I appealed to the chief engineer's moral fortitude and sense of fair play. Perhaps the Cavids suffered the loss of light from the center of their island. Perhaps they were only trying to get it back and not steal from them. The chief engineer looked troubled at the thought. We only wanted to be left alone, he said, towards the Senchal, haphazardly bandaged among the rat's other prisoners. Perhaps further negotiation is possible. As I left, I saw the albino rat timidly offering a young Cray prisoner a piece of fresh fish. We forged a peace, and the spirit of the island is now optimistic. Well, we can still invite a rat with us. I don't know. I guess there's no downside, right?
There's no downside.
Alright. Oh, we lost... Oh, no. Civilization went down a little bit, though.
Oh,
Chief engineer couldn't leave his colony, but he relayed my quest to his people. The albino rat I saw mending nets shyly stepped forward. I'm good at fixing things, and I'd like to see more of the world. Fair enough. I guess the wide dark sea beckons, huh? Unfortunately, it beckons with a very full hold.
indeed.
Hmm. God, I don't want to give up that much fuel, but everything else is very valuable.
You're not wrong.
Ah. 6 and 6, that'll get us back to London, right?
You should.
Alright. We head out, and we founded a new nation, I guess. Very normal. Can we talk to our albino rat? No, we cannot. Alright. Let's just head to Fallen London. Stop by Demew Island on the way. See if we can
Yep.
find anything else.
I see my officer portrait seems to be having an issue.
So it does. How curious. What on earth happened? Oh, it's, I believe, yes, Reactive is having a bit of a 404 error. Let me see if I can't, bring that back up. Where is my Taho Reactive? That's weird. It should be fine. Website's perfectly good.
No worries.
Let me recopy the URL and see if that works. Doesn't seem to work. Awkward. But why though? Well, we'll just have to deal with it.
Oh, yeah, I won't worry about it too much.
Yeah. Maybe it'll come back at some point, because I can access it on the website, but it's just giving me a 504 error.
You know, your officers being lost to the void between the internets is pretty on theme.
It's true. When you're far from land, check out the Z boat bat icon. It will search for undiscovered locations nearby. Hello? What do we got here? The Fuzz Gene Bleaks. Phosgene. They're bleak. Let's just leave it at that, I guess. I'm gonna cut the lights to save on a little bit of fuel, I think.
Fine. Do you need to go... Wait, look at the map? Yeah, you need to go north for Demel Island.
It's true. It is a good spot for supplies. Nice. Iron and Misery Funging Station. Lovely. Alright, so we're back with the Factor, who's still a little touched. We'll compile a port report. Very uninteresting, but we like it that way, honestly. Ooh, we could accept a volunteer for a single echo. One of the company's bogus fellers has negotiated an early release from her contract. It's the sproutling, she tells you, her face pleading. I keep picking them out of me porridge and me hair and me eyes. Take me away, I'm a good worker. I mean, like, I have to, obviously.
Sure.
The poor thing's going absolutely nutty. We gained a crew. Could gather supplies. Could buy fuel if we super needed it. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. London's just to the left.
Yeah, I'm tempted to stop by Mutton Island. But
Sure.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
stop by Mutton Island.
Then I will. There's a little light. I think that's a pirate cruiser. We really don't have time to tangle with them. Yeah.
Well, they seem to have time tangle with you. They only have 30 HP.
Ow, god, yeah. They do have only 30 HP. Granted. Ow. Alright. Well, you know what? Really. Stop! Okay, we're kind of kissing a little, but that's fine.
No keys.
Hopefully they'll have dropped some fuel and supplies for us. Alright. Just a little lean picking, sadly. What do we get? A firkin of prisoner's honey. Oh! That's extremely illegal.
It's the... I'm pretty sure it's the red honey that's illegal.
Oh, right. Well, I guess we'll see then, huh? Alright. Here's Mutton Island. Where is the dock? I don't see... Is that the dock? It's hard to tell in the fog.
Yes, that's the dock.
Okay. Let's go right to port. Quaker's Haven. Once this simple fishing village was part of the London suburbs, before London fell and the waters rushed in. Smoke spirals from cottage chimneys and a lonely hill rises from behind town. First things first, let's get a port report, if we can.
I'm not sure if you can.
Yeah, there's this,
Because...
time passes on Mutton Island. This place is a little weird. Can buy fuel and supplies, but it's rather pricey here. If we had a submarine, we could talk to a wandering parson. Reduce our terror, but I don't think we really need to. We can wander the shore. Pick up a wretched Mog, which is just another mascot. We can chat to a fish. Oh, here it is, a port report. One echo for a port report, sure. We'll chat to the fishermen. They sail the Z around the island and mend their nets by the harbor. They see all that happens here, but you'll need coin to open their mouths. We lost one echo and we got a port report from Quaker's Haven. Pirates plying the ways, smugglers at the works, Khanate ships putting in to resupply. Nothing dramatic, but enough interest to the Admiralty. Visit the hilltop town. Not much here but the undersea. We can just do this guaranteed.
Yeah.
Why not? There's not much wind on the undersea, but Mutton Island suffers eerie gusts and buffets from an inexplicably local fragment of weather, and the air on the hilltop sometimes carries interesting scents. You stand on a cliff top overlooking the little village. Smoke from the chimney of the Cock and Magpie drifts straight upwards, and as you watch, the smoke tilts. The sudden wind thins it to a pencil smudge. Then nothing. The wind screams unexpectedly like a god cut in half. What a noise! It must be the caves around the island channeling the air. At least that's the most comforting explanation. Below you, the locals each take nips from a shared flask and make a toast towards the mainland. The wind is a southerly. We succeeded in a pages challenge. We got 2 terror and 37 fragments, which I believe was enough to get us a secret, which is lovely. Let's see, we could take drinks to reduce some terror, or get a mascot for 3 supplies. Not really what I want to do.
To London.
To London! Let's get us going through the murky straits.
Murray Straits.
But it's foggy, so it's murky. Foghorn. We cut the lights a little. We are traveling next to a lit up coast after all. First mate Taho, tell the crew we've arrived home.
Crew, we've arrived home.
Thanks. Her Enduring Majesty's Customs Service works closely with the Ministry of Public Decency and the Masters of the Bazaar. Today they've selected you for an inspection. Don't cheek them. Okay, we can say we have nothing to hide because we do not have any souls or romantic literature. Declare all of our goods. Pay the customs duty on any untaxed souls or romantic literature you're carrying, and surrender any smuggled sunlight, or talk our way out of the search, or set something aside. I mean, we have nothing to hide.
Indeed.
So, tell them do their worst. We have nothing to hide. Alright, they roam your deck like wolves, and they tear through your belongings like termites. At last they leave. So, suspicion still hasn't lowered because, we're not perfectly fine. Anyway, seems a harbor master has a message for us. So, let's go for that, I guess. Let's see. Oh, the Blind Bruiser attends to business on the dock. That's cool. Someone also wants to sign on. We have a free evening. Excellent. Oh, you again. Hi. Evening, Captain. What a marvelous evening it is, if you don't mind my saying so. And given that it's my impression that you're an obliging sort, I imagine you will not mind at all. And since you're so very obliging, perhaps you wouldn't mind making a little detour via Mount Palmerston with a few articles of cargo, if you happen to be in the area. Cherryman, of course, will cover your expenses for this trifling inconvenience. You need at least 1 unit of space in your hold. I can accept the commission, or refuse the commission, or ask if there's a different one. I mean, do we have the hold space? I think we do.
Yeah, we got the hold space.
I mean, we wanted to find Mount Palmerston anyway, so I don't see why not.
Sure.
Alright, sure, we'll accept the commission. Oh, if you'd be so kind as to deliver this little gift to our friends in Mount Palmerston, they'll see to it that we gets to hear about it. When you come back, we'll cover your expenses. Bon voyage, as my aunt, who is French by birth if not by inclination, like to say. So we have an unstamped crate of brilliant souls. So that's illegal. Unfortunate. But we only have to worry about that when we come back to London.
Indeed.
Anyway, let us submit our reports. Tell them about Hunter's Keep. Tiny bit of echo and a fuel. Fender Blight, slightly more echoes and a fuel. Wither, I refuse to ask any questions. I don't want to give them the satisfaction. Amusing. We've got 20 echoes and a fuel. Pigmoat Isle. I'm not certain I heard you correctly. Are you quite certain this is the report you wish to make? So be it. Got 10 echoes. And we've had a new accomplishment. We surveyed Pigmoat Isle. Got another fuel. Frost found. Is it as beautiful as they say? I doubt it. Poets are notorious liars, but liars make bad poets. Paradox, isn't it? Never mind. What's your report? Oops, we have too much fuel. Ag. Dang it.
I was worried about that.
Yeah, okay. Let's go away. We have to deliver this stone. Where do we deliver the
Yeah.
stone?
It might just be to the shops.
Maybe. Supplies, Wolfsack Exchange. Could sell the Scintillac and the Prisoner's Honey.
Yeah, you may as well. And the spider silk.
Yeah.
Don't sell the parabola linen yet.
I feel like Scintillac was useful for something later, but
Oh, everything's useful for something later, but
yeah, it's true. It's not like it's a rare item. The spider silk too?
yeah, and the parabola linen.
Hmm. Yeah, may as
So
well.
you buy parabola linen in Irem.
It's true. Where the heck do we turn in our stone? Ah, here it is. Just London. Deliver the Sphinx Stone. Special constables, black uniforms, distinctive caps, the badge of Ministry of Public Decency. Wait with a cart. Here you are, sir. Sign, sign, sign. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretion contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all, but the cart rumbles off into the coiling fog, and you get your reward. 500 echoes. Very nice. Considering we paid 200 for it, it's a very good profit. Okay, we could hire some more crew, but really don't need it at all. I definitely should consider repairing the hull, though.
Yep.
So let's go to wherever that happens.
You can finish turning in your port reports.
It's true. We do now have 20 more cargo space. Alright. Talked about Codex. Exiled for giving answers. That's Wither for you. Anything new? Not really. We gained a fuel, 20 echoes. Lovely. Assault lions. Ah, the Bazaar's always taken an interest in that place. Rule the waves. I don't know, achieve 10 Admiralty favor. Cool. Anyway, 20 echoes. Very nice. Quaker's Haven. Been trying the original rubbery lumps, have we? Not really, but got another fuel. We got it. 5 echoes. Pretty cheap report, but it is. Talk about Demu Island. Oh, you've been to the gate, hey? 20 echoes, some fuel. And, yeah. Guess there's nothing else we have. Speak to the Admiral
I don't
about
think
something
so.
else. We didn't get our commission done, sadly. We do have a revelatory chart that we got when the Flying Navigator vanished. May as well, right?
Yep.
Submit their chart. He carefully inspects it, and he scrutinizes the chart minutely through a lens. He doesn't, you notice, remove the dark spectacles. It passes muster, he remarks. The usual fee applies. He pays us 250 echoes for it, which is a lot. It's quite a lot, in fact. Ask him if he needs anything. He just says, give me information. Yep, we're good. Still have to go to that place he wanted us to go to. That escapes my memory. Also, there's a new recruit. I guess we should go talk to them, huh?
Empire of Hands, Captain.
Ah, yes, the Empire of Hands.
Where the insoled apes live.
Oh god, them. Alright. There are a couple of officers available. We have a gunnery officer. In fact, we have 2 gunnery officers we can have. We can get the Presbyteriate Adventuress or the Irrepressible Cannoneer. Interesting. Well, what's a little cheaper? Uh, Afternoon, Captain. Looking for a gunnery officer. I'd like to help you blow up some monsters if you'll have me. Or, Captain, are you looking for a gunner? I'm looking for a ship. Here are my references. Here are more references. Here's my design for a whistling shell. And here's my colleague. He'll stay on shore. Here's my hand. Will you take it? Gosh. You are awfully exuberant. Any opinion on which one we should take?
They're both fine.
I guess I'll take the irrepressible cannoneer. I mean, she gave us references. That's showing some real initiative there.
He, I believe.
What?
I believe it's a he.
He. Maybe so. Oh, this is interesting. Room for improvement. Always room for improvement. Wait, let me make some notes. Paper! Okay, we now have an irrepressible cannoneer. Cheery enthusiasm is a welcome, if unnerving, trait in a gunner. We can speak to them if we want. We can invite them to dine with us, or we can increase our irons, which I'm kind of fine with. We have 5 secrets. Feels like there's no reason not to. Oh, spend a secret to improve your iron unless it's higher than 100. The ship must be in good shape to sustain the impact of the cannoneer's experiments.
Look, most of the time, it's perfectly fine.
Fair enough.
Also, actually, it's a good time to do it because you're probably going to heal to full.
Yeah.
Regardless of how much damage you have.
No, my god, no! That captain is going to cause explosions, although, now that you mention it. Gained an iron. Let's do it again. We've got 4 secrets. Why not? Alright. Again? Sure. Does increase how much damage our cannon does. So, keep 1 in the tank or 2 in the tank?
Yeah, I generally keep 1.
That's fair.
Just unless you're trying to do something particular, because sometimes you spend a secret to unlock this color or something.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's good. So apparently you can visit Clathermont's tattoo parlor. You're a real Zaler now, after all. You could go into one of those tobacco and prey places by the docks, but the prices of Clathermont's are reasonable, and his daughter's a real artist. But what sign will you choose? Ooh, this permanently increases our stats and will rid us of 25 terror, which we only have 22. Would cost us a tale of terror to increase our iron. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not right now. Let's see. Could hand the outlandish artifact over to the Sculler.
Yeah.
May as well. 100 echoes. Very nice. And a little bit of a fragment. Lovely. Alright, we're sitting a healthy 2,000 echoes. That's always nice to see. We can rest in a room. We do have a lot of terror. It wouldn't be crazy to spend 10 echoes on it.
We do not have a lot of terror.
We have 22.
Like I said, we do not have a lot of terror.
Okay.
I'm trying to get your innate sense of, resource management calibrated correctly.
Fair. Hey. Can't afford a new ship, can we?
No, we could afford is we could get the suppressor for the aft slot of the ship. You go to Caminus Yards.
Hmm. The Avid Suppressor.
Yeah. That has the benefit of it will let you can go full power on the engines without a risk of catching on fire.
Hmm. It's okay.
Which it basically lets you run away from fights.
That does sound good. Do we have a...
Do not have an aft weapon slot, I don't think.
It's fair.
Might be able to just. I'm not 100% sure.
Uh, Forward auxiliary bridge. The Corvette, forward auxiliary bridge, engines, forward auxiliary bridge, aft and engines.
Oh, yeah, you can see ship slots on the left. Yeah, okay, we don't have aft, so.
Yeah. But the Avid Suppressor equips to aft, so we can't really get it.
Yeah, so never mind, don't get it.
Okay. Alright. Glad I'm not crazy. The discouragement. That's an aft weapon, though. Forward weapons. We only have deck weapons right now, right? Yeah, we have deck, auxiliary, bridge, and engines right now, so not all of these will fit. I guess we could get a slightly better deck weapon, but... don't know. God, I want the frigate so badly.
There are also quest line ships we could get.
What?
There are also quest line ships we could get.
It's true.
In particular, if we followed the Clattery Airs quest line.
Yeah. That is fun. I guess I could tell her about her father, but he told me not to. It feels rude. Oh, I don't know. Guess we can visit Rose Market, see if anything's there.
Yeah.
Not really anything there. It hasn't changed yet. Well, I can either carouse or I can change the Roser's Wharf. Let's change the Roser's Wharf this time. I caroused last time. Can use our free evening for that. Sol's Flute, Outlandish Artifact. Oh no, I just sold that. Whoopsies. That's fine though. Well, anyway, definitely need to repair the ship.
Yeah.
let's go to the dry dock. Yeah.
And now you can use the favors. I roll the yards.
Yeah, we are in the red. It's very dangerous right now.
Yes.
Alright. We'll spend some favors to repair the hull. We got one for every report. It's fine. Lost a couple of echoes, but, oh well. Anyway, newly made hull. Lovely. Maybe someday we'll afford the Corvette. But, yeah. I think it's fine. We could tell her about meeting her father, but we can't? But why?
We gotta invite her to dine with you first.
Oh, gotcha. We can also proposition them, because I don't have a spouse. May as well, right?
Yes.
Precise bite size. The cooked flesh arrives still in its shell. From the claws to 8 legs, body, and head, and she renders a dozen neat bite-sized piles of shredded flesh, sutured with mushroom or pinned together with a needle of chitin. Perhaps she missed her calling as a chef. She denies it. My mother was a child of a surgeon in the first city. You might say that knife work runs in the family. There's a wicked, quirking smile at the corner of her mouth. Then there are rumors about my father. She would deny there's any truth in those. So we've learned a little about the heir. It's still locked. Because I haven't learned enough about her, I guess?
But read what it says.
It says, unlocked when learning about the Clattery heir is seeking knowledge, gaining knowledge, learning how
Yeah.
to retrieve, singing a bunch of that. And unlocked when familiar with the Clattery heir's father is 1, and no more than 1.
Yeah, you probably have to do talk to about her, the second option there, which requires a strange catch.
Ah, fair enough. Alright. Well, that was a nice chat. Guess I could do the same with everyone else, huh? Could invite the tireless mechanic to dine with me. Let's do it, why not? We're gonna buy supplies anyway. Thanks for the meal and the company. No, no wine, it makes me sleepy. Oh, yes, I can sleep. Too easily, that's the problem. He hesitates. There's a draught I take nightly to substitute for sleep. Works well enough and it keeps me sane and upright, but I wish I could enjoy just one night's sleep. If you could help me. We'd need a clayman from Polythreme and a mirror matchbox. And we'd need to go to Hunter's Keep. I'll explain when we get there. No, I'm serious. I would owe you a great deal. Okay. I guess that's a quest we can do for him. What about the irrepressible cannoneer? This takes fuel and torpedo components and supplies. 5 supplies.
Yes, it is an expensive talk to.
Uh, how much are torpedo components? Well, they're only 5 echoes each. Granted, that is also all of our fuel and more supplies than we have, which is
Yeah, I mean,
makes me slightly nervous.
it's an expense. It's when you can afford the expense. I mean, you've got.
It is true. There's no discount to buying in bulk, right? No.
Nope.
Fair enough. Alright. Torpedo components. Okay. At least these are cheap. Alright. Had enough to eat, thank you. I don't eat much. I'd like to demonstrate some ideas I've had. Can you meet me on the afterdock at 8 bells? Sure thing, bro. Cannoneer has found ways to calibrate your weapons for additional death and explosions. When the smoke clears, however, it's impossible to deny that the risk and expense of most of the tricks is a little too great. Only a couple of minor modifications are actually safe to use. But do you know, the cannoneer says, squinting thoughtfully, it reminds me of a story. The Iron and Misery Company were testing something, destroyed one of their outlying stations, destroyed it to bits. If you can find me a prototype, I can make it work for us. Can you take me to Demueux Island? I know the factor there. He might talk. Lost a bunch of supplies, all the torpedo components, all of our fuel. Got a tale of terror, a bunch of fragment experience, and gained an island. And we need to travel to Demueux Island. Well, that's actually very easy for us, which is nice.
It is.
Alright. Buy 10 fuel. 10 supplies. I don't know. Seems like
Oh, it's too much supply. You have 7.
I do have 7. Just, I don't know. Having it even gave my brain some happy chemicals.
Oh, go up to 10.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I thought you were buying 10 more.
No, I want to go up to 10 supplies, and that makes it even.
So the general strategy is twice as much fuel as supplies, or how you should be outfitted.
I see.
So that's just in terms of what you'll spend as you go about. So
Fair enough. We could buy a little more fuel then, I think.
yeah, I mean,
Just a bit.
so the question is, what are we gonna do next?
Well,
We could.
I was considering going to Demueux Island and then maybe looking for Mount Palmerston.
Yeah, Demueux Island is really easy because that's just, just to the right.
Yeah, it's basically just there.
Yeah, Mount Palmerston is going to be to the east of Frostfound.
That is a ways for sure. Just like to clear some of the map here. But yeah, let's go to Demueux Island. The cannoneer wants to go there. Why not?
I mean, you could lay in another extra 10 fuel.
It's true.
Remember, London's where it's cheap.
It's true. Alright. We'll certainly spend it on the way there. I don't think there's anything left. Shall we just launch?
Yeah, do we just have fuel and supplies in our...
I mean, mostly,
Right.
yes. Hang on. Let's see, we have fuel supplies, the souls we have to deliver to Palmerston, and the copper long boxes that we need to deliver to the station.
Okay. The station is going to be bottom right. Or down right.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little rough to get, I imagine.
Yeah, not bottom right. It'll be because basically it's in either the 1 south and right or 1 south 2 right.
So it's like here abouts?
Yeah, that is correct. It's below Dimao or below Pigmo.
Fair enough. Off we go. Hear the wilder airs mingle. Some sort of beetle has invaded your morsel of ship's biscuit. It waggles its antennae impertinently. Chug, 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 chug. Back to the funding station. Hello! Let me just compile a port report real quick. And we'll bargain with the factor. 200 echoes? Jeez. He'll need a bribe, it's only fair. I mean, okay, fine.
This is the quest line to get like the best weapon in the entire game.
It is. Sounds nice. Shared and sordid past. Even with the bribe, the Factor is reluctant to talk. But it seems the Cannoneer knew him, quote, in the old days. And he's even more reluctant to have the Cannoneer talk about the old days. Finally, he gives in. It was a place called Aesteval. Do you know it? It's a striking place. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It's east, a long way east. We took it off all the maps. Not that maps last at Z anyway. That's all I know. Now can we let the past lie where it fell? Alright, so they want us to travel to Aesteval in the east. Alright, maybe as a way of an apology we can take tea with the Factor. Lost a little bit of terror, gained a supply, tiny bit of fragments. Let's see. But he has nothing new to say. We've read all that already. Seems like we can just go then. Maybe dip south to explore a little?
If you want to, yeah. I mean, that's we can dip south and check to see where Station 3 is.
Yeah. Would be lovely to turn in these boxes.
Yeah.
So do we have to be in the light for us to save on fuel?
Well, when you turn the light off, you save on fuel.
Yeah.
When you're in the light, you're not getting any terror. At least you're getting it extremely slowly.
Yeah.
Then when you go out, so if you're in the light is basically little to no terror.
I see.
Hugging a coastline is mid terror.
It's Gillifleur.
And
Trying to dodge it. Try to dodge it. Hey, I dodged it. No, I didn't. Almost. Alright, good. Alright, now, get a firing solution on him. Oh god, he's charging. Run! Ugh. God, you little
I will say, your strategy of just back off continually from it and shoot it is not a bad one. It's the fastest way of just murderizing them. If you have an aft gun, then the dodging can become more viable with murdering them as well.
It's fair. Alright. Let's just scoop it up.
Oh, you can see what Line of Disperse does.
Could use the supplies, I feel like. At least for now. Found a little light ship. It's helpful.
Yeah, I think that means that Station 3 is to the right. Show me the map again. Yeah. Right in south, by the way.
Fair. Just wanted to get in the lantern. The waves are flecked with light. Shepherd's Wash, the salty hinterland of the London, home to hermits, nuns, and shadowy business.
Yep, there's 3 ports here.
No dip. Discovered Flitterstone Isle. There's something some distance to the southeast. We've arrived at Westergen's Fire. Is there a,
On the right side, yeah.
There is. secret, because we discovered Wolf's Rift. Alright. We've arrived at Fieldhaven, the Shepherd Isles. Sheep, lichen, and standing stones. Of course, the bearded watchman tell you, there are no actual shepherds on the Shepherd Isles. Sheep are mostly illegal here. No, indeed, it's just the name of the gentleman that founded the islands. Greybeard, sitting in the village square, nods solemnly. No sheep, one says, but plenty of tails. Ask us anything. We can do that. Obviously, we'll compile a port report. Oh, yes, my yes. Things been going on. The bleak light of the false stars, surface rolling like a porridge pot, up with a roar of steam and a flash of fire, 3 windows swimming, tentacles, and then we saw His Highness. There's rather a lot of material. But we have managed to compile a port report. So we can have a picnic to reduce terror. We can talk to the villagers at the Standing Stones. Get Tales of the 3 Graves. Tales of Thornwell Croft. The rest of the Z. Mouse over the icons to find what exactly he needs. He wants mushroom wine and 7 supplies. Jesus. That's a lot. Or engage an officer. And we are missing a first officer. We could get ourselves a Sigil Eaton Navigator for 50 echoes.
Yeah, we can. There's 2 big choices. There's him or the Carnelian Exile.
Kind of lean towards the exile, whatever they are.
They are the sun.
Ah, fun. Let's ask about the Standing Stones. The bearded villagers are happy to talk about the local sites. Well, site. It's like, true as I stand here, they were sisters from the Sisterhoods over on Abbey Rock. Came here hunting a renegade who served the god called Stone. Ran her to ground here, and she called on the god, and the god struck 'em all into pillars of rock. Stand close and quiet, and you'll hear 'em weeping. Got a little tale of terror and 1 single terror. Cool. And there's nothing left for us here but to get the navigator, which I'm not that interested in. So I guess we just leave. I don't know. Head north?
Well, no, you wanted to go to the station, right?
It's true. So,
The
east?
station's, yeah, and very south.
Fair. Chug, 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 chug. Man, I miss
More south, for the record.
I miss our old zoomy ship. Ominous red lights. We discovered Station 3. And Depot A.
Port's at the bottom.
Yeah.
You may want to delay until you get something that waits you in port.
You're gonna
There it
love
goes.
what happens in a few seconds. We may infer a Station 1 and 2, and we may conjecture a Station 4. Machinery hums behind high steel walls, and up the hill there are visible outlines of warehouses and a building within a spire. But the lamps are low where they burn at all. And your ship is the only one in the harbor. Let's see, we can get a look. We can get a look via a distance, or search for signs of other visitors, which is a very difficult challenge. So let's, survey the survey, get a port report. Church or something else. You stand on the high point of your ship and look to the shore. There's a steepled building on the horizon, by far the largest thing in sight, but no cross marks the top of it. or any other symbol you recognize. That counts as a port report. Alright, so we can deliver a long box. The only way past the wall is unimposing, but a sturdy-looking triple-locked gate, silvery metal. A sign beside it reads "Deliveries," and it stands open. Well, let's deliver it. Alright, there are no stevedores, however, and no wagons waiting to help with the heavy cargo. There's only a sign, which reads "Deliveries," and a painted hand which points insolently up a rock-cut staircase. There is cargo in the hold marked for this destination, a long, low, heavy box. It'll be fun getting up the stairs, no doubt. I'll trudge up the stairs. There's a great deal of grumbling from the crew. The stairs are sharp-edged and wet, the box is heavy, and its contents are inclined to shift. After a few slips and a bad bruise to the shin, you resort to placing crew members along the stairs and handing the box along. There is a warehouse at the top of the stairs, but it's not apparently your destination. Another sign points along a narrow path towards the building with the spire. "Deliveries," it says, more aggressively this time. Someone in the spired building is singing, and the song sets your teeth on edge. Okay. So we can either break into the warehouse and leave the box there. The sign says "Deliveries," but doesn't mean the deliverers are obliged to comply. We can carry the box into the building with the spire. Going the extra distance means you can charge more for your efforts. Or we can send ahead to the building for extra hands. And we can say if they want the boxes delivered, they can do it themselves. I think I'm very willing to do the iron challenge here. Why not? Alright, a grudging reward. The path is slippery and lined with mushrooms. You and the crew have to stop 7 or 8 times to set down the boxes and blow on your hands. The closer you get, the less the building with the spire looks like a church. The walls are soot blackened and made of brick. There are no windows, only narrow vents up near the roof. From these, low singing can be heard, a song so cheerful that your crew look to another and frown. It's a song of someone keeping the monsters at bay. At last you're close enough to bang on the door. An austere acolyte answers it. She's dressed in black from head to foot, and her gloves are thick leather, and her goggles are double glass. "Leave the boxes at the door," she says to you, and then she turns back towards the building, singing her song. Something about candid kittens and flaming violets and the coming of spring. Judging by the rhyme, she's inventing the words as she goes along. You stop her and explain that you expect your extra work to be rewarded. She makes a grudging gesture, but she complies. Alright, we now have 100 fragments and 5 favor. Well, the austere acolyte directs the arrangement of the long box into the room under the steeple. There are many other boxes stacked there already, stacked in rows, 3 or 4 times as many as you've brought. In another corner of the room is a pile of wood from previous boxes already emptied and dismantled. Singing to herself about a mountain upholstered in velvet, she takes a crowbar to the box. The corpse inside is permanently dead in a way that the dead of London often are not. Not a drownie, not a tomb colonist, but not coming back either. Looks pale and ordinary, except for the slight distension of the skin over the breastbone. Gently the acolyte presses there and nods, singing about tulips embroidered with yellow floss. She lifts the body onto a marble slab, and without pause in her lyrics, she prepares a scalpel. Your presence does not seem to bother her. So I could watch with medical interest, normally watch, or just don't watch. I don't really have enough hearts to take a medical interest in it, so why not just watch? What's the worst that could happen? A little terror, right?
Probably.
It's fine. The austere acolyte extracts, deftly and with very little blood, a heart-sized sphere of silver-gray metal. With a giant nutcracker, she cracks the sphere and another sphere inside that, and another. What's those dolls called? I forget.
Matryoshka dolls.
Matryoshka doll, right. Finally, in the center, she comes to something heavy, small, and black. She lifts it out with tongs and looks at it through her goggles. The song falters, but she manages to keep humming, though the words are lost. She puts the black and heavy thing into a jar marked with the word of correspondence, and then she closes the door and seals it with red wax. Finally, when the corpse is removed again and the marble slab wiped clean, she comes to pay you. Thank you, she says. Return another day and I may have something else for you. You gain just a straight secret. That's pretty darn good. And 2 more Acolyte's Favor. We've lost the long box. Well, we can exchange a long box for a heart metal ingot. What we'd use that for, I'm not sure. But now we have access to errands for the Acolyte. We could guard the yard. We have a 69 nice chance of success. Deliveries for the smith. Heart metal for the smith. Why the clayman can't deliver it, you don't know. If you're willing to meet a fetching cart. Piles up a crate full of discarded metal. A present. She's in search of new music to sing in her work. You could scramble together some pages. We could spend fragments for something. Or I could write her something with pages, which, despite the fact that I've got 53 pages, is still only a 42% chance to succeed. I don't know. I can do deliveries for the smith. I don't know. Why not?
Sure.
Smithy is in a long, low building that you missed on your first survey of the island. The blacksmith works, it proves, entirely in heart metal, though it's hard and cruel in that it wears its tools out quickly. Nothing like it for weaponry, he says. Does more damage than any ordinary steel, and a little bit of shrapnel will give you trouble to the end of your days. We gained 3 favor, and now we're acquainted with the heart metal smith. I assume we can trade the favor somehow? No? I guess not.
Not by a straight up shop.
That's a shame. We could get a heart metal ingot, but, like, what use is heart metal to you? But then, what use is a long box? No. We're done. We'll go back to the dock, and I guess we'll just take off, huh?
You can deliver your other box.
That's true. Do you want the box or the heart metal? Let's just deliver it. It's fine. It's difficult to read her expression from behind the goggles. Perhaps she's pleased to see you, or perhaps she's only eager to continue her work. It's 100 echoes. That ain't bad. Alright. We no longer have any lockboxes, so I guess we're done. Got a lot of favor at Station 3. Maybe that'll even come in handy. Maybe. I suppose we leave then.
Isn't there's well, check yeah, guess you're right.
Yeah. We have only the ability to return later.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what we'll do, I suppose.
Okay, Abbey Rock is to the left and up a bit. So, leisurely gander over there to get that port report.
Seems good. Definitely want to get it on the map. Off we go. Chugga 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 chugga. That definitely looks like an abbey, and it's also on a rock.
Okay, port to the north.
Yeah, I see it. Alright. Let's visit the abbey. The Grin Sisters' Lair. A black spit of an island, far from anywhere anyone would want to go, and that's how the Sisterhood likes it. Here stands their fortress convent. There are bear traps that look friendlier than this. Alright. We can sell supplies for 20 echoes. Not what I want to do. Compile a port report, but let's do that, obviously. As always, nothing is happening. The sisters watch us, we feel their eyes, the sea crashes on the rocks and withdraws. The fortress stands stolid as the last year of a century. The greatest peril you risk here is a certain purpleness of prose. Amusing. Alright, we can offer a gift if we had a hunting trophy. We can search the surroundings, because we have no memoirs beginner's luck. Or we can offer recent news of London. I don't see why we can't just offer them some recent news, right?
Yeah.
Let's go there. The muscular prioress, the abbey's lieutenant, comes to the door to listen. She nods and makes notes. She pays particular attention to the news of marsh beast predators and the traffic of the rooftops. In return, she offers you a rather perfunctory blessing, but the blessing reassures your crew. We lost 2 terror. That's not as great as 10 echoes. Probably would have preferred that. Shall we
Yeah,
search?
I think it's a chance you can get some other stuff too.
Shall we search the surroundings?
Yeah, so let me double check. Definitely, this is what we might call cheating by looking things up.
We might call it that, but, what if we didn't?
Beginner's luck basically just is you can only do it once at certain places and you get stuff.
I see.
Um, which this place is fine. Um, yeah.
Sure. Alright. You follow the tracks into a sea cave. Someone has stored food supplies and ammunition. Can't be the nuns. These crates have a Khanate look. The Admiralty will want to know about this. Ooh, we got strategic information from that. Whoa.
Yep.
Supplies, fuel, and some torpedo components. That is a welcome sight for sure. Well, not much else to do. We could knock at the gates, but I don't think it'll do much. Yeah, nothing. We sneezed. That's all that happened. Well, we got a port report. Suppose that's all for here for the moment. Uh, head north?
Or head south. If we're heading north, I'd probably stop by London.
Well, thing is, we have this crate of souls we need to deliver to Mount Palmerston.
True.
And we can't do that without getting caught by the constables.
You know what we should do is we should head uh, east first, and then go north.
Yeah, we would find more stuff, wouldn't we?
Yeah, and we're already gonna have to head east.
Yeah. Alright. Plan is formed. I sure would enjoy a mini-map.
You can generally tell when you cross a into a new box on the map,
Yeah.
because you'll get a thing.
We discovered Errant's Gyrus. The principles of coral. The corpse rainbow glow from beneath the waves echoes the false stars above.
Port Cecil. The port's like right at the middle of this box.
Cataranic Globe.
Oh,
There's Port Cecil. I don't like how there's a brain theme around here. It's a little unsettling. I guess you could describe this entire game as that. Port Cecil, a sourceless sliver glow, a haven for players of games. Rumpled convolutions of coral fill the water, glimmering with a silvery light. The harder you look, the more you see shapes amid the chaos, almost as if they were sculpted. This one could be a crenellated castle, that one a horse's head. A neat little port huddles into the side of a coral island, prosaic imperial docks and houses tucked away in a baroque organic chaos. And in that curious silvery light, among the frozen chaos of coral, the scene has the unreal air of a pencil sketch, crumpled and discarded. Okay, we can play chess, or we can gather intelligence, which gets us to port report. I mean, it's a 100% chance to succeed at playing chess, because we're so good at pages, so...
I mean, you want to do everything basically. So
yeah.
just
Obviously, I will play chess. One more game. You don't know how long you've been playing. You won a match, another, and the rough coral tips of the chess pieces are smeared with blood. Yours. Your opponent's. But you've begun to realize that your moves recapitulate the movements of the powers of the Neath. The flukes and their shapelings. The bazaar that lurks in London. Mount Nomad that prowls the sea. Salt, stone, storm. With every move you make, the shape it becomes clearer in your mind. Sharper. Checkmate, you say. One more game? Your first officer is tugging at your arm. Ignore them. You have chess to play. With enough games, something else will occur. We gained a pages and a secret. Wow. That was really good. It's really good. Alright. We'll get a port report. The older inhabitants of Port Cecil carry coral incrustations like a disease. Splotched with silvery light, they like to go up the limestone's heights behind the harbor to lay their heads against the pillars and towers, stare at the roof of the Neath, dream open-eyed. Sometimes they speak of things far away, like the Khanate's work, the smuggler wars, and the Fathom King's secrets. Perhaps it's not all invented. Put a Blemigan to shore. We do not have any. Sell your Apocryphon chess piece. Gather Scintillac. It's almost certainly going to fail that. Explore the Coral Knoll. Sea laps dark around silvery coral. Humps and columns rise from the coral. A bewildering maze. Go carefully. Alright. A shadowy predator. It's the little things. The click of a sliding stone somewhere where there should be silence. A motion in the shadows. And as if they were thick-stirred like ink, a lull in the cries of Z-bats. Something's watching you, drawing closer hour by hour. You and your crew draw back to back, watching the darkness. So we can either watch, wait, and end it. We have a 17% chance of doing that. It has
I think
stealth.
the description is yeah. Can you read
It
that?
has stealth, but you have rifles. All you need is a clear shot and you'll earn yourself a trophy. Capture it alive. We have a 13% of doing that. Could be tricksy. Or we can just retreat to the ship. Put clear black water between you and the thing in the shadows. Yeah, it feels this feels like a poor idea.
Yes.
Let's leave. An orderly retreat. You sense it in the murk, its course parallel to your own, but by the time it draws near, the light and the port are already ahead. Your sailors clatter up the gangplank, whispering together in nervous undertones. Got a terror, reasonable, and a tale of terror. Okay. Well, could have been worse. Let's play more chess. I checkmate them again. I get another pages, and I gain 2 secrets. What? Oh my god. All right, the pages check is getting harder. But it's still 82%. We succeeded again. Checkmate. One more game. Your first officer keeps tugging at your arm. We gained pages, gained 3 secrets. There are developments. Alright, now it's getting a little tricksy. 56% chance of success. Well, I have to try, right?
Yeah. No, you should keep going until you fail.
Fair enough. We gained another pages and 4 secrets. Holy butts. That's a lot. Now it's down to 42%. Coin flip. A distraction. Oh no, I failed. Checkmate, your opponent says. She grins. Looked too closely, did we? Need to be careful, Ack, with Scintillac chess sets. Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship. Till the waking dream of the coral clears.
The top part is different too.
Oh, you don't often look at chess pieces, not really look. The bishops with their hooks. The knight with its mane and teeth. The kin and the cream, white mingled with red. The roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw to toy with it, touch its velvety pads. And then we lost. We gained some fragments and a bunch of terror. Could try again, but I'm not so sure about that now.
I mean, you did get the worst that happens when you fail.
Alright, one more try then. Failed. Gained a terror. Your opponent shakes your hand. Time to go, she tells you, but don't worry, you'll be back. Her touch lingers, and her fingers are cold. God, I feel like a gambling addict how much I want to do one more try. One more try. Ah! Lost again. One more try. Oop. I succeeded that time. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against the slayer of its rankmate. This one will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You can taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically to a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. Gained another page. Gained 250 fragments. The chess players watch you carefully. What? Oh, something has changed. Chess players watch you carefully, or an extra move. As you reach the crossroads in Port Cecil, a voice whispers, Pawn to bishop 6. A rearing shape the size of a cottage, rather like a mitered bishop indeed, stands 6 yards to your right. A crevice in its coral side might be a cave mouth.
Yeah, go in.
Yeah, sure. You squeeze through the crevice into a narrow space like a stair. Irregular steps lead down. The silver light is strong here and grows stronger with each step downward. The pulse of the principles. Silvery light fills a sea cave, dripping from the walls. It condenses to pools of whitish fluid on the uneven floor. Sea sound fills the cave, strong and slow, like the long beating of a heart. On a square slab of coral, someone has set up a game of chess. The pieces are different from the one used in London. You see the spiraling bishops, the corner roots, the kin, and the terrible cream. And as you touch each one, a deep voice whispers its name. Move a paw, move a knight, or leave. This is not a place to be. The knights are fanged like lions, and a touch will wound you. A cat's paw, perhaps the skin's paw. This is a safe move. But this is an aggressive move. I guess I'll dip a toe in. Move a paw. Ah, the cavern breathes around you. That felt charming. Thank you are. The game soothes the pangs of disillusion in. But I want so to be less. I am tired of thought. Will you help me? Sleep will not enough. I desire no dreams. Will you help? You gained a pages. Offer assistance with dissolution. In the flow of the air through the cavern, you hear the voice of the principals, langorously pleading. I offer an assistant, it flutes. And Scintillac. You enjoy Scintillac, aren't you? How's our cargo? We only have 5 spaces.
Then we might not want to do it now.
Yeah.
Because we get 7 Scintillac.
Yeah. Let's be content with our port report for the moment.
Although it will also get us a cook, as I recall.
Hmm. 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 I'm leaning on just leaving, at least for now.
Okay.
Just because, you know, having to throw
Okay.
stuff away makes me very sad. An albino moray, huh?
Yeah, watch out for all the monsters in this area.
Yeah. Let's, let's leave. Maybe he won't find us in the fog with the lights off.
If they have the triple eye, then they spot you at least once, but
Yeah,
obviously, yes, you can often get away.
yeah, looks
And you could
like,
also consider using the full speed to the engines.
yeah. We might not even catch fire. Discovered Khan's heart. Oh my.
Well, welcome to the continent.
I didn't expect to find this.
There's another port to the right.
Well, let's dock at the copper quarter first. Khan's heart, London's rival. Let's see, we can seek a commercial license because we don't have a nephrite ring. Conagans dislike merchants, and they dislike foreigners. Foreign merchants include paroxysms of antipathy. Induce paroxysms of antipathy. Perhaps sufficient bribes will buy your way into the nephrite quarter. Take time in the tea house, hire a crew for an exorbitant fee. Wander around, purchase fuel at an outrageous price, purchase supplies at a ludicrous price, or gather a port report with veils, which is a little rough.
But worth it.
Probably worth it. As Connigan's suspicion increases, the action becomes more difficult. We don't have any suspicion, we're just here. Come on now. We failed. We now have 2 Connigan suspicion. Listeners are met with questions and courteous, frightened silence. The back of your neck prickles. Don't turn around. The Khanate generally assume that all foreigners are spies or worse. It would be a shame to disappoint them, but it might be dangerous to prove them right. Let's one more try, right? Okay, they're starting to get actually very suspicious now. I wonder how much a commercial license is. Let's check it, I guess. Not here, Surfacer. Surfacer? So you'll have to go to Khan's Glory, the nearby palaces of the nobility, to seek a license. Fair. Can wander around.
Yeah.
How bad could it possibly be? Shrine of the deep blue heaven. Above the roof of the Neath is a black, impassive, prickled with false stars. The Conagans still remember the sky. You pass an open-walled shrine with a domed roof. The interior is painted a pure, deep indigo. Citizens kneel below it while a blue priest speaks. And as he reaches the climax of his prayer, a rosy golden light swells inside the dome. The worshippers murmur in complacent delight. The dome is now a perfect, heartbreaking morning sky. Blue. A color you haven't seen for how long? Filament bulbs, your bosun whispers importantly beside you. Give me honest gaslight any day. We lost some terror. That's nice. Maybe we can go to the Noble's Quarter and get a port report from there. And maybe a Nephrite ring. There's the Iron Quarter. There's Khan's Gate. Discovered Taimen. There is a port in here. In Khan's Glory. Discovered Eagle. Alright. Here are the palaces of the Khan and his court, each a fortress to itself, sleek lords and ladies in belted robes, breakfast on balconies, and an unlikely antelope peeks at you from a park. Guns rotate easily on motorized gimbals. Okay, lots that we cannot do here. Ask your time and contacts to intercede with the leopard, taking a meeting of no importance. Cruise past the clan palaces. Clan lords are suspicious of spies. And turn back. Khanate gunboat passes the harbor mouth twice. An officer in red and gold uniform scrutinizes you through a spyglass. Best save it for another time. Okay. We can't do anything here. That's awkward. I guess we leave. Is there another port I should know of?
Oh, there is one to the... Like, I would just head north at this point.
Fair enough.
Like, it's at the bottom right of this square. I was trying to say something before you entered the Khan's heart and all that. But there's nothing much at Khan's Shadow.
Fair. Discovered Skylar's End. Azela raises her head and sniffs sharply. Blood on the wind.
This must be, I think, the Sea of...
Ooh, hello. It's the Poet Pirate again.
For $100.
It is a lot. Let's try to get behind her, huh? Ooh, boy. Alright. Nope, nope. We're backing up. We're backing up. We're backing up. We are backing up. Ow. Can't see in all this fog. Stay on, but stay behind. Stay behind. Stay behind. Stay behind. Stay behind. Stay behind. Ah. Oh, the fog cleared. That was nice. How can this lady afford this many flares? Oop, she's backing up. Oh god, she backed up too far. Oh, ow. That hurt a lot. Ugh, fair optimal. Don't turn this way. Thank you. Alright. We defeated the cruiser. Well, let's investigate the wreckage, obviously. Cabin over there, portside. Rescue the pirate poet again, or have an officer rescue. They can bring you your freedom prize. You have more important matters to attend to. Well, that's just rude. We'll rescue them. The pirate poet hauls herself up the rope, nodding her gratitude to the crew. Another battle well fought, Captain, she grunts. Few earn a second verse. Along with her freedom prize, she presents a gift, a cask of wine, saved from the sinking vessel by her own mighty arms. They say it's a fine vintage. My men were saying we're saving it to toast our victory against you. Perhaps you'd join me in a drink to them? I suppose so. We got a cask of wine and 400 echoes, which is good because we'll need that money for repairs.
We come out a fair bit ahead. The port's to the right and down a bit.
Okay, we'll just go along the edge of the scalpel. Which is that? It's a rat barge. 130 hit points, huh? Don't think they've seen
I
us.
don't think they're hostile.
Nuncio. Port's on the south side. So let's give the all clear. Soft wind from the east. The impossible scent of pine. It's a whirlpool.
Yeah, I would avoid those.
Nuncio. Do not return sender. Taciturn functionaries walk the docks in the uniforms of postmen. An enormous crowned statue casts a chilling shadow. The shadows gleam with rats' eyes. Their ceaseless chittering rolls like the tide. Assemble a port report. You may not be familiar with the locals yet, but you can provide a preliminary review. Sure. Statue in the middle of the island. That's hard to miss. There's the way everyone wears a uniform and the way they call each other by their ranks in the postal service. There's also the way the port authorities refer to regulations. There's the jargon, the curious habit of referring to anything used up as cancelled, as though the whole world were made of stamps. You write about the vestigial bureaucracy and about the trappings of order retained far from home. Well, let's explore along the beach, why not? Rocks slip and slither underfoot, but you keep your balance. Every lap of the wave drags up some new letter or parcel, and the face of the water is dotted with them. Far as you can see in this blackness, carried by a powerful current. We can argue with a man holding a broom, assist the man holding a broom, rescue a squashy parcel, or go back to the docks. Let's rescue a parcel. A funny smell, and little wonder, the string of rats within may have once been fresh and, to certain tastes, delectable, is now rather worse for the decay. Giving the parcel's contents a hasty burial is the best you can hope to do. Just before you dispose of it, though, you note the recipient's name and address, a name of some power worth remembering. We got a few fragments, which is kind of bleh.
Yeah, probably the worst result you can get, I think.
Oh, great. Argue with a man holding a broom. He's determined. He keeps shoving letters into the sea, and the sea keeps shoving them back. I'll help him, or something. In the long term, what you're doing won't make the slightest bit of difference. Every sodden bit of paper you fling out to sea will come back in a few hours, but for now you manage to clear a little patch of shore and a few feet on each side. The stones are bare, as they should be. Your companion turns his head towards the sound of your work and gives you a little nod. You're aware of the flotsam of gypsum. You're cultivating friendships with the postman. We lost 5 terror. Nice. Cool. We can study the currents. Certainly have enough pages for this. We failed. It's no use. A few hours of exploration, of squinting out to sea and flinging shiny floats into the water produces no better understanding than before. But we can just keep trying. You make a complete circuit of the island. The whole shoreline is alike, all of it covered in debris, all of it washing steadily inland from every direction. Not the work of some directional current. It's more as though the whole Untersee was draining into Nuncio. Except, of course, the force that did not affect your ship when you came this way. It does not stop ships from leaving. Evidently, it only works on the post. We could succeed it again for no reason. Okay, back to the docks then. Go to the tavern. Faces turn in your direction, but no one seems surprised to have a new arrival at the island. Lit by two roaring fires, one at the end of the room, the bartender is in a postman's uniform, almost like almost all of the patrons. A noseless postal inspector called Blunt Thomas delivers drinks, clears table, and stacks the firewood. We can allow the clattery air to offer her services. She could remove the call from a postal worker, but they wouldn't be a worker anymore, of course. Listen in on tales. Ask why the local currency consists of rats. Ask why the hairless postwoman is hairless. Ask about that big statue. Ask how they must occupy themselves all day. Ask why letters wash ashore here, or just leave. Did we want to come here for some reason?
No.
Okay.
So I mean, you do usually want to let the Clairiere do her thing.
I guess. What is the call? Guess we'll find out, huh? The hairless postwoman won't hear of it, but you do get one taker. I miss London, he says. I'm tired, and the inside of my mouth tastes like stamp glue. Blunt Thomas gives you a bottle of rum and the use of the basement. No amenities, but I don't fancy cleaning the blood off of a better floor. The patient takes off his uniform for the last time and lies on the cold floor. No spectator, says the Clairiere harshly, and puts you out of the room. She comes out later with a scrap of skin from the patient's chest. The patient follows, whistling a tune from Mahogany Hall. We now have a Clattery souvenir and Clattery treatment nuncio. We let the Clairiere make a postman no longer a postman. I'll assume that's good. Let's listen in on some tales. Delicate bottles lowered down chimneys on a rope. Do not fold under any circumstance. Letters curled through a narrow slot. Rattling, groaning crates brought back to the same address every day for 22 days running. The windows they pried open, the servants they bribed, the delivery surcharges they paid out of their own salaries just to get rid of one more packet. It's hard to tell which they hate more, the senders of mail or the recipients. Stands to reason, if the message was a welcome one, they'd tell the other fellow in person, reflects the hairless postwoman. We have gained more cultivating of friendships. So why is the currency rats? The hairless postwoman at the end of the bar smiles mirthlessly, or maybe it's just the lack of eyebrows that does it. Long ago, carrying the things around, you get into the habit, she says. And she tells you that if you stay out late enough, you'll see some postmen making a procession to the center of the island, stringing up rats around the statue like Yuletide decorations in prayer to the ancient deity of the place. From the coughing and choking elsewhere in the pub, you'd guess this is a story they often tell to newcomers. I think they're lying. So, why are you hairless? Faux pas. No, she says, curt, not pleased you asked. Still had eyebrows when I came to Nuncio. The postwoman at the next bench diverts you, speaks in a low voice. Lots of people find habits when they can't deliver the post anymore. This one has a plucking habit. Best learn not to notice. You glance up. The hairless postwoman is still glaring at you. We have lost cultivating friendships. Okay. How about that big
Rude.
old statue? Oh, that. It's all of us, isn't it? Sort of the spirit of the island. Most of them don't seem troubled for more of an explanation than that, though the hairless postwoman tells you it didn't always look like a fallen London postman at all. It used to have a different face and a more old-fashioned outfit. That's weird. So, what do you guys, do all day? Big building, center of town, hard to miss. You can work there too, if you want. It's not clear whether this is a generous offer or a threat. You now know where the Dead Letters office is, and we've gotten a bit more friendship with them. Could ask why the letters wash ashore here. Maybe they'll even know. It's the pull, they tell you. Dead letters are like so many from iron fillings drawn to Nuncio. See for yourself, suggests the hairless postwoman. Go down to the shore, collect up a bunch of what's washed there, and you'll feel it soon enough. Saves time for the rest of us, says another voice. Apparently beach scavenging is a civic duty hereabouts, like working in the dead letter office. Okay, so we're familiar with the pool, but we have not changed our friendship. But we gained 10 fragments. I don't know. Could ask to borrow a uniform. Or ask why the postman came here. I don't know. Ask to borrow a uniform, why not? Alright. They're polite, even apologetic about your request. You're welcome here and welcome to take shifts at the Dead Letter office, but you cannot wear the uniform unless you're a postal employee back in fallen London. Regulations. Blunt Thomas lets you have a look at his uniform jacket at least. Neat stitching, gilded buttons, a thin but dignified circle of braid at the collar. Inside a patch that goes over the heart stretched with 6 red letters. You can't read it, but it makes your eyes itch and your scalp feel like burning. You gained another friendship. Also, my throat hurts. I need more water.
Plan.
It's a lot of reading.
Yep.
Well, I guess we ask why the postman came here. Their stories have different beginnings: boredom, frustration, a fellow who was overwhelmed by guilt after a missed delivery, but they always end the same way. Undeliverable letters and parcels accumulating over months or years, attempts to ignore the undeliverable, to shove it into a desk or carry it in the bottom of the bag, an increasing preoccupation with these items, and finally a decision to meet the compulsion, to go to Nuncio and try to be rid at last of the remnants. The postmen do not bring the dead letters to Nuncio, the letters bring the postman. Could just do a shift, I guess, out of curiosity. Blunt Thomas takes you around the office, a small collection room where those retrieving letters may state their business. A much larger set of black offices where newly arrived letters and parcels are collected and stored. A dank, briny smell that never goes away, presumably because so many of the parcels have spent time in the water before they arrived here. In the back room is a machine manned, ratted, by a postal rat, a Rattus Faber in a pinstriped hat. It shovels sludge-damp letters into the machine's hopper, and they come out dried, cleaned, and pressed, and sorted into slots by size and quality of paper. We can study the machines, ask the postal rat for a key to the basements, which we can do because we've cultivated enough friendship. Converse with the postal rat. Why doesn't it make a machine like this one back in London? Might lead to fewer dead letters in the first place. Sure, let's talk. Oh, no, that wouldn't be permitted at all. There are strict rules about the initial handling and sorting of post. Experimental machine might mangle the letters. It's only the dead material that are unimportant enough to be entrusted to a Rattus Faber. His voice isn't bitter, but he twists on a coil so hard that it could spring sideways out of the machine and ping off your shoe. Cultivated a bit more friendship. Let's see. We can only do this when something awaits us at port. That's a shame, because we can ask for the key to the basements. There are doors that you've never seen open. Surely you can be trusted. He's surprised by the request. Most postmen don't like it down there, and no one ever asks for a key, but he'll cut you a new one. Just be careful in there and come out if you start to feel wrong. Okay. Just go right in, I guess. You had expected a few shelves of supplies, more files of letters a few years older? No. It's a pit. It's a pit so deep that lantern light does not show the bottom. A spiral walkway descends along a wall, and that spiral opens wider as it goes, as if you were looking through the narrow end of a very large shell. Lining this walls are shells and nooks, unevenly sized. Some are are a few inches square and contain single scrolls of papyrus. Others support crates bigger than coffins. They're made of woody fungus, grown to meet requirements. There are no marks of carpentry or of the postal rat's handiwork. 3 turns down the spiral and you can't breathe. Time to leave. You can come back later. Maybe. We gained 5 terror, and we now have explored the lower basements. Hey, rat, what was that? They say it's been there since before we came, before there were Londoners underneath, before there was a dead letter office. There was someone else, and they built the last layer on top of what was there before, and so on. When you press him a little further, he says, I've been down there, didn't like it much, but I wanted to test my machine. Thought if I could handle some of the very old dead letters, that'd be a good sign. You know, evidence the machine was in working order. Good, strong sorting categories and so forth. He pauses. There's letters down there that set your hair on fire if you so much as look at 'em. See the bald patch on my left leg? That wasn't a machine accident. Oh no, singed right off as soon as I put my nose onto one of them letters. Ooh, we now have an extraordinary implication. That's pretty valuable. Okay. If we had candles, we could descend into the basement with flame, but we do not have any. We could also just descend into the basement with our own mirror skills, which is bad. I'm good. I think I'll leave. I think my shifts are done. I've had about enough terror as I can handle. And, feels like that's it. Although, apparently, we can take again the surroundings? Sure. Depths below. Striking the ground causes the stones to shift and rattle. It's hard at first to hear anything more than that. If you try long enough and strike hard enough, the whole beach shivers like the surface of a drum. The flotsam letters quiver and align themselves in co-eccentric circles around the point of impact. The next wave brings ashore 3 or 4 times the usual freight.
I'm back.
Welcome back. There's a lot of weird things, but doesn't seem like anything I can do.
No. That is, as a no, as in that is correct.
Yeah. Well, I guess we leave. Hopefully not run into any more giant sea beasts. Just a big statue of a postman grasping a rat. Very normal. Very, very normal. Normal things.
Sure. Normal.
Exactly. Rat barge is trying to kill us. Uh-oh.
Huh.
Rude. If we cut the lights, we might be able to lose them. I'm not a big fan of doing battle with a hull at half.
Yeah.
What a wonderful score of music we've wandered into. Palmerston's Beach. There's brimstone on the wind.
Hey, found it.
That's a whirlpool. Your crew's terror is reaching dangerous levels. Thanks for that. Probably fine. What's this? Don't even know. But it's not trying to kill us, so I guess we're okay.
I think. Not sure whether it will or not. The devil ship.
Ah. Scent of the Z's, salt and sailors, black spices.
Yeah, Mount Palmerston should be just up ahead.
The Avid Horizon.
Oh, okay, never mind. Palmerston's to the right. You're at the Avid Horizon now. You might as well go north. Go north. The port inside it.
Oh, good. This place is a little creepy.
A little bit.
Avid Horizon. This is the end. Two vast winged shapes guard the gate of something like resin, smooth but uneven. It is deep gant, the color that remains when all their colors have been eaten. Ice crusts over the crack between its valves. Approach and your breath freezes. Falls tinkling in shards from the air. Freezes and falls tinkling in shards from the air. Would be utterly foolish to touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere, passes without effort through your bridge coat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. Let's gather intelligence, such as there is to gather, out here where nothing moves. Stillness itself is of interest to the Admiralty. It is not impossible someone foolish might attempt to open up the gate. It's not inconceivable that it might open from the other side, and what then? Your journey here may attract the attention of a certain Crimson patron. Return your port report to the Admiralty in London to unlock a new story. Cool! That's fun.
That's the adventurer.
The what?
The guy. The Crimson Adventurer, whatever.
Oh. Hey, Diggs. Having a good stream. Thanks for asking. Look into the stars.
I do not advise this course of action.
That's fair. Open the high gate. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. The ice by the gate's edge, there was a whisper about a hunting quest and a final revenge. I could do this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, this is what the rumors meant. A hunter frozen in the ice. Hands contorted to claws, mouth agape. With her left hand, she'd plucked her own eye from the socket. It lies very close to the surface of the ice. If the stories are true, there's a dark virtue in that eye. Take it then. But perhaps you should put it in a jar. We now have a hunter's eye. The description is, eat the flesh of the deep lurkers and your eyes will change. We lost a bunch of fragments, but that's fine, I guess, because we got an eye.
Indeed.
Cool. Let's leave and not come back, unless we have a really good reason.
Alright, south and to the left. There is the other port of this area. Chapel of Lights.
Ah. That's a lovely spot. Probably.
A little more south.
What in the butt is that?
It's probably Mount Nomad.
Oh, okay. Let's not get anywhere near that.
Yeah, don't, because he'll kill us.
Yep. Probably one-shot us. Chapel of Lights. Furtive faithful gather in the shadows between the many, many candles. A bell tolls in the chapel tower, cracked iron laughter. Beware, this island is full of voices. Gather intelligence, sure. A smiling priest in a red cassock tends the chapel. The congregation are shy of light. They come and go in little ships, and it's strangely difficult to count them. Perhaps some of them are imaginary. Still, you note the name of a ship or two. You have a port report. Lovely. Smiling priest unlocks the door to the storehouse with you. Here, he says, eat, but take nothing away with you. We can clear our hunger. Give a nightmare to the well. You don't have any nightmare menaces or tend to service. Great bell tolls, a few ragged faithful gather for St. Arthur's lesson. Looks like it takes 5 supplies.
Does.
That's a lot of supplies.
At this stage, yes.
Yeah. I mean, we could eat of the chapel's bounty. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. Rich and red, they have stark shark streaks plucked from the sea, thin slices of cavern tuna, translucent and delicate as paper, little crimson cakes flavored with cinnamon and coated with poppy seeds, tomatoes, impossibly ripe and sweet so far from the surface. Gorge yourself, leave with juices dripping from your chin. You've lost all your hunger. Pretty nice. Maybe if we were a little bit more flush with supplies, I would attend the service, but we're definitely not.
Alright, now straight to the east for Mount Palmerston.
Yep. Gonna hit the lights with Mountain Nomad over there. Wait till he turns around. Alright. Chug, chug, chug. It's weirdly soothing just hearing the chug of the engines in the black until this music kicks in. I see lava and obsidian. And a giant caldera. Ooh, and a corsair who wants to kill us. Maybe hit the lights and flee?
A good plan. If you get to port, you do lose any hostile attention.
Whew. Mount Palmerston. Brimstone. Always brimstone. Alright. Sullen lights glow green at the jetty's edge. Behind the port buildings, the island is knee-deep in ash. There are ruins here and there of houses destroyed by fire, and far above, the mountain's top flickers red. Just for an instant. Let's see, we can engage an officer, the merciless Modeste, who is a first officer. We do not have enough linen to hire them, though, sadly. But we can deliver our smuggled souls here, and I would love to get that out of our hold as fast as possible. You give the hooded shape a sign of recognition. It hisses the reply you expected. You hand over the crate and receive a chitty marked with a thief sign. You'll receive the promised remuneration back in London. I'm glad that's over with. Explore the island, chat to the port folk, which we need for the port report, so let's do that. Yes. There was a revolution in hell, and the aristocracy of the devils fled here. Here they plot in exile. A shrug and a curse. They don't do us any harm. They stay up there, and we stay down here. If hell's fighting itself, that's good for us all, ain't it? We now have a port report for Mount Palmerston. Okay, we could dig among the ruins with supplies. Not what I'd like to do. Can't take note of a veiled woman because we do not have a bunch of stuff. Could explore the island. Maybe go up the crater. Why not?
Yeah.
Up the road. Do they admit visitors to the Brimstone Convention? Probably not. But you never know. They might sell tickets. Above the bay, look down and see Port Palmerston like a toy and the ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. Rest a little before you go the last half mile. The Wistful Deviless. The road to the crater ends at a brass gate in the crater wall. Beside it stands an oddly charming little cottage. It's thrown together from pumice and basalt, but it features honeysuckle. An equally charming Deviless in a tea gown leans against the cottage wall, twirling a parasol and fanning herself. I am the guardian of this place, she remarks languidly. You may not pass, but can I offer you a cup of Amarilla tea? Tea with the Deviless. Amarilla? That's not one of the poisonous ones, is it? You're pretty sure it's not. So we can take tea or just refuse. Let's take tea, obviously. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, just polite.
No doubt she'd be much less pleasant if you tried to break down that gate, but just now she's a courteous, soft-voiced woman in a tea gown. The tea is hot and nutty and rather pleasant. She asks about your voyages. She's desperate for news of London, its mists, its nights, its sick, its poor, its fires. She tactfully turns aside questions about the convention, but she shares some of the secrets of the Neath. Come see me again, she says, next time you're here. She shrugs gracefully. Bring me a present, if you like. And next time... that's about it. We have encountered the Wistful Deviless. And I think that took our ability to have something happen in port.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we could dig for the ruins. Fuel's actually very cheap here.
Yep, it is cheaper than London. And supplies are only a little more expensive, so this is a great spot to resupply. Do you know that we want to buy 7 Zoops?
It's true. We do have a mission to get 7 Zoops. So let's get 7 Zoops. Excellent. And yeah, supplies are only a touch more expensive.
Yeah, like not worth it. I mean, they're 2 echoes more.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we couldn't use more fuel. We are a ways from London.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's literally cheaper here to refuel than
Yeah.
London.
Just worried about overfilling our cargo, I guess.
That's fine.
Alright. Got 20. That's probably very, very good. Could buy some Devil Bone dice. Or an ambiguous Aoth. I'm not sure if that's, like, good or not.
I mean, I wouldn't get them. It'd be kind of nice if you could, like store them, but since you can't, I would not buy them.
Yeah. Sorry. Runny nose, 1 sec. I'm really annoyed your reactive image has been this persnickety this whole time.
Oh well.
Hey, there it goes. Apparently I just had to poke it a bunch. Okay, great. Now
Well,
you're my bear again. There's a...
huzzah!
Alright, well, we finally offloaded those souls, so that's a weight off my mind. So the only thing left to do is to decide where to go now.
Well, I mean, so we could visit Irem to the east.
Oh yeah, that place.
So yeah, I mean, just gain the port report is pretty useful, and then if we want to, we could then So we could get basically the top right of the map here, and then go down, and then the two boxes right below us, and the ones on the far side, because Aestival and Empire of Hands is on the far right.
We do need to get to the Empire of Hands.
Yeah, there's the north and south. Polythreme is in one of the two squares below us.
Well, let's go to the right first. Hi? The lookout shouts. Far above, the false stars in the cavern roof are shifting. A rare and ominous event. What now? You can record the change and assign a name. If the new ship seems well omened, your crew may be cheered. Who knows? It's a coin flip. Or eyes on the deck. Forbid them to look. You can't really stop them, but you can at least discourage discussion. They won't like it, but it's safer. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Yeah.
The raid wheel. One sailor claims it resembles the sun, another a Hindu mandala cross. A third suggests the rose widow of the Chartres Cathedral. This excites mockery. Nevertheless, the reaction is positive. We lost some terror. Excellent.
Huzzah.
That could have been probably much worse. I think we found Irem.
Where Irem lies, will lie, as always lain.
But it changes a lot.
Yeah.
Irem, none have ever spoken truthfully of this place. The pillared city, she will rise from the sea in the ice-like dawn. She will be garlanded with red and decked with gold. The seventh serpent will watch you longingly from its high pedestal. You will always arrive as a stranger, but when you leave, some part of you will always remain. Compile a report. You record what you've seen. When you will sit down to write the report, you will recall that it was written already. Who wrote it? The report records that it was already written when it was found. Who found it? The report describes another report which will indicate the name of the finder. Where's the other report? There's a footnote which describes when you will record its location. When will that be? When all is well and all manner of things is well. Sure, that's a report. Very useful report. Okay, if we paid them in coffee, we could rest at the house, but we do not have any coffee. And we can buy things for secrets here, which seems like a bad idea.
Except the empty. Oh, buy a strange catch. As the
Oh yeah,
Clattery Air wants one.
Clattery Air, right. Sure, why not? Curio, the mirror matchbox, parabola linen. What is all this? We can exchange our we could buy Tale of Terrors for Z Memories of Shores and Z Stories. That's confusing. Also, we can buy secrets for 1,000 echoes, which is a lot.
Indeed.
It's nice to know we can buy it here, though. Anyway, let's talk to the Clattery Air. She becomes more talkative when she has something to cut. Perhaps you can get her to say more about her father with a strange catch. Shall we?
Yeah.
Who was he then? There's flensing, deboning, and an orderly arranging of scales from large to small. This was the creature's favorite organ, she says, working briskly with tweezers and a blade. Don't touch it, the purple bits are toxic. She only turns to personal matters when she's had a chance to rinse her fingers. I get my proficiency with metal from both sides of the family, she says, watching her expression closely. Then, Mother was a favorite with Mr. Iron, she says only that they work together, that Mr. Iron sponsored her work and provided her with tools, sharper tools that do not bend so easily. Alright. We can ask about Mr. Iron if we have a live specimen, but we cannot tell her about her father still. Could also increase our hearts, which is like not a crazy thing to do. We have a ridiculous amount of secrets right now. Could also improve our veils with the tireless mechanic.
It does lower
Tear.
the chances for enemies to see us.
It is nice. I mean, we want to improve our stats no matter what anyway, so, like, you know. And we have 19 secrets, so feels fine to spend a couple of them on stat gains for sure. Alright. Alright, we're sitting at 40 veils now. That's okay. So where do we get a live specimen? Good question.
Somewhere.
Guess we'll leave Irem. Can't do much without coffee beans.
No.
So I guess we'll just go.
It just goes straight south.
Okay. Chugga 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 chugga.
Anyway, live specimens are usually the result of like a random challenge
Nice what?
when you're exploring in town. A random challenge exploring in town.
Ah. A glorious dreadnought. That's bad.
Avoid that.
Yeah. Hit the lights. Go far away, preferably.
I think this is the Empire of Hands, though.
It looks an awful lot like a jungle. Let's give the all clear.
Yeah, the port will be on the head and like around this island on the right.
There it is. On the other side of the island, sadly, but, you know.
Had to dodge the dreadnought.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice that this was here,
Totally.
as opposed to further south.
Discovered Port Stanton. Oh, if you ever need extra speed, click the full power icon. It will add another barrel of fuel to the engine. This is occasionally hazardous. Why would you tell me this? A stern reminder from the Admiralty. In the name and by the power of Her Enduring Majesty, a trade embargo and quarantine in absolute perpetuity has been declared on the Empire of Hands. No ship in London is to permit aboard a Pentecost ape without express and prior permission of the Admiralty. Any and all acts of spearfage are prohibited. They know what they did. Beware of stowaways and keep a tight grip on your soul. Excerpt from the Standard Naval Regulations, Volume 4. I guess I should point out that spearfers are people who take souls out of people's bodies to sell to devils. Anyway, the flea-ridden mayor. With the regulations in mind, it's surprised to be greeted by a mere itchy monkey in a tattered yellowed robe, barely walking with the help of a ceremonial staff. "Hello!" cries the mayor in a broken voice of one not yet used to human speech. "Come, make selves at home! All souls welcome in bountiful empire of hands." The crew shifts uncomfortably. They know the stories. It will take more than the natural beauty of this place to make most of them risk shore leave here. Port Stanton. We can take an audience. We can go to the Zeppelin. Oh yeah, this is where we needed the strategic information from.
Yep.
So let's The Admiral commissioned you to gather information here at the Empire's Edge. It's difficult, but you could pick up a few scraps. The barely sold monkeys of Port Stanton mutter together in a dozen bastardized dialects, invented stories, gossip 20 years old, intimate revelations from the scraps of subconscious knowledge that adhere to souls. The effect of sampling a rich, fascinating stew that might just possibly contain rat droppings. The Admiral would regard this mission as a failure, but others might be interested. We have an intriguing snippet and a Z story. Cool. Can we compile a port report? Prepare a comprehensive port report. If you have reason to believe the waters this far east, especially the trade embargo, the Admiral will pay especially well for up-to-date intelligence, but we need to have explored basically everything. Gosh. Let's see, we can have a week. Can't do a week call for help. We can have an audience with the flea-ridden mayor, which I guess we can just do. Go to the Zeppelin.
Yep.
Alright. The flea-ridden mayor scratches himself on a chair made of crates, surrounded by boxes of long-rotten trade goods. As a 5-souled ape, he would be able to petition for membership of the court. For now, the trade embargo has left him trapped on the outside, a 3-souled overseer with no talent for order. Sell your soul to the mayor. Nope. In better times, being the overseer of Port Stanton gave the incumbent their pick of visitors to the Empire. Now it's as thankless a task as any to be found in the Neath. Could acquire fresh supplies with 20 echoes. Like, it's not great.
No,
Acquire...
this is the standard price.
Oh, it is. Could be oddly useful. Acquire emergency fuel. Fuel? Got fuel. Not cheap, not free. Can be arranged. London money, okay. Put on table. Lock on docks, yes? Fuel will cost a hefty 40 echoes per barrel. Supplies might not be crazy to buy at this juncture.
No, you can buy like 2 or 3 supplies.
Yeah. Berries, fruits, and more. Most of them are unpalatably bitter, but they will do you and your crew no harm in the short term. Alright. Get a few supplies. So the only thing else we can do here is sell our soul, so I'm gonna just excuse myself. Thank you. Could go to the Zeppelin or have some shore leave. Let's visit the Zeppelin first. 2 monkey guards wielding rifles and rusty bayonets block the bridge. This is not for your eyes, outsider. Avert them, walk away, walk faster. Good human. Okay, I guess we will not be going to the Zeppelin. So I guess the only thing we can do is have shore leave here.
Yeah, explore the other islands.
Hmm?
Oh, you're in the Port Stanton list right now. You can go to Zailing the Empire of. Yeah, on the bottom right.
Oh, there is a thing there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Communal wooden boats offer free passage to all travelers willing to row between islands. This better be a lot of money for this report. Go to Sovereign Island. A wooden palace stretches across the whole island. Passage to it is lit by a field of tiny glim buoys. Heart of the Empire. Many boats circle the island, all keeping their distance. The one that gets closest is an extended rowboat painted in yellows, whites, and reds. 4 servant monkeys strain at the oars while its true passenger sits in comfort behind a gauze curtain. Just for a moment an eye catches yours, but only for a moment. It would not do for a high-souled ape to see something so beneath its notice. Now explored Sovereign Island. Today, the sprawling place is called the Wildweald Court. Tomorrow, who knows? The world of the Pentecost apes is one of cruel whimsy, where stolen traditions last only as long as their amusement. We would need a gift for the Monkey Emperor to gain access to the court. We do not have that, so I guess we will leave. The guards stare at you as you row away. It will take some effort to ingratiate yourself here. Perhaps if you found something on one of the other islands. Hint, hint. Scouting trip. The Ash Isthmus. Neither man nor ape claims this volcanic remnant between islands. Haunted, they say. Ridiculous. The trip offers a little time to think on the Penties. Technically, they are monkeys rather than apes, but it is not tactful to remind them of this. To their high-souled faces. Their accepted name is the Pentecost Apes. In private, though, the bloody monkeys is about as common. It is, one might say, an ad hominem insult.
Ad hominoid insult.
Ad hominoid. God damn it. Anyway, parasynthetic vegetation thrives in the Empire's hands, fertile soil and cool humidity. Wide, natural paths run between clumps of trees, softly, and lit by the dim green glow and the occasional glimmer of false stars through the canopy. Only the crackling of leaves and the soothing sounds of water break the serenity of this volcano-forged paradise. We've explored the Ash Isthmus. We can hunt for supplies, and I'm very surprised that our 60 pages is still a very tough challenge. What the heck?
I mean, sometimes, you never know what the good and bad results are.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like the failing might be a fine result where you just get some supplies.
It's true. I mean, we can try. How hard could it be? Failed. You gain 10 hunger. The vomiting is long and thunderous. Fortunately, that's the worst of it, and it could easily have been worse. We ate a very bad berry. Oops. One more. Oh, we succeeded. A meal of berries. Some are sweet, some are sour. None are as tempting as this plate of salted pork with the worms already picked out, but they'll fill a corner of two perfectly acceptably. We lost a little bit of hunger. 5. Very, very little. Alright. Now let's relax in a hot spring, then. You slip out of your itchy clothes and into the welcoming caress of hot, deep water. The salts and sweats of Zailing life melt away as you simply float, bare and free. Above, false stars glimmer bright enough to be worth a wishing on. All around, the glow of trees. Gotta sneeze.
Bless you.
Pardon me. I could not mute before I sneezed. Thank you. Thank you for the Gesundheit. Yeah, we're still going. Oh wow, it's been 5 hours. Gosh.
It has.
No wonder my throat got sore. Anyway, how long has it been since you've had a moment like this? Since London? Longer? Lost 5 terror. Excellent. Black beaches give way to an oasis of gently glowing trees. And now we think. A thought for the past? Z captains are born and Z captains are raised. You think back on the day you learned it was your path. Ambition brought you this far in your journey, and one way or another, ambition will end it. Have you changed on your journey? Have you changed on your journeys? Has it? Thought for the East. Few sailors are resourceful enough to get this far, or the stories where stories end and myths begin. Thought for the Z. As mysterious and deadly as the first day you set sail on her, she remains your mistress in your kingdom. Or let this moment be yours and yours alone, not wasted on worldly concerns. I don't know. Thought for the East. We've gotten this far. It's pretty cool. From here, the lights of home are just a memory. The Z is blacker, its tail is more guarded. It's not enough to simply keep sailing. None who try ever return home. Perhaps that's the price demanded by Salt, as you've overheard the crew darkly murmur when they think no one hears. But that doesn't mean that... Wait, what was that? Sounded like giggling. A tiny blonde girl perches, watching on a rock. Her innocent grin is spiced with mischievous glee. She moves like a monkey, but she giggles like an imp. At the look on your face at being caught bathing in her hot spring, and the one that floods onto it as she scoops up your clothes. Shipwrecked as a baby and raised by the Empire of Hands, she now plays between the worlds of ape and men, neither quite one nor entirely of the other. We can demand she put those down at once, or we can desperately swim to get our clothing back.
Curse these relaxed limbs.
Oh, you put those down at once, madam. The anger only makes it funnier. The monkey foundling sticks out her tongue, grins, and scampers off into the forest on all fours, your stolen possessions in the leather bag slung over her back. Her giggling echoes from deep in the forest as you splash after her in your goosebumps. Well, we can chase the monkey foundling. Damn it, you can't return to the crew like this, or let them stare. Let the tongues volunteer them for a whipping. Well, obviously we chase them. Into the forest. The branches scrape against your skin. The damp mud squishes between your toes. There's no sign of the monkey foundling, but her tracks are easily followed. Forest clearing. The footprints led here. She's not even attempted to hide them. It's as if she wants you to follow. Ouch! Your hand slaps to your stinging buttock. The little stone lands in the dirt as a familiar giggle comes from above. You look to see the monkey foundling dangling upside down from a branch by her legs, a blowpipe in hand and a bag just out of your reach. Tantalizingly so. Taking a breath, you politely, very politely, request that she return your damned clothes now. The monkey foundling listens and gives it some thought, tapping her blowpipe against her lip as she decides. Say please. Please. Pretty please. Pretty please, with an imaginary cherry on top if she likes. Pretty please, she asks, stifling a giggle. Damn it, it's freezing. How much longer? Pretty please? Pretty please? She asks, poker-faced. Pretty please! Your anguished plea echoes through the trees, getting very tempted to throw a rock. You appear to have pretty pleased her, and she decides you deserve a reward. She fishes in her bag and generously throws you a sock. A single, solitary sock. She learns a few new swear words as she races off across the branches, near doubled up with laughter. Oh god. This is bad. Pursue her. She moves effortlessly through the branches. I succeed! A trap. You
Nice.
spot the looped rope in time to jump over it, avoiding what would otherwise have been a nasty trip into the air. The monkey foundling looked disappointed. This is not one of your regrets. The chase continues. The monkey foundling slides down a vine in front of you, and she sticks out her tongue and scampers through a break in the trees. A marsh of terrible stench. It is a place that skunks would think twice of entering, if the Empire of Hands had such creatures. The monkey foundling, of course, is unconcerned, as much at home here as she is high in the branches or running through forest paths. She almost dances effortlessly across a thin fallen tree that crosses the mire, surrounded by the foulest bubbling mud that has ever invaded your nostrils. She balances in the middle, daring for you to try to follow. Another high-risk challenge, or give her a taste of her own medicine. Pranks, you'll show her how they're done. We can do this because we have 44 iron.
No, you can't do it. You need 60 iron.
Oh, balls.
If you could kick the tree and make her fall into the swamp.
God, I wish I'd trained iron more. Crossing is
Surely this is what it was for, not, shooting stuff.
truly. The crossing is treacherous, particularly when one's hands are torn between modesty and balance. Attempt it. You Slowly cross the marsh. It's slow going. Your muddy feet slide against the thin trunk as it buckles and strains under your weight. Inch by inch, step by step, you slowly make your way across. Until, bored, the monkey foundling suddenly jumps up and down hard. The trees rolls under your feet. Your balance fails. You slip, tumble, and are embraced by the marsh whose smell will never leave you. You fight to the surface, streaming brown and dripping green, violently coughing up a gagging throatful of the foul slime. The monkey foundling sits cross-legged in the safety of the trees, holding her nose as she points and laughs. The monkey foundling dances. She pirouettes on a tree stump, saluting you as you approach. But then a screeching Pentecost ape drops from the branches. The shock on the monkey foundling's face makes it clear this is not part of her game. Its rage is focused entirely on her, the ghost of the Ash Isthmus, and the bright soul with which it can uplift itself to glory. It limps from some trap earlier, its fur blood-soaked and glistening. It lunges at the monkey foundling, who half rolls, half falls off the stump, and yelps as it catches her by the leg. She rolls, shrieks her own howl, and she lashes back with a kick that shatters fang and splits its lip. This only further enrages the frothing ape as it strikes. Well, we can either help the monkey foundling, though we hate her with every fiber of her being, or we can just say, she got it coming. Can't torture you and then expect your assistance. I'm going to sneeze again. Alright, well. As much as I deeply wish harm upon her, I cannot abide her death by monkey for a few childish pranks, right?
I mean, I would agree. You are talking about whether to let a child get murdered, after all.
Yeah. She really, really deserves it. Like, really deserves it. Alright, fine, we're helping. You reach for a stone and bring it crashing down onto the distracted ape's head. Its skull cracks, dampness spreading. It collapses to the ground, hard. It's not a child's face that looks up at you. Still, you reach a hand down. The monkey foundling just stares at it for a moment, something human returning as the adrenaline fades. For a moment, it almost looks as if she'll take it, but no, she leaps up on her own, bounding away towards the dark safety of her jungle, and then stops, hesitates. She looks back and tilts her head, beckoning for you to follow. It's a look that suggests that the game is over, but perhaps not quite finished. A small hut in the middle of the forest. Is this where she lives? Why would she lead you here, of all places? The monkey foundling herself is nowhere to be seen, but she's left you something. It sits outside the hut, carefully placed by a large happy face drawn in the black sand. A little prize for being such a good sport. Your clothes, however, are nowhere to be seen, of course, as the monkey part of her would no doubt demand. Where would the fun be in that? I got an outlandish artifact, which is pretty nice. But where the f are my clothing? Oh no. There's nothing. We can only return to the ship. No. 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 Fuck. The crew reacts with the expected amount of sympathy to your naked return, which is to say, exactly none. By the time you board the ship, every last crew member is on hand to see and cheer, with more than a couple of letting off of flares as impromptu fireworks. It is many, many days before the needling ceases and you're able to give an order without first scouring it for innuendo. On the plus side, it does boost at least the rest of the ship's mood while it lasts, and you have a new treasure for your collection. You've had worse days. You've lost 10 terror. But you have gained a great, great deal of regret.
Good times.
Was it, though? I feel like it
Yeah,
wasn't.
for the rest of the crew.
Very, very, very funny. Alright, Fountainhead Island. The Empire of Hands is hardly as old as they pretend, but Mimicry and theft infuses their whole culture. If the Penties had come to think that rulers should be buried in ancient temples, then it's ancient temples they will build. Hardly be the first times their attempts to mirror humanity have entirely missed the point. Alright, so we can return to the boat or see the temple in the forest. We can't do a treasure hunt unless we have an ancient-ish treasure map. But alright. In a clearing of parasynthetic trees looms an imposing structure of wood and stone. It's the Vault of the First Emperor. Stretches through the forest in a number of styles, each designed by the whims of the latest Pentecost apes, who felt it needed to be made much grander. It would take a dedicated team to break in and uncover its secrets. Perhaps you'll bring one here later. But not today, apparently. We leavin'. We have explored Fountainhead. And finally, Hearthsake Island. The
Also,
thin...
I don't know if you said it, but it said there might be someone in Fallen London who would be interested in exploring this more.
I did not see that. Because I'm rage clicking through most of this now. The Blumenbach Quarantine. The Admiralty has never stated precisely why it seeks to keep the Empire confined, though most opposition to it fades once said opposers actually encounter a Pentecost ape. They have been easy to corral, however. They do not lack wit. There is not an inventive bone in their hairy bodies, and no amount of stolen humanity has taught them the art of creating engines. Alright, the survivors of a pirate expedition have stolen this land where apes are unwelcome except as an entree. We can see the lost treasure hunter or approach a village. Greasy smoke and guiltily tempting aromas rise from a collection of huts around a long beached pirate ship and a field of pointedly impaled monkeys. Let's approach. An explosion almost takes off your head. Sorry about that, booms the boisterous pirate, lowering a smoking blunderbuss as bits of shattered tree rain down. New arrival, are we? Well, if you haven't got a tail, you're all right by me. He squints, momentarily suspicious. You don't have a tail, do you? Wouldn't put it past the thieving little buggers to go shaving one of their own. Wouldn't know fair play if it kicked 'em right up the arse. His voice is louder than his blunderbuss. The congealed meat juices in his thick beard are better not considered. It was not madness that drove these pirates to cannibalism, but years of being shipwrecked without the comfort of meat. After a while, any meat would do. They seem the friendly sort, and are shocked at the idea that they would ever be such poor hosts as to eat guests. But then they have no shortage of supplies. We return to the boat. The sea is quiet and the journey is pleasingly uneventful. You've not been eaten by cannibal pirates. All things considered, a successful trip. I guess we can now prepare a comprehensive port report. Few have reason to brave the waters this far east, especially with the trade embargo. The Admiralty will pay handsomely for a well up-to-date intelligence. You now have a comprehensive port report. Certainly took long enough. Let's see, Zeppelin is still off leave.
Oh, you still got shore leave.
Still a shore leave. We could look for a rowboat, but they're all taken because I think we've explored everything.
Yep.
Alright, we'll have shore leave, why not? I hope. Deep in the forest, an important-looking ape in yellow robes oversees two lesser monkeys as they dig a hole into the ground. Having dropped a strange-looking idol into the pit and covered it up, one scrapes a deep X over it, while the other slides a map into a bottle, corks it, and then scampers off to throw it into the Z. Curious. However, any treasure hunter who may find the map and follow it here will be out of luck. You gained an artifact. It's really nice. They're very valuable.
Indeed.
Poke around the shore, but there's nothing really here anymore. Yeah. Path to the jungle becomes dark and treacherous, the predatory eyes of desperate monkeys staring from behind every bush and tree. Exploring this island will have to wait for a more auspicious day. Fair enough. Okay. Well,
That's that.
yep. Look at this place. We're leaving. Oh boy.
So, we could do I don't know. There's two things that we kind of want to find nearby. One is polychrome, which is somewhere to the west. It's either west one or west one down one.
That's fair.
And the other one is Aestival, which is somewhere straight south.
Didn't we have a quest to go to Aestival?
Yes. The Cannoneer.
Right. I mean, we have 16 fuel. Why not both .jpeg is my feeling.
Yeah. We can do that.
Alright. Let us launch. And hopefully not die.
Fingers crossed. I don't think there's a glorious dreadnought. South. I think it's only on the north.
Yeah. Entered a small fog bank. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe we'll find polythreme this way. Or a giant sea monster. One or the two. Chugga 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 chugga. Alright, slightly shallower waters, that's nice. We discovered the Tides of Appetite. I believe that's polythreme.
Yep. Next thing says it.
Oh, hi. It's a Clayman galley, which we would rather not tangle with at half health. Extraordinarily far from any port or home or way to repair.
Well, we're not actually, because they're kind of in the way. Actually, hit M at the map. Yeah, there's polythreme. No, that's okay, you're at Godfall there. There's a port. You can see it now.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything to do at Godfall, but it's a port.
Yeah, and get the port report. Yeah, we went past polythreme, unfortunately.
That's fair. Yeah, they're still coming after us, huh? I would sure prefer it if they die. That was a dock.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
It's very hard to see. Alright, Godfall. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't here when this one did. Ah. The brawling bearded men who live here call themselves monks. They pay lip service to Saint Stasselite, which fell from the roof. Their chief interests, however, seem to be wine, blood, and shouting. I see. They escort you to a cell. You used to be a Zailer. We were hoping you could help us out with what's wrong. Of wine. We don't have enough wine for them, sadly. Don't have a hunting trophy for them. But let's get the report at least. They're eager to talk about their history. The Stasselite, they assure you, is one of the citadels of the starred men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder, with their vow of celibacy? They become vague and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of passing shipping. How curious. We can speak with the monks about their newest member. You can, I
Yeah, I
guess,
mean, why not?
the supplicant. An old bearded man sits cross-legged and naked in God's Fall's smallest monastic cell. At the sight of the group, he flinches. His wrinkled skin is covered in faded scars. No more freedom, he whispers. 10 of the clock, we sweep. 15 past 10 of the clock, we wash. There are orders. There must be orders. No more freedom, please. A monk hands him a mop and bids him clean the entire chapel by first bell. The supplicant squeezes it tight. Yes, master, he whispers, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes as he scampers off. There's an awkward silence. He should make a very devout monk, one of the others ventures, once we finally get him into the habit. I thought that would make him a devout nun.
I think monks wear habits too.
Don't ruin my awesome joke, Taho.
Sorry.
Anyway, we got a port report. Let's leave.
Yep.
Is that the...
Polythreme is down and to the right.
Yeah.
It's another pirate,
Yeah.
probably.
I think that's the poet pirate, actually. That ship looked familiar. Down and to the right, huh? Oh, there's something down to the right.
The port's on the bottom right side as well, so.
Mm-hmm. We discovered Obey. We discovered Commingle. Hi. A hiss of horror from the lookout. The glim lamp at the front of the ship is sputtering and arcing, fizzing with a blue light, even as you watch the blue phase, but it's not a good omen. We can attempt to calm them with hearts, or spin them a story. I guess we have to spend a Z story to spin them. No, we let's just calm them. It's a perfectly natural explanation for our light sputtering. We succeeded. The darkness underneath is more than the absence of light. It's a physical presence which distorts the shape of the world. Your light melts the darkness, restores sanity to the world. You explain something of this to your sailors. It's not the first time they've heard it, but they seem less nervous. You got a fragment. We're in Polythreme. Is our light attempting to become sentient?
Probably not. It's too cheap for that.
It's true. Far off, very far off, someone screams. Discovered Endure. Discovered Forlorn. And finally, we discovered Polythreme. Polythreme. Here is screaming! Taciturn claymen, evasive clothes colonies, walking like humans, cobbles that groan underfoot. On the hills above, a palace villa of marble, but even that writhes like buried bones in an earthquake. Alright, let's get a port report. The king with 100 hearts rules from his palace above the city. He's never seen. He makes no treaties with other lands, but there's unrest in the air. The claymen you speak to are obedient and humble, but they speak nervously of those who are not the maimed, the rebellious, the unfinished. Cool. Report. At least we didn't get terror from it. Alright. And the unsettled salvager wants us to know about the Lady Black. So, talk to him about it, I guess. The ancient captain Inventor Blight said this would advance her search for Lady Black. The claymen profess ignorance. The benches wail too much to be sensible, but there's an ancient long-winded harbor wall that remembers. The house of the keel made exiles of themselves, it says in a deep, crotchety tones. They boarded their ship and took to the sea. Then, far from land, they took axes to their ships, sank them, and followed them, man, woman, and child, into the depths. In abysses they built their fathomless churches, and resumed their worship of the Lady Black, spirit of the deeps. The unsettled salvager holds onto your arm for support as you walk back to your ship. I need to dive again, she whispers. Grant me a suit, please, Captain. You do have one in your possession. You could allow it next time you set sail. You could have shore leave, but it is very expensive to reduce terror here. We could carry Clayman to London. We do have the cargo for it. Might
Yeah,
not.
it's a solid choice. If also at the shop there's a great auxiliary equipment.
Ooh, we are Clay. We will work, we will only work. This trio of clay stokers will reduce crew requirements, but also crew capacity, and will slightly increase engine power. They're fitted into an auxiliary slot. When they are not in use, they will stand patiently, hands by their sides, flat gray eyes unreadable. One will say sometimes, I like it when it's quiet. Ton of engine power and some iron, however, we lose 3/4.
Yeah, that's actually just a positive.
Yeah. And we can't fit them right now, but I don't think we can do that anyway.
I'm pretty sure we can. They're an auxiliary slot, right?
Yeah, but we have 8 crew members.
Fine, we can stay here.
Fine. Fit that into the auxiliary slot? Sure. Okay, well, there's no tearful goodbye for our crew, so that's something. So yeah, that's good. Way more engine power and some more iron. We like that. We like
Yep.
everything about that.
And we don't need as many people to be fully staffed.
Yeah, it's really nice. They'll buy sapphires, Stygian ivory. Weird. This whole place is weird. And I guess we can carry Clayman. We do have the cargo space for it.
Yeah.
We don't have a watchful curio to visit anyone, but I guess that's fine. Right, they troop aboard. Each one lies down in its appointed position next to the other, nestled snugly, head by foot. We are for London, one explains to you. And I guess that's all we can do here, really.
Yep.
Apart from shore leave, but I don't feel the need.
So directly south is a prison, which is not that useful. Although we can get a port report, obviously. But south and to the right. So Aceval is somewhere to the east, but it might be like east and down one, or it might be down two, or it might be down three.
Hmm. So we have basically no idea.
Yep.
Well, no, we have an idea, but it's definitely not easy to find. What the heck is this place? We discovered O'Keefe's Drift. Huh. Oh, it's a lighthouse. That's nice.
This is just the part of the Empire Pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, you do have a
Oh yeah.
thing on the right.
Permission to dive. The unsettled salvagers are requested a diving suit so that you may descend and find the Lady Black, a spirit understood to dwell in the abyssal depths. You could grant her permission in a diving suit and allow her to throw herself into the blackest black, or perhaps you could bring her back to London and commit her to the Royal Bethlehem Hotel, where the crazy people are. We could either give permission or refuse because it's too dangerous to be underwater outside the protection of a submarine. After 7 minutes, the fear sets in. After 14, the vision starts, and after 21, there's no return. But I mean, it is what she wants.
Yeah.
You help the salvager don the heavy diving suit. The two of you are alone on deck, and your crew has refused to be present. Once dressed, the salvager clanks over to the gap in the railing. She stares down into the black before turning to you. She holds her hand over her heart and leaps backward off the deck. An apocryonic spray bursts from the calm sea. How did never mind. Exactly 21 minutes later, the line goes taut. You drop the line, but there's no one in the suit. You draw up only ancient axes and adzes, discolored by salt, and tied to the suit with strands of kelp. 5 outlandish artifacts is a lot.
Yeah.
The unsettled salvager is willing to sail far to find her into the sea. Well, that's disturbing. We now enter the calumnies. There's a wild and glorious scent on the air. A kind of light. Why do sailors fear this place?
Oh, I think this is Aestival.
Discovered Awen's Way.
To the right there.
Oh. It looks so pretty. Discovered Leslie's Harbor. Aestival. Sun! Sun! A great beam of sunlight bathes the island. Squint into the dazzle. Far above, there's a hole in the roof. In that light, you see beaches of white gold sand, trees heavy with bright fruit, the reds and blues and greens of the surface. We can seek the Iron and Misery Company prototype component. The cannoneer points. There! The black rocks on the south side of the island, where nothing grows. We'll need labor and supplies to dig it out. We need 5 supplies. That's all the supplies we have.
You should be able to get more here, I believe. But do that first.
Yeah. How's our hold looking? We have 10 slots, alright. We'll invest... Ah, yes. Gather supplies. The jungle bursts with life. You fill your stores with breadfruit, sugarcane, coconuts, soft-shelled crabs, and plump birds too stupid to know a hungry sailor from a tree. But on the way back to the ship, one of your crew topples over with a groan. She's smiling blissfully. Go on, Captain, she says. I've missed the sun. Her eyes close. Sunlight is perilous for those who've lived underneath too long. And one of our crew has died, but we gained 10 supplies. Scary. Still, we have just enough crew for the prototype component. So let's go.
Yeah.
Aestival's secret. Days of back-breaking labor unearth a cache of old bones, curios, and a meteorite. A broken armature of steel and copper sheathes its sides. The sailors fall back before it as the glyphs on the sides crawl with fire. This is it! The cannoneer cries. This must be what broke the roof. It's very frightening. The seal of the Red Science! I never thought I'd see such a thing, but it's sleeping. We'll need a judgment's egg. And my friends in the Iron Republic, we might be able to find an egg in Irem. The crew shrinks back a little. Oh, such larks! Such larks! Is this above ground? No, but it's below a hole that leads above ground. We now have a seal of the Red Science. Take the seal and a judgment's egg to the Iron Republic. We've lost 5 supplies, gained some terror, got a secret, a memory of distant shores, an outlandish artifact, and 2 lamentable relics. Goodness. Goodness me. Well, we'll compile a port report, write fast to the light scars. Your eyes water, the pages blur. The report is one of joy-filled complaint. Aestival has a beauty too bright to be appreciated. Perhaps the Admiralty can find something of use. Port report, lovely. I mean, Can investigate the ruins, I guess. There's some sort of installation here. It looks like a handsome country house. Who is here? What happened to them? A garden overgrown with berry bushes, a wooden trestle table set for a meal, chairs strewn with bones, a half-dozen skeletons, a red-breasted bird perches on a grinning cranium. It cocks an eye at you and bursts into a song, a liquid, thrilling sound. It seems unperturbed as you approach and poke through the bones. No signs of violence. No fire, no bullets, no bites. These people died peacefully, sitting down to breakfast as the surface sunlight spilled over them. Sunlight can kill at any time. The longer you remain here, the more danger you're in. So, why did they stay? Perhaps they stayed because Aestival is as beautiful as anywhere in the Neath, and 10 times as generous. It's a fine place for a colony. You could found your own pocket kingdom, if you could do something about the sun. But what? What is power over sunlight? What makes the impossible possible? To found a colony, you'd have to bring something to Aestival that can protect against sunlight. Well, seems like that's all we can do here.
Yep.
How much was that judgment egg in Irem?
It's 10 secrets. But you have. Obviously, it's expensive. They are hard to get a hold of.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 15 secrets. I mean, it's probably worth it.
Yeah.
We do have the fuel and supplies for it, too. Should I explore to the left here a bit, or should we just head straight for Irem, you think?
Just head straight for Irem.
Yeah.
The Sea of Lilies to the left there,
Yeah?
which is a prison.
Ah. So you're telling me there's a port report?
Yeah, there's a port report.
And I'm good for a moment. I feel like we're pushing our luck massively here. Oh, hey, a giant sea monster.
Oh, those guys. Those guys are actually real nice to hunt once you can hunt them.
I feel like we can't right now.
No, we cannot hunt them right now.
Back to the lighthouse. Lovely. Bathe us in your warm glow. That is a... Oh god, that's a thing. It's one of those,
Horn flukes.
horn flukes, yeah.
Horn fluke, Captain! Off the starboard side.
Aye, I see it. I'll head through the aisles. Avoid that cursed thing. Especially with our hull in such condition. Alright, crew, we're passing by Port Stanton. What's our new motto? We don't talk about what happened.
Yes, Captain.
Far off, someone screams. Yeah, it's the Tides of Appetite. You'll have this. Yeah. Oh, we discovered Daedalus Reef. Cool. Strange puffs of warmth from the air behind the ice. This is the pillared sea where iron will lie. It lies, has always lain. Yup.
We may want to sail to Palmerston
For fuel?
and restock them. Yeah.
Yeah. I was pondering that. I had to hold space for this, right? Yeah. That is eye-wateringly expensive. But
Also worth it.
also worth it. No port report to be had, because, you know, we haven't gone to London yet, so... Off we go. Where is...
Straight to the
we haven't...
West Palmerston.
Oh yeah, we haven't actually uncovered the text Mount Palmerston, which is a little
Yeah.
confusing. Oh, we can't name it until we've seen what's north of it, right? No, why is that a thing? Mapmaker, just write down Mount Palmerston in the black. Oh, it's against regulations, Captain. Palmerston's Reach. There's brimstone on the wind. Discovered Ambrose Point. Row of watchful Z-bats perch on the ship's railing. Their heads swivel in unison as you cross the deck. That's fine.
Yep.
We could take tea again. Or explore the island.
Choices.
Yeah, we'll get some fuel. Much needed. Should we take tea with the Wisting Devilis? We don't have any gifts for them though.
Either's fine. Take tea or explore the island.
Yes. We need a case of souls for her. Or I could concede my soul. We don't eat souls. Usually. I'm not clear how that story got around. I'm told that I miss London. I just told you I miss London. I miss hell. I'd like a keepsake, and all souls are ours, you know, by right. So if we had a crate of human souls, we could give it to her, but I'm going to just tactfully refuse. I understand it is a little indelicate, but I've had so few human friends. I'm sorry if I'm tactless sometimes. Sit with me a while. Let's just talk. Oh, I have this hamper of honey fungus that your cook might find a use for. We got some supplies. That's nice of her. I guess that's, you know, kind of the least she could do after trying to literally just say, hey, can I have your soul? So we're leaving. Gonna go around the north of Mount Palmerston to open up the map. Past Ambrose Point. Alright, now Mount Palmerston's on the map.
Indeed.
Huzzah.
Get the map so I can look at it. Yeah, so, we could just, I don't know, I think just head 45 degrees or so
It's not a
back to
bad
London.
idea.
Could maybe stop by the Salt Lions.
Hmm.
I don't know if we'll be able to get 20 cargo space.
Yeah, that's a lot. Like, we'd have to burn through quite a bit of fuel and supplies.
Yeah, nah, probably not worth it. Even trying.
Yeah. The waves are flecked with light. Oh, something happened. Truth and Dreams. The Neath, the cavern that holds the Undersea, is prowled by dreams. There's a story that was once the skull of a dead god. Perhaps that would explain it. So, I can listen to my dreams or sleep deeply, which is definitely not possible right now. What's the worst that could happen if I listen to my dreams, right? Dream of sand. A ship crosses the desert, not a Z. Black sand whispers against the hull. Sand like grains of glittering night. Your crew sit on deck at a long table lined with candles, eating a rich red feast. A reckoning, one remarks as she spears a gobbet of meat with her fork, is not to be postponed indefinitely. To the north, the light bulges hernially above the horizon, searing kind of sunlight. You gain 5 terror and 20 fragments. That's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Cool and good.
Oh, okay.
If
If you say so, Captain.
This must be Void's approach. The air crackles with frosty radiations. To the north, the false stars fall in darkness.
Yes, the gates.
Yep. Chapel of Lights. We've already been there. Giant whirlpool. The Kisgar vortex. Don't want to go there. Ideally.
It is best avoided. Do we go to? No. Yeah, probably just 45 degrees is best.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean towards uncovering some black bits. January 20th. A Zailor is praying. A detailed log I've written. I guess there's not much else to do around here. Ah! What? What is it? Oh, it's a ship. Oh, it's her again. God damn it, Poet Pirate. I'm not in the mood right now. I still haven't repaired from the last time we beat you.
She is a persistent one.
Ah? Okay, she's peeling off. Thank goodness. Discovered Wilbert's Abyss.
I'd go up to Frostfound just to get the stop in and say hi, because I'm pretty sure I think we can get the new report.
Yeah, we did visit
and
it
it's
this
just right
time.
here.
Yeah. Frostfound. Alright, create a quick port report. It's the same as ever. I'm gonna take tea. Gained supplies, fuel, and lost 10 terror. That's quite welcome.
Yeah, it's one of the nicer ports to stop in.
Alright. Could also visit Guider's Morn if we don't care about somebody getting stabbed to death.
Why would we? Happen.
Yeah, basic human empathy. Found Delphuli's Rage, yet another giant whirlpool that we prefer to not sail into. Or, excuse me, sail into. Baked breeze rises, the improbable scent of stone out of some distant desert, close to the salt lions. No, close-ish.
You entered the box, the non marked box that holds the salt lions.
Stalagmites loom in the distance like the cranes of wolf-stacked ducks. And we're close to Guider's Morn again.
You got to swing real south to actually get to it, though.
Yeah.
Too. Or I mean, we could just visit like Codex and Whisper, and
I'm reluctant to lose another crew member to this.
oh, just succeed on the check then.
Oh yeah. Why not just do that, Forehead? Alright, back to the den of scum and villainy then. Alright, gather intelligence. Can we increase our veils at all? A little bit.
I think
You think what?
that the engineer lets us, mechanic lets us.
Yeah.
I cut off because you then clicked on him. And I was like, well, this information that I was about to share is now, does not need to be shared.
Indeed. Alright, I'll keep 2 secrets in the tank. Alright, we'll attempt to compile a port report. Now it's slightly better than a coin flip. Failed. Someone died. And we gained some terror.
We got the
Just
port
like,
report, though.
it's true. An evening at the errant limpant. We could reduce some terror, I guess. 50 echoes, though. It's so much.
Don't bother. No,
Yeah.
not here.
Explore the morn, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
An intriguing smell. Who'll try? Who'll try? A street vendor turns, skewers on a grill. The mixed scent are nothing like anything sold in London. We can try the grilled troglodyte prawns. They're huge and pale, and their eyes stare bleakly into yours, but they smell fresh. You can try the shredded jellyfish. It's not to everyone's taste. Try something mysterious. What exactly is a tyrant's treat? The vendor is vague. It looks like something. It looks like a charred stick dripping with bluish fluid. Mmm. Delicious. Or do you have anything more robust? I think that's cannibalism.
Oh, he's unaccountably peckish.
Oh. Our hearts are too low for any of this. Let's just try some prawns. Mmm. Tangy and toothsome. We walk on, chewing cheerfully. Lost 2 terror, gained a fragment, and lost some hunger. Not exactly the best, most amazing outcome, but it's good enough.
Indeed.
We didn't gain terror, and we didn't get stabbed. So, it's a good trip to Guider's Morn, I guess.
I would just head down this way. Stop in, see the sisters.
Yeah.
Then to London.
Discovered Bornavadas. Somewhere. The air trembles, a breath of change passes. January 23rd. Dust echoes even a sepia tone in the air. There are waters around the tomb colonies.
You were in them for about a second.
Hunter's Keep. Alright. We reconnoiter the island a bit. Get a port report. We don't have any news. What's this? Visit the cellar. We will need, the mechanic tells the sisters, to visit your sub-cellar. Apparently that's a thing.
This is the Tireless Mechanics quest.
Makes sense. Well, let's dine with Lucy. Lucy leans over and whispers to you confidentially. I can read, I swear. It's definitely not because we've been streaming for 6 hours and my brain's turning to mush. A complex story about a butler, pig, and an inheritance. You don't follow all the details of the plot, but somehow the pig ends up in an attic and the butler in a vicar's bed. Candles flicker, dishes enter and leave, and the wind butts gently at the window panes. By the time the plum pudding arrives, you're just as cheerful as you've been in months. You lost 10 terror, gained a supplies, lost 2 hunger, gained we did not have any memories of distant shores, but we got the gods of the Z's attention. So that's good. Anyway. Lovely to see them. Time to leave.
Always nice to visit. Ah, London. Home again.
It certainly has been a while, hasn't it?
Indeed. Quite the journey.
Quite the journey indeed. Gotta drop off these claymen.
Yep. And the Zoops.
And the Zoops. Whew. The Venturer's Desires. Good sir, we have brought you the Zoop from Mount Palmerston. It's a specialist taste, but where I'm going there are specialist customers. One more thing. We've lost 7 Zoop and gained 1,000 echoes! Wow. Okay, and now he wishes to have either 7 Devil Bone Dice or 7 Moocher Salts. Guess we could go back to Mount Palmerston again for that. So, it's a thing we could do. Ah, yes, and, where do we turn in the Clayman? Deliver the Clayman, here it is. It's where they wanted to be, or at least where they're supposed to be. Sure, one by one they rise uncomplainingly, with no trace of stiffness or discomfort from the long voyage. The deck resounds beneath their heavy tread, and a trim yard manager waits on dock, tapping her foot. About time, she says. Here's your payment. Come along now. There's a good construct. 120 echoes. Not bad. In fact, quite good, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, they just cost us the cargo space.
Yeah. It's very nice. Yes, our souls were delivered. So what a propitious and encouraging occasion this is to meet again here in this place, which has been so very fortunate for us both. Allow me to shake you warmly by the hand, since you've demonstrated your unswerving commitment to fair dealing and honest conveyance. Very good. My patron will toast you. Well, obviously we're accepting the payment.
Do need to cover your costs.
Here's your compensation and a little fuel and a few barrels of biscuits. What a certain other captain has widely surrendered for the common good. I will take the good word of my patron, and if I am a man of my word, we'll see each other again. Unless a whale eats you, of course, in which case I hope you'll not think poorly of me for wishing that we will not. Gain 5 fuel and 2 supplies. That is quite generous, along with 200 echoes. Quite good. Aye, once more we find ourselves here on the quayside, what is, I suppose you might say, lip of the well of opportunities. Let's both drink deeply from this well, by which I mean my patron has a task for you. Take payment across the ocean and bring back a little package. I can agree. Of course, if you return to London without the little package, I'll probably have something sharp to say about it. Or refuse. Your debt is paid and you're done. I mean, it's been profitable so far.
Yeah.
Here's the money, don't lose it. Now bring the package back here. It's my hearty recommendation that you avoid the ungentle attentions of the XCs, on account of if you return without the package, it's of no interest to my patron whether you have lost it or have had it taken from you. Good luck, good luck. If you return to London without an unstamped crate of brilliant souls before completing this task, there's a risk the blind bruiser will take offense.
Nice, he just wants us to go to Guider's Marn.
It has to collect a package from Guider's Morn in the Corsair's Forest. Huh.
That's lucky, because it's nearby.
Oh yeah, so it is. I assume we'll need 1,000 echoes to pay for it because that's what they gave us.
I don't know that we need the full 1,000 echoes. Oh, no, we do. Okay.
Good to know. Hmm. Peruse your comprehensive port report in private. Perhaps you're unwilling or unable to take it to the Admiralty. It gives you a single secret rather than a fee. I'd rather have the echoes right now, though. Let's read the Gazette, obviously. Khanate threatening war, London's colonies on the coast. Blah blah, we know all this. Gain some supply. Oh, hey, we got half off of a cask of salt herring. Hey, got some supplies. Heck yeah. Back to the rest of the city then. Uh, hmm. Certainly possible for us to get a tattoo now.
Indeed.
It will not be wasted in the least. We could get our mirrors up with a memory of distant shores and a single echo. Seems okay to me. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Alright. And we cure 25 points of terror, which is very, very welcome. The gold needle pricks. Lily Clathermont hums. At the end of the process, the tattoo's gaze is so expressive you could almost expect it to blink. You're almost hesitant to look at your own arm in the eye. Gained 2 mirrors and lost 25 terror, which is lovely. Very lovely. Alright. Anything we can do at Roser's Wharf? We can sell an outlandish artifact there. I don't know. Surely this
I
can't go
mean,
wrong.
yeah, no, can't.
Collector Sorts. We gained 150 echoes for it. Not bad. The veteran Privy Councillor holds a mirror beside the artifact and examines the reflection. Yes. Inferior to London workmanship, obviously, but it will make an acceptable conversation piece nevertheless. He snaps his fingers at a servant. Pay the captain. We gained 150 echoes. Okay. Prove. Prove greatly. I guess we'll go see the Admiral, huh? Because we have strategic info for him.
Yeah, check your hold. How much space do you have?
We have 14 cargo. See, I'll have to remember that. Pass on some strategic information. Gained 150 echoes. Satisfactory. Good work. Clerk will see you paid. Certainly enjoy getting a lot of money. And we can ask for a new thing.
Yep.
Let's receive strategic information from Khan's Heart. Hey, we know where that is. Wonderful. We can just go there and it'll be fine. And now we have a lot of port reports to submit.
Yep. Count how many, actually.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 port reports.
Okay, so you got 4 extra.
Yeah. And we need the seal.
Yeah, I mean, you can sell the wine.
It's true. I guess there's no reason not to. Sell a bit of the old wine, it's fine. Could sell a bit of fuel, as much as I don't like that.
You can also just not turn in every port report.
I mean, we're getting fuel from each one anyway. So, it could turn into a tiny bit of profit anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sure.
Let's see. Let's see what we get first. Okay, Guiders Born, you have something to tell us about the pirate fleets of the forest. Why, yes. We gain 30 echoes and a fuel. Lovely. Hunter's Keep. Trust the sisters are keeping well? Kind of. Gain some echoes and a fuel. Mount Palmerston. The Brimstone Convention. They trouble me. 40 echoes. Very nice. Port Cecil. Principles of Core. I have no idea why anyone thought that settlement was a good idea. You no longer. Alright, you gain 30 echoes and another fuel. Excellent. Godfall. Pirate monks. I honestly have no idea what we're supposed to do about pirate monks. What are they up to? 30 echoes and some fuel. Shepherd Isles. We can submit it as fact, or we can submit it as unsubstantiated hearsay. Yeah, we should be honest. Yes, friendly scoffing. I agree, it does seem implausible. So many of the stories for that place do. Still, a little gold of truth in the mud of rumor from time to time. Here's your payment. 10 echoes. Get more fuel. How's our hold doing? Still have 9 spaces. We're good. Alright, Nuncio. Ah, yes, the place that lures away postmen. One hears no end of complaints from the Postal Service. 30 echoes, another fuel. We've surveyed Nuncio. That's cool. Station 3. Excuse me, let me just call a colleague in. Yes, this is my colleague, Dr. Wilhine, of the Ministry of Public Decency. Mr. Wilhine, this good captain's report is here. If you'd care to... Yes, the fire's already lit. Let us... Yes, there we go. Now, only ashes remain, and it might have caused such a lot of trouble. Yes, thank you, Captain. We appreciate your discretion. Here's your payment. You need not trouble yourself further in this affair. Gained 100 echoes. And some fuel. It was a lot of money to stay quiet about that, huh? Well, I'm sure that's normal. Okay.
Very normal.
Abbey Rock. We categorize it as a military installation, although that's occasioned some quite vigorous debate. 20 echoes, some fuel. Lovely. Chapel of Lights. There's something about the undersea that breeds heresy and dissent. I rather think we might need to send the Bishop of Southwark out for a good bit of Christian shouting. Report submitted. 20 echoes, some fuel. Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, you could just sell the 4 fuel now and you should come out fine.
It's true. Although I think I only need to sell 3 right now. So I'm going to do that. Cool. Submit more reports. Avid Horizon. Hope you intend to tell me that everything is quiet there. Why, yes. Yes, it is. Yes, here's 10 echoes and a fuel. Lovely. Polythrene, the king of the 100 hearts. What a useful fellow. Without his exports, I'd be delivering my own coal. Alright, 50 echoes. That's rather generous. Empire of Hands. Oh god, what are those accursed monkeys up to these days? You didn't bring any of them back with you, did you? No. Report submitted. Ugh. Such a ghastly place. A pause. There was someone here asking about it only recently. Delightful lady, as I recall. Most delightful, yes. I'll forward you her address. Hey, we have something new awaiting in our lodgings. Also, we gained 300 echoes for that report. Not enough to repay the loss of dignity. Absolutely not. Frostfound. Is it as beautiful as they say? I doubt it. Poets are notorious liars. But here. 30 echoes, a fuel. We're not, risking... Yeah, no, okay. We're still got 4 spaces. We're good. Aestival. I'd always wondered if it might be a myth. 50 echoes, and we have surveyed Aestival. We've gained a fuel. Lovely Irem. Oh god, oh god. What tense is this written in? Oh god, look, just read it to my colleague here. He'll give you your fee. Just, I'll be over there when you're done. He does not like Irem's port report, but we gained 20 echoes out of it, so, good enough. And finally, Demule Gate. Yes, we've been there. Here's 20 echoes and a fuel. Whew, goodness. That was quite nice. Absolutely massive amount of fuel and supplies now, which feels
Yep.
darn good. Also, we have a visit from Mr. Sachs. Midnight. A presence dominates your lodgings. It's a fur-trimmed robe that is red of blood and snow. Over your chair hangs a familiar brown sack bulging with offerings. Londoners give generously to the Crimson Beast of Winter. Anything to be rid of it. The figure stares into the fireplace, smelling of soft musk and harsh ammonia. I require a sturdy vessel and a captain. Yours comes recommended. You will suffice. So I can ask him to take my service or take his leave. There's no penalty for this, but it seems like we have the ability to take him on a trip. You may wish to wait until you've explored the main trading ports around London before doing this.
He's gonna ask you to go around to a bunch of ports.
I can always just delay it, but I don't know. It's probably fine, right?
It's fine to take it.
Sure. Contract. Let's do that. A deal is struck. The beast withdraws its hands from the fireplace, examining it. Packed lacquer, neath snow. It disappears back into the incarnadine robe. 3 deliveries by your release. Do not tarry. You have much to lose. He has boarded your shift, and you are now in the service of Mr. Sachs. Cool. First delivery calls to you. It's time to begin. Okay. Well, I guess we can talk about that at some point. We don't have any new recruits. We know the Adventurer's Desire. Could carouse a bit if we wanted to. We do have a nice free evening. And
Can
plenty.
sell a bunch of stuff to the Alarming Scholar.
Also true. Is that taking up hold space? Not really, but still. Right?
Yeah, it's not taking up hold space.
Yeah. Still, it's pretty good. We're not giving up the Judgment's Egg. We can, however, offer some outlandish artifacts, given that we have 7 of them. And I guess we could give up the memories, and it's not crazy, right?
It's not crazy. Since this is early game, I would recommend selling like pretty much everything to the Scholar for the echoes.
It's fair.
Like there are places where these things come in handy, but at this stage of the game, not as handy as echoes generally.
We do win a new ship. Okay, we'll sell the memories of distant shores. 10 echoes, that's, well, I guess that's that. Z story, 10 echoes. The lamentable relic, we have 2 of them. Sure. 5 echoes, that's it? That doesn't seem worth.
Human Skull.
Okay, we can sell some outlandish artifacts. 100 echoes each. That's real nice. That's real
I mean,
nice.
these are the main thing.
Yeah. I think I'm very happy selling them off. Ooh, that's some nice money. There's also the intriguing snippet and the extraordinary implication.
The story and explanation is they make sure you don't need it for. I don't think you need it for anything soon.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's ways to get more anyway. Okay, we'll sell it. 250 echoes, very nice. Intriguing snippet, it's fine. 50 echoes. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. So that was lovely. I could hire some crew. I don't know if it's needed. I mean, we have 4,000 money. Could just upgrade straight to a Corvette.
Yeah, I mean it's a viable plan.
Yeah,
It's
the frigate is like a long, long way away.
yeah. No, the Corvette's a very solid upgrade.
Yeah, we'll need more sailors to man it, but seems good to me. You know, the merchant cruiser is nice and all, but I think we're these dangerous. We need some firepower. Let's
Yeah.
trade it in. Oh, we have to give our new ship a name. Baskerville? No, 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 no. Gotta name it something better.
Obviously.
Uh, hmm, uh, luminescence. Luminescence. Is that luminescence? Okay.
Don't ask me how to spell it.
Look, I'm a poet. It has to be, it has to be appropriately, you know, florid and
Dude.
hoity-toity. Anyway, luminescence. Perfect. Swift and formidable, like a very angry vole. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Now we are quite short on crew. So, mayhap we go to London and hire some more crew. Okay. Your tall tales find a ready audience. Scarred and seasoned men and women tramp aboard and find places to sling hammocks. Gained 2 crew, and lost a terror, which is nice. That's just enough to get us over the hump. Wonderful.
Well, it's +1 over the hump.
It's true. Okay. We don't have a free evening anymore. I guess we used it to get more crew at a good rate, which that's perfectly good. Happy to have that. Shockingly good on terror after that tattoo. Oh, we also have an invitation to Benthic College.
Yeah, that's the person who wants to go to the Empire of Hands.
Oh. Alright. Benthic College is pleased to invite you to an exclusive and educational evening with Lady Agatha Treadgold. Delightful, adventurous, and reconscience of thrilling true tales of feist and spunk. On the back I scribbled a note. Come speak to me afterwards, darling. Opportunity beckons. Alright, let's attend the lecture. Benthicus is the most open-minded of the London colleges. You find yourself waiting for the lecture in a queue of students, devils, and bohemians, observed with some scorn by passers-by in Somerset colours. It's the delightful adventuress. Whoever she is, she knows how to pack a hall. A seat is empty as she takes the stage. A fine cuisine of Chelenate, the daring claymen, all but a prelude, my dears. Her stories tend towards the fanciful and conveniently unprovable, but the delightful adventuress has the credulous audience spellbound for hours. Many of her tales of monsters and lost cities have a common theme. She visited them ahead of a certain Lady Lenora Fortescue, the quite adorable darling archaeologist with whom she sparked a bracing rivalry back at finishing school. The rest are tales, bitter as the sourest of grapes, of being cheated of triumphs by the very same Fortescue, whose fanciful fictions are fit only for the penny dreadfuls. By the end, her stories are notably more bitter than boastful, and she receives a standing ovation. The delightful adventurous masked clayman Barnabas escorts you to the principal of Benthick's study, where she sits sipping brandy by the fire. Ah, my dear Capitano! Firelight glints in her eyes as she raises the glass. I hear you recently returned from the empire of, monkey's hands. Yes, of course. It's a rare breed that can make such a voyage. Foolhardy, too, perhaps. She sips her brandy. I wish to charter your no doubt fine vessel to that primitive little island chain. There I shall find what I need to show up that infernal Lenora Fortescue once and for all, and you, the delightful adventurer squints, sizing you up, sufficient compensation will not be a difficulty. A most mutually beneficial agreement, you'll agree. Well, I mean, we know where it is. May as well. Sure.
Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty sure she might take up a spot of as cargo.
Eh, we'll deal. The delightful adventuress drains her glass dry. Then we'll set upon you upon. Then we shall see you upon the morrow for the voyage. Barnabas, pack my valise. Adventure awaits. Yeah, she does take up part of the hold, and she is now cargo.
No.
I hope Mr. Sachs doesn't take up cargo space. That'd be awkward.
What?
No, he does not. Good. Also, our engine power has gone up by 2,000 with him.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And fuel efficiency.
Yeah, that was real good. It's real good. And we still have 1,000 echoes to play around with if we want to get something, but I mean, we're about to hit the Iron Republic, right?
Yeah, so we can hit the Iron Republic. We also, I mean, might want to see where Mr. Sachs wants to go.
True.
We have the Blind Bruiser wants to go to Gilder's Morn.
Mm-hmm.
And the Adventuress wants to go to the Emperor of Hands, and Sachs wants to go somewhere.
Yep. So where do you want to go, Mr. Sachs? Mr. Sachs is waiting, clutching what looks to be a leg of lamb. The meat is rotten and the bone is well chewed. A fool sought a name that devours. It devoured him. A lifetime's wealth wasted on cravings that can never be satiated. When all was eaten, he stripped the meat from his fingers in search of solace. Still the hunger gnawed and screamed in his belly. He thought this pitiful offering of poison might free him. Debts are not so easily paid. Deliver this to Khan's Heart or Pigmote Isle.
Okay, it's not too hard.
Yeah, we're going to Khan's Heart anyway to get the Admiralty reports. Feels an awful lot like we're a spy when we do that, granted. I'm sure it's fine. But, yeah, we have a lot to do, and I think this is a good time to stop.
Yeah.
6.5 hour stream, my throat's going. Seems like a good time to manually save this. But that was a very, very successful start to Sunless Sea. Highly successful. And yeah, I guess, we'll get back to this whenever we can, basically.
Yep.
Well, for now then, I guess we're just gonna call it here. Oh, Zypher's streaming again, so I may as well rate her. She's always nice. And yeah, that'll be the end of the stream. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. We'll get back to this at some point when we have time, and it'll be fun. Thank you for being my treasured first mate, Taho.
No problem, Captain.
Alright, say bye, Taho.
Bye, Taho.
Excellent.